Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. The U.S. is demanding that Iran publicly declare it will stop hitting ships in the Strait of Hormuz and fully reopen it as a condition to ending the flare-up in fighting.
The U.S. ramping up its attacks this week, pounding more than 170 targets in Iran over 2 days in response to Iran attacking commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The threat from Iran is in part why President Trump flew home from the NATO summit in Turkey on the old Air Force One, officials saying there are differences in security capabilities with the new Qatari-gifted Air Force One.
ABC Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz. With no body camera video, Homeland Security is trying to explain why ICE agents shot a man to death in Houston. ABC's John Quinones says the victim wasn't the person they were looking for.
ICE officials claim Lorenzo Salgado Araujo rammed a federal vehicle during an attempted arrest and that he was shot after he refused to follow commands. But witnesses casting doubt.
All three of my clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger.
A DHS official saying Salgado Araujo was stopped after officers observed a white van with an individual who resembled the target.
Maine Democrats have announced a convention in 2 weeks, just ahead of a legal deadline to replace Senate candidate Graham Plattner, who officially dropped out today. State Party Chairman Charlie Dingman.
We're also up against a timeline here that we did not choose. And we face legal limitations because our laws really never anticipated this unusual circumstance.
He promises transparency. Around a foot of rain in Missouri led to more than 90 water rescues today in Reynolds County. You're listening to ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Apple wants a jury trial against OpenAI, accusing it of stealing trade secrets. Meta is pulling the plug on a new AI tool that enraged some users because it lets people capture anyone's public photo and repurpose it as they wish. Meta says it heard the feedback and that its feature missed the mark. 31 states reporting cases of a parasitic disease you don't want to get. Cyclosporiasis causes severe diarrhea that can last for weeks. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
It just takes a small amount to infect people. It can be on contaminated fruits, vegetables, water that may be contaminated by human waste, people who were previously infected. And if you do ingest a parasite and get sick, it causes inflammation in your gut to the point where you can't absorb water or food. And this can cause, and I'm saying this scientifically, explosive watery diarrhea.
Many outbreaks have been linked to produce, namely raspberries, basil, cilantro, snow peas, and salad mixes. Some advice: when you wash cilantro and basil, separate the leaves. For green onions, remove the outer layer and run it under water for a while rubbing the surface. And research shows washing fruits and vegetables in vinegar can help. Using a salad spinner to rinse with water can help get rid of the vinegary taste. And instead of buying pre-mixed salads, just get a head of lettuce and peel off the outer layer, and don't forget to wash cutting boards and countertops. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Stop smoking. Alex Goen patented hypnosis.
It's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Stop Smoking seminars? And they said it could work for you. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. My friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Why so effective? The only stop smoking method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Alex Goen breaks your connection to cigarettes, coffee, stress driving, even other smokers. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Cigarettes no longer own you. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we're off for another marathon weekend, up and running at your Pratt Pack. Good morning and welcome to your Saturday. Under a new program approved Thursday, students at Slippery Rock, Penn West, and IUP who meet certain income qualifications soon won't have to worry about tuition bills. The three schools, along with Pennsylvania's 7 other state-owned universities, have pledged to waive remaining tuition costs for Pennsylvania residents who qualify for need-based federal and state grants. The state university system made this announcement on Thursday. And I'll be honest, I could not wait to talk about this. You know, I am a baby boomer. I graduated from high school in 1975. And we were the generation after the greatest generation who went off and fought in World War II, came back, married their high school sweetheart, started having a family, and basically worked in that mill of choice at the end of Main Street for 40-plus years. It was always the hope of every member of the greatest generation to give their children a little bit more. And to them, knowledge has always been power. And to get an education, a college education, was key. And it was because of those state universities, many that I just mentioned, that those hardworking members of the greatest generation who did nothing but fight in World War II, fight on the home front to keep the factories open, to keep the home fires burning, got together, started having children in their 20s, and never stopped working, so much so that many of them, by the time they reached their 70s, they felt like they were in their 90s. But one thing that they had in common was the sheer joy that they got while watching their children matriculate through those state universities. And many who went on to do incredible things, especially in the world of education. It gave them that opportunity to say a job well done. And those state universities have always been thinking outside the box, trying to do something special for the future when it comes to educators in this state that we call home. That's right, those who are educated and wanting to take those degrees and put it to good use, a degree that will actually pay dividends after they are through at those state universities. So once again, The state universities that meant so much over half a century ago, in my opinion, are stepping up and doing something that is equally great, if not even greater. They're giving families in Pennsylvania an opportunity. Many of us baby boomers, our children and our grandchildren, a chance to be able to further their education. Look, education is knowledge. Make no mistake about it. And one of the greatest gifts that you can have is that diploma hanging on a wall. And because of this decision, this will be a real game changer. And I could not wait to talk to you, my radio audience, about it, because it's hope. And that's what we need more now than ever. So tens of thousands of Pittsburgh area property owners will seek higher tax bills next year, another financial blow to residents who were dealt a countywide 36% tax increase last year, and a move that's causing strife among the school boards tasked with balancing budgets. At least 25 of the county's 43 school districts are raising taxes in their 26-27 budget amid skyrocketing costs and ongoing property tax assessment reductions that are causing revenue to fall well short of organized expectations. How much more can the consumer take? But guess what? They will have to carry the load, because what is happening now is nothing is happening in the way of job increase. Those manufacturing jobs that pay the tax bills that help these situations, so much so that schools can be funded, they can have a full bank account, and more importantly, property owners can live in peace knowing that they have that structured 30-year fixed mortgage. It's pretty much going to be fixed in place until they have an opportunity to do something that was legendary back in the day, but you don't have it happen that much today, meaning burning the mortgage. Not literally, but figuratively, meaning you have ridden the course or maybe got a good streak to where you were able to double up on some payments and you took the 30-year fix to a 20-year, right? But with property taxes where they're going, and not just in this region, but all across our country, there are people, and I know for a fact, who have paid off their mortgage 10 years ago. That's right, a decade ago, and now, sadly, many of them are paying taxes to where it's, in some cases, on a monthly basis, more than they were even paying for their mortgage. There's something wrong with this picture. I mean, that home is the biggest investment of your life. It's something that people dream about all their lives. Look, I've been a homeowner twice, and I still, to this day, every opportunity when I think about the home that I live in or the one that I used to live in, I think of how fortunate I am to have been able to accomplish the American dream not once but twice. And yes, being that I am the age I am in right now, that category of soon to be that 7th decade in less than a year, I know that my children will have something of worth when my time on this earth has come to an end. Because you see, home is where the heart is. And home is where you create memories, and you get to pass them on to the next generation. And it's like one big dividend check, because once you have paid the price and you get to that finish line, you have that brick and mortar, that foundation that really kept your family together, an opportunity to pay it forward, to give that next generation an opportunity to either live in it or sell it and invest into their own home or other things that will give them the same quality of life. Got to figure it out. And the best way to have a best quality of life are more middle-class jobs, something that we are desperate for in America. Well, what else? 22 million ton bridge, 100,000 consumers a day. It's game on. 25 days and counting, or maybe even a little longer, give or take. But what you must hang on to is the fact that it's going to be a modern marvel. And I know you're going to be listening to KDK intently more now than ever, especially with that morning commute and that afternoon commute. Larry and the Big K morning show in the morning and Colin in the afternoon, and then sprinkled in throughout the day. But morning and afternoon commute, going to be a little bit different. But do you understand, for the 100,000 cars that travel that roadway every day, it's going to be history. It's going to be the game changer that we've all been hoping for. One major product and project that is going to change the course of the commute for generations to come. And another thing you have to take into consideration, something that I'm really excited about, is the fact that we are now in America going to be able to work from home. Nobody's even brought that into the conversation, right? More people, because of this traffic, which will not be as bad, I predict, as years prior, because of what happened during the pandemic. A lot of people are still working from home, or even a hybrid, 3 days in, 2 days at home. But because of this, employers may say, look, if you're coming from the east, save time, save energy, and by all means, save on gas prices, fire up the computer, and just stay at home. So modern marvel this will be, but because of the other invention of being able to work from home, a lot of people are going to be able to bypass this bypass. Not to say that it's not going to be rough at times, but I don't think it'll be as bad as everyone thinks. And remember, just for the sheer fact that PennDOT and others and the Dutch company that made this bridge happen, they're going to be able to do this in a little over a month, because I think, give or take, you're going to get more than a month as opposed to 25 days. That's something to be very proud of. So, full steam ahead, and we will get to the other side for sure. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. You can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Radio Livestream, and now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything we are doing in the studios. And don't forget, if you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, KDKRadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. One more note, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the year by providing stuffed backpacks for them at Pittsburgh for PPS. That's right, Pittsburgh for PPS back-to-school event. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you. For details, visit KDKARadio.com. 866-391-1020 and NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantAccess, KDKARadio.com. We're going to dive into the phones in a moment. We're up and running for another weekend, and welcome. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch, 12:05, 93.7 The Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoskova. And it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Belgium managed to be the first team to score a goal on Spain in this tournament to end the first half 1-1. But it wasn't enough for the Red Devils to beat La Roja. Mikel Merino came off the bench and 2 minutes later made an immediate impact by scoring the game winner for Spain. The Spaniards are now set to face the French in the semifinals on Tuesday. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get going. We got a busy day today. We're here till 1 o'clock. And, of course, all the people you've come to know and love, part of our weekend lineup for decades, will be here, including Mr. True Value, Andy Amrine. He's already at work. Of course, True Value Home Improvement Show. MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Neil and Ben are here today, Major and Lewis. It's Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Jessica Festo, Optulux Wellness Center. We've got Marita Williams here today, AAA East Central Talking Travel. So busy day on KDKA. Let's go to Kenny in Lower Borough. Kenny, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. I guess I'm the only one up again.
No, Rich was there, but he bailed on me. I don't know what happened to him. But anyway, go ahead.
Geez, okay. I don't know too much about Pittsburgh. That bridge that you're talking about, is that direct shot into the airport? Is that the way?
No. Just Squirrel Hill Tunnel. You know where the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is, right?
Dude, I'm from up this way. I don't very rarely go into Pittsburgh. I hear everybody saying 100,000 cars a day use this bridge.
Yep.
And, of course, me looking at it the way things really are, that's 50,000 into the city when work starts and 50,000 out. So I don't know if that's a major artery at this point. If that is, I'm not really impressed because 28 was years ago, 25 or 30,000 each way. But anyway, let's go past that. Last weekends we're talking about, because I call in the mornings.
Right.
I generally don't. I'm not there during the day. But one of your callers, I think from Mount Washington, was saying the county has to merge with the city because of the retirements problem they have down there. But if that does happen, Westmoreland County has something similar on their county taxes. You get your county taxes generally one bill, and then they tax something else onto it for every homeowner or property owner. It's a secondary tax on your county. I'm hoping the poor people of Allegheny County don't have to incur that. I made a suggestion of buying out the pension plan. I mean, you can't keep raising taxes on these people. I look at it this way. You even said it yourself about the younger generation. Your kids are supposed to do better than you did. But how are they going to do better when their tax rates are higher? They can't beat it.
Well, here's the thing. They're not going to stay in Allegheny County or Pittsburgh. That's for sure. They're
going to leave. And unfortunately, what you have coming in, there's not a lot of work. And I was at Local Sheets, one of the local roofing contractors. I won't mention their name. And he's I don't know if he's an owner or supervisor. I was talking to him. I was like, dude, I said, everywhere I go that you have people, I said, you don't have any Americans working on these roofs. Oh, we can't get Americans to work. I was like, dude, you live in America. I said, this is America. You're telling me you can't find one. I said, one. All I asked for is one, and I don't see it. Yesterday, I won't mention the town, I was at a yard. It was an ex-mayor's house. Yesterday, car pulls up right behind me, right on my tailgate, and I can't get a lawnmower out. Radio blaring. I said, dude, I was like, you're going to have to move up. I can't get my machines out of here. And he goes, no speaking of English. He's an Amazon driver. He had an Amazon sweater. I'm thinking, where are the Americans? I mean, Amazon pays pretty good, I thought.
Real good.
But,
excellent.
I'm thinking, how is this guy able to drive He couldn't speak English. The ex-mayor standing there, she goes, I can't believe this. She goes, you know what? Where did he get the license? Who issued this? I'm thinking, shouldn't you have to speak English to drive on these roads? But a state trooper got killed a couple of weeks ago by an illegal? I mean, come on, people, please. Wake up to the problems. These were created for decades of the Democratic Party not turning their head. And how do you get a license? I don't care what state you're in. And you can't speak English.
Listen. Amazon doesn't need me to defend them, but I mean, come on. A lot of our ancestors came to this country, and they were driving, and they couldn't speak English, and they went to work. And a lot of those people who came here built this country. So it is what it is. I mean, I get it. The world is ever changing, but it is what it is. I got to move on. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Rich in Jefferson Hills. Glad you came back, Rich. How are you?
Yeah, I got to share with you. Yesterday was my daughter's 40th birthday. After eating at Caliente's in Pitcairn, went on the Parkway and crossed over the bridge for the last time, the old one. And I have to share with you, Rob. I listened to the gentleman before, and I agree with him on a lot of things. The bottom line is, Rob, the backbone, the work ethic of the United States, the people in the United States, has gone down the tubes because the government, the coronavirus, gave them too much. The work ethic of the people of the United States in general has gone down because you keep on looking for a handout. What happened to the backbone? Like you said, hey, my grandparents came from Poland. My grandfather worked on the railroad. My grandmother scrubbed floors up in Squirrel Hill. The bottom line is they worked for everything they had. I worked for everything I had. What's wrong with America today? And don't talk about people leaving Allegheny County. I realize the tax rate and stuff like that. But you know what? Allegheny County, the Mon Valley is a great area to work. Westinghouse, U.S. Steel. Look how many jobs were lost. But yet there's jobs created for high tech and stuff like that. Carnegie Mellon, Pitt. You have the two major hospitals. There's jobs there, Rob, but there's also lazy people that don't want to work, that look for a handout all the time, Rob.
Well,
and, the Amazon drivers that they're talking about, too. Rob, I've run across some of them. You know, like, I agree with you. When my grandparents came to America, they didn't talk English, but they learned it. But if you can't get American people to work, Caucasian,
that's lazy people in America, and there's lazy in all walks of life. But the problem is we have spoon-fed so many generations, and they've been able to get handouts from the government. The reason all those people who came to this country who went out and worked, because there was no such thing as a welfare state. You couldn't get free health care. There wasn't unemployment. There wasn't food stamps. I mean, you got to go to work, and it's shameful to think all of these jobs that could be filled by American citizens are not, because they're just not willing to work. Sad to say.
The thing about it is, how can you not, you know what, Rob, I delivered papers, worked in gas stations, Westinghouse, U.S. Steel, an email, the Key Sports School District. How can you not get up in the morning, a male or female, or a woman maybe stay home taking care of the family, but how can you not get up in the morning, just wait around for a check or to get money deposited in your account? How can you be that? You're lazy, shiftless. How?
I don't know. Well, that's one of the reasons, Rich, I haven't retired, because I can't get it in my mindset. And I could have, but I just can't get it in my mindset that I'm going to get paid for not actually going to work. I don't know. It's just my MO.
Hey, Rob, I've been retired now. I lost my wife 13 years ago to cancer. I've been retired a year after she passed away. 12 years I've been retired. You know what, Rob? I still help people out with my background, heating and air conditioning. If I see somebody in need, I help them out. So I do something. I don't get paid for it. I'm more than glad that I'm able to help people out, just to get out and move around. And, Rob, I think you'd be okay if you were retired. You'd probably be out amongst the people.
I'll figure it out.
Them. They would enjoy that.
I'll figure it out.
You know what, Rob? You're a blessing when I talk to you on Saturday, because you're probably not as old as me, but you're getting close.
I am. I'll be 70. I'll be 70 in January.
Well, my friend's going to be 70 this year, Cindy. So we're going. She's taking me to Paris for her birthday.
Really?
she's taking me to Paris for her birthday.
Man, you got a nice friend.
Yes, we're partners.
There you go. Well, Rich, I'm glad to hear that things are definitely going well for you. We appreciate you. You know that. All right, so 866-391-1020. I mean, is this bridge going to affect your life? If you travel that bridge, if you want to just get it off your chest, talk to me, feel free, that's okay. But I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think. And I think a lot of it has to do because a lot of folks work from home. So if you're out there and you still are working from home or you've made that full transition, I'd like to hear, and if you did it during the pandemic, was it a good thing? Did you get used to it? I mean, I've heard people say they get more work done that way. I don't know. I'm just curious. 866-391-1020. We'll take some more calls on the other side of the ABC News Report coming up in just a couple of moments. Don't forget Rob Taylor, top and bottom of the hour, beginning at 6 a.m. We have a long way to go. We're here today till 1 o'clock. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. More of your calls welcome right now. 866-391-1020.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. More than 150 campers have been rescued from raging floodwaters by the National Guard, flying helicopters into the flood zone of Iron County, Missouri. The U.S. is demanding Iran publicly declare it will stop attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz and fully reopen the strait, or the U.S. will resume its bombing campaign. Maine Democrats have announced a convention will happen in 2 weeks, just ahead of a legal deadline to replace Senate candidate Graham Plattner, who officially dropped out today. State Party Chairman Charlie Dingman.
We are announcing that we will hold our nominating convention on Saturday, July 25, where delegates from each of Maine's 16 counties will vote for our new nominee.
He promises transparency. Taylor Swift paid the city of New York to cover the expenses for her wedding, paying $160,000 to the Big Apple, says Mayor Zoran Mamdani. This is ABC News.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss unique recipes you make on the grill. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code Chief, for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Stop smoking, no cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 81. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I also want to bring up about this bridge closure and why it could actually be, I don't want to say a blessing, but it could make us really kind of learn to appreciate what Pittsburgh's about. And I've had to do this many times. And for anybody who says, well, you're not complaining because you don't live in the East. Well, I've lived in the West. I've been to the East. I've been to the North, South. I've been in every traffic jam, every surprise traffic jam, regular traffic jam, had to leave an hour early traffic jam for months, almost a year at a time, or even 2. I mean, I've been here for 40 years, so I've seen it all, right? But one thing when you get detoured, and I even noticed this at home, you have to drop off the main road. And you go through these little neighborhoods and communities. And, I must tell you, I was in Forest Hills not too long ago. First time I'd ever been in there, and I can't tell you how long, right? I was so impressed. Places like Wilkinsburg, Swissville, Rankin. Look, it's Pittsburgh. I absolutely love it. East Pittsburgh. This is such a part of Pittsburgh's history, what we're talking about here. And it's going to help Pittsburgh grow. You understand that? It's going to help Pittsburgh grow because what's going to happen, there are going to be people that are going to be detoured for the next few weeks. And, maybe they're just starting out in their career, or maybe they've been looking to, buy up, get another home. The family's growing. And they're going to find places that they didn't even know existed. They've heard about them, Greenfield, all these wonderful communities that Squirrel Hill, Shadyside. Look, if I ever come back and there's such a thing as reincarnation, I hope that I can actually end up in one of those communities because I love them. I absolutely love when I travel to Squirrel Hill and Shadyside. And there's something so historic about that side of Pittsburgh. I don't know. I just find it fascinating, and I love the history of our city. And sometimes things have to happen to make people realize there's much more than the world that they live in. And it's crazy. I've been thinking about the future, obviously, because of where I am and what I'm going to do. And, I love the little community I live in. And, it's about maybe 6,000 strong. But we've been undergoing a streetscape for a long time now, and it's nowhere near being done. And, when you're my age, you want things done now, right? You don't want to do the big picture. But what it's going to do in the great community of Monaca, it's going to give Monaca a foothold to get more young people to come and to stay in Monaca. Shops and eateries and business will look at that like a fresh coat of paint, and they're going to say to themselves, I might want to put a business in downtown Monaca. So you got to go through a little pain before you get to the end result. But, my mind thinking about where do I want to spend my retirement? What do I want to do? My kids are grown. I see them once in a while, but they've got lives. They don't have time for me. It's a different world now. When we were growing up, our parents were such a constant in our life. I don't think there was ever a day up until the time my mother died that I didn't talk to her, even for a few minutes on the phone. That's just what you did, right? But now with my sisters where they are, as grandmothers and what have you, I don't see them. We don't have the family gatherings anymore. Everybody's kind of got their own little thing. So I've even thought, maybe I'll go to one of these little beach communities like up at Cape Cod. Or someplace like that, Nantucket. And I know it's not cheap, but I'll pick up a bartending job, do something, right? And just kind of, age out right there on the shore. One of these places, where the population isn't overwhelming, and to just kind of get a fresh start and to go to a place where nobody knows who you are and you get a chance to just, ease into that final stage of your life. I got to tell you, there's so many charming places like that in our country, and I've been doing a little research and kind of looking around, and this isn't going to happen anytime soon, but I'm just, I'm thinking. But I'm also trying to put a positive spin on this traffic situation. And I know a lot of people are concerned, but what you all have to understand is the fact that this is the future. This is about making a better way for this region. And there are a lot of these bridges that need replaced. I mean, think about this. If this was 30 years ago, they'd have to tear the bridge down and then build the new bridge. So you realize how long this would have taken? I mean, this would have taken forever. And it's one of the reasons why, and I'm just saying, I'm not so sure it's because we don't have the funds to do this anymore. I think people just road rage is horrible. I mean, just in the news recently again. Honestly, I don't even like to take drives anymore. I don't even like to be out on the road that much anymore because people are crazy. They are. I mean, they are absolutely flat out crazy. So I think a lot of times they leave certain thoroughfares and heavily traveled arteries alone because they don't want to get people that inconvenient. I mean, I hear people slamming on their horns, their brakes, screaming at the people, operating the flag, telling you when to go and stop. I mean, it's terrible. So I also think what this is going to do, it's going to give people a chance to see other parts of Pittsburgh that they drive by every day, but they're going by so fast, trying to get to work, trying to get home, that they don't even realize on what's going on around them. They don't. And in a lot of cases, this may give them a chance to reset. 866-391-1020. Let's go to Sue out in that great community of Bethel Park. Good morning, Sue.
Hey, Rob. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you today?
Okay. I'm wonderful, actually. I'm reinforcing your statements here. Yesterday, I am so happy. My daughter moved over to Bellevue, and I'm from the South Hills. Well, that's like crossing the river.
Bellevue is a great place.
It is. It is. And I'm just discovering so much about it because I'm grandma, and I have a 2-year-old little boy, and I babysit 2 days a week, and I get him in a stroller, and I walk up there. And yesterday, we went to the Avalon Library.
Nice.
We go to the library there in Bellevue. I'm trying to think of the name of that. That librarian's awesome, and there's things for the little kids to do, and they gather, and it's a small group. Oh, that Avalon Library yesterday, I was like so impressed with it. I went in. There's a little train that runs above on the ceiling.
Right.
Where the little toddler area is. And this little guy, he's into trains and trucks and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And they run the the little train at the end, so they'll stay there. They'll stay sitting for a while because toddlers, you know how they are. They
go.
They want to get up and move. Yeah. But I saw the Coons Market there, and
the new one's coming.
I know, I saw it, but from listening to the radio, I thought they closed the old.
No,
the small one's still there, and and that I see the building on the side there. I'm like, wow,
beautiful. Isn't
it? The guy that was coming on, I was talking to him, and he says, yeah, they started in the north side and then moved. He was telling me how they developed Coons Market from the beginning, and I really love that. The one on Banksville Road there.
One of my
favorite. You can walk in and the people are so.
Listen,
if
our CEO Jody Zeman would rent out one of those offices above that strip, I would never have to drive or leave because they've got a little bar there, they've got a restaurant, they got a Starbucks, they got PNC Bank, they got a Wings place, and they got the grocery store. I could live there. I could retire to Banksville Plaza, right?
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's nice. Well, let me ask you about your child, grandchild.
Right.
My sister,
Rory.
Ohio Township, my sister actually goes into Ben Avon every once in a while because I have a niece who works, and, she kind of watches the grandkids every once in a while. What's that like, being with your grandchild?
Oh, my gosh. It's
on a regular basis. Like basically caregiver every day. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm from a family. I just turned 70, so I'm from your generation. we had bigger families then, and you were used to your family support.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a teacher with Pittsburgh Public for over 30 years, and I wanted to be with my kids at home. And my husband was there, and luckily all my sisters lived close, and we sort of traded off kids and stuff. Well, I'd come home, and I would walk the kids, and I just enjoy being with kids because they're fun. Well, now that I'm retired, I realize that you have to start as soon as they're born to contribute as a grandparent. And all these other grandparents I see at the library, they have the toddlers, they're all there trying to do their job. And, it's just like, for example, he saw that little train yesterday, and now there's that train coming up there in Emsworth there.
Mm-hmm.
The librarian was telling me about it. I'm like, oh, my gosh, there are going to be so many people are going to be there just to see that train.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is cool because that is his little interest, and I want to try to be a contributing grandparent. And these other grandparents want to, if their schedule permits.
Right.
But I just had a great day just being grandma yesterday.
How energy-wise, can you keep up? That's got to be a little.
Well,
I'm speaking from experience. It's got to be a little challenging.
Right. Well, I have the energy to do it, but I do have days where I do get tired. But I'll take some liquid vitamins or whatever, and I don't know. I just have the energy when I have the motivation. I get up early, get ready, drive over there before, I leave. I get up at 5:30 here if I drive over to Bellevue. And then I have two other grandsons. They live down in Finleyville, and I'm helping them out. I take them over to the, to the basketball court. They like to play basketball.
My goodness gracious!
Flag football. No, I'm just telling you, as grandma, you got to do your job, or
Yeah, listen,
Grandpa,
my mom did it all. My dad basically said, go over there and get something to eat. That was about the size of it. But my mom, and even my grandmothers did everything. My grandfathers were kind of, stuck in the mud. They were old school. Listen, I played with my kids every single day. I made sure of it to where it was either at work or with my kids. And I'm so glad that I did, because they're gone now. They're grown up. I don't see them that much anymore.
You molded them.
Right,
yeah.
But here's what happens, too, that you get around them and you don't even really know what to talk to them about anymore, because they're just, you can tell their eyes, they're just like, okay, Dad, get to the point and get out of here. I got to go out tonight. But it's okay. It's okay, but I'm glad that I cherished every single second of it, and I miss them. I miss them. But you know what you're doing is a noble, noble thing, Sue.
Yeah, it's quality time with you, too. And what you're doing there on the radio is important too, because you're spreading the message to the city, or you got a broad area you're broadcasting to, and you're doing a great job by communicating the message to there.
Yeah, but I don't have EV True Value in my neighborhood. Andy Amron out there in Bethel Park.
Oh, I know. I love that guy.
That guy's amazing. He does. Speaking of libraries, what they've done out there, their arts festival.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly, I don't know how he's never become mayor, but he should be. The guy's nothing against the current mayor, but Andy Amron is one of the most giving people I've ever met, and I've known Andy for close to 3 decades. He's a special individual.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, he's in the background. If things need fixed, I see his trucks
everywhere.
Out.
Everywhere.
And, and he's he doesn't push any sales on anything. For example, I listened to your program, and I needed salt out there, and I just took my 5-gallon bucket out there, and he just filled it up, and it was I forget what it was, $5.
He's amazing
for the salt. Yeah.
Well, listen,
he's got all these teenage kids here working there too, and they're all happy to load your truck and stuff.
Stay tuned, because when that store opens in Bellevue, I'd like to meet you and shake your hand and maybe get you a cup of coffee, because it's going to be an event. This is going to be a store that, the people are going to come from across the Ohio River, Ohio Township, Ben Avon, Bellevue. It's going to be a real showstopper. You're going to love it.
Wow. Well, I'm working I just went into Avalon there, and I don't know what's further past that, but I'm And plus, there's sidewalks there to walk your you can walk your kid in the.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Bethel here, you don't have those sidewalks for safety, and I don't know.
It's a nice little place. Well, listen.
Oh, it is, but I got to say, Bellevue, that I'm impressed.
Well,
so much.
I'm happy, and maybe we'll meet someday. Have a great day, and thank you for calling me.
All right. Keep on going with that radio, though.
Okay.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right, Sue. Let me take a short break. We'll come back. Anybody else wants to jump in here? We got another hour plus of open talk, and then we roll into our Pittsburgh Works programming. 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch 12:05, 93-7 the Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoshkova, and it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, so I was doing a little bit of thinking about all the things that have evolved and changed. And we were talking about if this bridge was going to be replaced, say, 25, 30 years ago, it would have been a different story. I just still find it really fascinating that they were able to build the new bridge and they're going to be able to just slide it in. I mean, it's really amazing when you think about it. And these people in the building trades, and I mean all of them, the carpenters, electricians, plumbers, power drivers, boilermakers, steam fitters, heavy equipment operators, all of them. They're amazing, these men and women. And I think it's going to get to the point where you're going to be seeing major projects take a year less than they normally would. But I also think, and I know a lot of people, especially those in real estate, may not want to hear this, but I think you're going to have more and more in the next 25 years, more and more people working from home. I was talking to somebody the other day that told me they got to get ready to go back into work, and they've been doing a hybrid type of thing. This is a friend that I went to school with, known forever. And I said to him, I said, well, how does that make you feel? And he said, look, I mean, it's okay. But he says, you know, I really was able to get a lot more done. And, you know, he was talking about maybe, you know, I want to do certain things, but now I'm going to have to put a lot of them on hold because I'm going to get back to what, you know, my life used to be before, you know, I started working from home. So I started to think about how much time I've spent on the road. And this is something that I did 7 days a week for close to 30 years. It was hour into Pittsburgh, hour back, over to Ohio, West Virginia, sometimes back to Pittsburgh. So I was spending on the road probably 3.5 to 4 hours a day. And that meant if I was getting up like I do on the weekends, because I did the morning show forever here, where I was working the overnight shift or the later evening shift or the afternoon shift, and I would have to kind of piecemeal all the other things to make them work. Sometimes I'd be in Ohio in the morning or in the afternoon, back in West Virginia at night. I mean, it went on like that forever. So I think we're going to notice a big difference. And they talk about 100,000 vehicles a day. I'm not saying that's not a possibility, but I really believe because of how people work today and what they do, it's just going to be totally different. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think, because a lot of people who did work from home are still working from home, even if it is a hybrid situation. And I think those who were doing it during the pandemic, if I'm their employer, I simply say, look, it's summertime. We're looking at 25 days here. Just turn the computer back on and do what you can, what you did before from home. And here's the other thing. It's going to relieve a lot of stress on people who are going to be stressed out to begin with. Look, I must tell you, before GPS, before, the ability, we have these great traffic reports here now, which are awesome at KDKA. You had to really get a map or plan out, or you would have to take the Sunday before Monday and find a road. Actually, and I used to do it. You take like an hour or two out of your day to find where you were going to be going because you had a job to get to. And I really think it's going to change. And I also, we want to keep people moving into certain communities and keep them here. I think a lot of people, because they're going to have to drop down off of I-376, are going to find places in Pittsburgh. I mean, look, Pittsburgh's a really charming community. There's so many good things going on right now. And you actually have leadership, I think, who's young and who gets it. And I think the future is bright. I really do. And I think that's how you have to look at this bridge. But people are going to be able to experience parts of Pittsburgh. You realize that part of Pittsburgh, okay, out towards that 376 and that Squirrel Hill Tunnel, that's really where Pittsburgh wrote the story. I mean, that's where, George Westinghouse, that's really where Pittsburgh wrote those first few chapters that changed the course of our community. When Grand Street was truly Wall Street and you had Frick, Carnegie, Morgan, that part of Pittsburgh, especially manufacturing, East Pittsburgh, for people who know East Pittsburgh, when Westinghouse was thriving, it was the go-to place. It was the go-to place. And a lot of those people who built up those suburbs and got things going, that's where it started. Then it all kind of came down into the Golden Triangle. And obviously you had the Hill District booming. You have the South Side. You have the North Side. And then all of a sudden, Allegheny County exploded and grew in population. And then it just kept steamrolling. Into Washington County, obviously Beaver County is still a big part of it, Lawrence County. But look what's happened in Butler County. When you think of Cranberry, what it was even when I was a kid growing up and what it is now, it's phenomenal. But it really all started in this part of Pittsburgh. And maybe, just maybe, with this bridge, maybe it's the start of something big moving forward. I don't know. Squirrel Hole tunnels were always my favorite. Fort Pitt Tunnel, Liberty Tubes, great. But I always liked the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and I don't know why, but I always liked them. And I've always liked places like Swissvale and Rankin and Churchill. I love those places. We have a store out there, Coons Market. I love that part of Pittsburgh, and it's really full of history. So, let's just get through this together. But I really think, and I'd love you folks to get a hold of me during the week when I'm in, just to let me know how it went, because there's nothing better than getting a verbal visual from somebody who's actually driven in it, And the other thing, too, is so if you have to leave a little bit early, I know, nobody likes to leave early for anything. Believe me, getting up at 2 a.m., going to bed at midnight, which I've been doing for years on the weekends, it's not a treat, right? I've said before, by the time I get through Sunday, it takes me till Wednesday to recover. But I get it. But sometimes, when you get up and you get out a little early, you get to decompress a little bit, listen to the radio, have that cup of coffee, and just ease your way into the day. So I just want you all to think positive about it. And I know it's easier said than done. But from someone who has been on a day-to-day basis, traffic's back to the top of Green Tree Hill. I think I heard that every day for almost 3 decades, because I'd be coming into work in the morning or trying to get in the afternoon, and it was always top of Green Tree Hill. So there's other ways. Look, I come into work a lot on Route 65 during the week. I don't know why, I just do. But I love going through places like Swickley and then obviously in Bellevue and Ben Avon and that Avalon School District. I mean, I really do love it. I drop over into McKees Rocks, and I love Pittsburgh. So let's embrace this, and let's just understand it's going to be for the good. It's just a month at the most, maybe a little longer, but it's going to be amazing. So let's just try to look at the bright side. All right, Rob's got everything coming up in the way of news at 6. Then we have another hour of Open Talk, and we'll kind of get to some of the other stuff making news on the national and international basis. That's moments away. And I'm going to talk about John Fetterman, too. Something very interesting kind of going through my mind about him. Stay with us.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, it's morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure. The detours have begun. One major concern when it comes to the detours that the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge will create is that of response times. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
O'Connor went on to say he and his team are working closely with state officials to alleviate any issues that may arise. Now, one detour that thousands of motorists are expected to take is by getting onto the turnpike in Monroeville, heading west to the Harmer exit, and then spending a short time on Freeport Road, and then jumping on the Route 28 to head towards downtown. As for officials in Wilkinsburg, they're hoping that more motorists will exit the inbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg exit, and then head down Penn Avenue through Wilkinsburg's main corridor. The Wilkinsburg Community Development Corporation is touting the experience, quote, "skip the tunnel," urging drivers to check out some of the businesses in Wilkinsburg. Jeanette police say they're investigating an apparent hit and run where someone hit a 3-year-old boy back on Tuesday night and then fled the scene. It happened in the 800 block of Gaskell Avenue. The boy sustained a sprained neck and ankle and has concussion and contusion on his forehead. The boy's mother reported the car involved was gray, possibly a newer model Hyundai or Kia. Anyone with information on that incident is asked to call Jeanette police. A man is charged in a shooting that happened earlier this week in Uniontown. DA Mike Oberle says 41-year-old Jimmy Bradley is accused of shooting someone outside of his apartment on Titus Place back on July 6th. Oberle says the victim was hit in the arm. Officers recovered multiple firearms at Bradley's apartment, where the DA says he cannot own one. He's being held without bail. KDK Radio News Time at 6:03. Coming up, the AccuWeather forecast.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you tried the only stop smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so Rob, you're the guy that really is the best to answer this. But from what I hear, KDK Television showing a graphic today saying that the local detour is 30 minutes, interstate detour 28, 76, 28, 29 minutes. So not all that bad. But for a guy who knows every back alley, every street, every artery, every main street when it comes to Pittsburgh, if you had to travel that road every day, what would be the best route, or how would you approach it? Go ahead.
Well, on the inbound side, I think I'm getting as close as possible. So I'm getting off at the Edgewood Swissvale exit coming in.
Yep.
And then, for me, if I'm, obviously going downtown, I'm just gonna, take that right and go through Regent Square, and then you could either make a left at Forbes Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
And then go through Squirrel Hill, and then take Forbes pretty much all the way to Oakland, into town. Obviously you have to get on Fifth Avenue. Or you could just, if you get off at that Edgewood Swissville exit and keep going to Penn Avenue, and then make a left, and now you're going kind of through East Liberty Point Breeze area. And then and from there you can hit Fifth Avenue, and I don't want to say a straight shot downtown, but you can get downtown that way.
Listen,
there's a lot of people trying to get back onto the Parkway East
as quick as possible.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you bypass the Squirrel Hill tunnels, obviously you can't go through the tunnels, but when you get off at Edgewood Swissvale and you're bypassing the Squirrel Hill tunnels by going through the city,
right?
There's really no. Unless you go through Oakland, there's a part past Carlow University on Fifth Avenue.
Right.
So once you pass Carlow University, you can jump back onto the Parkway East heading downtown. So you can do that. But once you pass the Squirrel Hill tunnels and you're into Oakland, you're basically almost to downtown.
You're home free.
Yeah, you're almost downtown right
so
there.
I told you he was a human GPS system. Listen, you're amazing. But It's also a couple of things that I said, and I know you were in the newsroom, just in case you missed it. A couple of things I said. It's going to give people a chance to see Pittsburgh, too. And look, I know nobody likes to be delayed, especially when you're trying to get home. But you're going to find some places that you've been driving by your whole life, and you're going to say to yourself, boy, there's a lot more to Pittsburgh than just these major highways. And remember back in the day, there wasn't that Squirrel Hill Tunnel and there wasn't that road. So, people found a way, and we'll get through it too. But the thing that just blows me away is that if this was even being done 20 years ago, they'd had to knock the bridge down, build the new bridge. This thing would have gone on forever. But the thought process of this bridge being built, the demolition of the old bridge and moving the new one in, and even if they go a month and a half or 2 months, which I'm not hoping, but if they do, it's still a modern marvel when you think about it.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a part of a bridge done. It's just chilling right next
just
to the
waiting to do its thing.
They're gonna obviously demolish the old bridge and then quote slide this new bridge in. I've never seen anything like. I've never seen a bridge done right next to the old bridge. So yeah, it is a modern marvel.
And here's the thing I think too. This is a Dutch company kind of doing this, but this is going to be the first of many. And what it's going to be able to do, all these years, the great people at PennDOT have had to put major projects off because they know it's going to be a crippling situation when it comes to the commute. They're going to be able to do these things now because of this new thing of being able to build a bridge and then slide it in. And the other thing, too, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but, we all kind of got used to, the whole hybrid thing or working from home during the pandemic. And a lot of people still have that home office. So maybe for the month, maybe some of those who are able can actually work from home for a month.
Yeah, that could be a situation. But obviously this morning, Saturday morning is different than a Monday morning.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see how how people are able to get around that first Monday morning and 2 mornings. And then, of course, the commute coming back on Monday afternoon. Because, every time I think about the Parkway East, I think about doing traffic and thinking about that outbound in the afternoon and, being packed at the Bended Bates on your way to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And now everybody's going to get off right around there at that Squirrel Hill. So.
See, I'm at the age now that I know where I'm going to be. There was a time for years when I was your age and a little older and a little younger, I never knew from second to second. So all I can say is good luck. We're all counting on you. You know what I'm saying? I'll be honest with you, man. I've been in traffic jams like you cannot believe. I mean, going back to when I had no air conditioning in my car, and all the fumes and everything. I mean, honestly, traffic has never really been that bad for, I don't know, maybe 10 years. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it just evolved because of what eventually happened with the pandemic. But I can literally say, even with all the construction happening now, it's not anywhere near as bad as it was back in the 90s. It really isn't. I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, pretty good sledding. And I think this is going to be a lot more. I mean, like I said to my audience too, Rob, I remember there was a time when you would take your Sunday and spend an hour just mapping out in your car how you were going to get to work, looking for alternatives. You didn't even have all this. I mean, we got traffic here. You got all this stuff that PennDOT does. You got a GPS system. I mean, it's not like we're going to the local gas station and getting a road map anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You got the Google Maps, and I guess MapQuest is still around,
and the radio. What we're doing here has never been more important. This is going to be go time. So for all of you doing traffic, a lot of people are going to be listening to you, and I get it.
And I like that point you said about people being able to see parts of Pittsburgh, and as me being an East Sider, people. I'm thinking about people getting off at right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the outbound side, and then heading through like Murray Avenue and checking out some of the businesses in Squirrel Hill, and then maybe hitting from Murray, you hit Forbes, and I'm just thinking about the Wilkinsburg businesses. I just said in the newscast that Wilkinsburg is coming out with the Skip the Tunnel promotion, so you can check out all the businesses along Penn Avenue. So it's obviously it's not ideal situation, but time to make the most of it and give yourself a lot more extra time, and then check out some of the East Side neighborhoods.
Listen, I also was saying that's where Pittsburgh's birth, man. That's where it all started. East Pittsburgh, Westinghouse. I mean, there's a lot of history there. And look, if I had no place to go after work at night, and I pretty much was doing the 9 to 5, I would make it a point, a little early, stop in one of these places for a quick breakfast, but definitely at the end of the day, only for a month, maybe 3 or 4 nights out of the week, I'd stop off and have dinner somewhere.
Yeah, and for me, I have no intention of getting on the Parkway East for the next 3.5 weeks. You know, I'm going to be driving all through the East Side neighborhoods. Of course, I know them all, and you know, I encourage people, you know, don't fret. You know, take some alternate routes and you know, check out the East Side and don't really worry about the Parkway East.
Wilkinsburg is a great community.
Oh yeah,
I mean, talk about history. You know, when Pittsburgh say, "Hey, you want to be a part of us?" They're like, "Man, we got it. We got it figured out. We're okay. Leave us alone." But listen, I think our great news department should actually visit some of these communities to let people know that, you know, there's a rose. You just have to look for it every once in a while amongst a bunch of thorns. And there's some really cool places that people are going to have a chance to see. And a lot of these communities, they've reinvented themselves to where they've got a healthy downtown. And you're going to get a chance to see some of this stuff. And maybe people will understand why we are the city of neighborhoods.
And yeah, Wilkinsburg, I'm pretty much there a couple times a week.
Are
and
you?
They got the Wilkinsburg Community Development Corporation. They're doing a lot of things to revitalize Wilkinsburg, and you know, people are going to be going to see, you know, more of Swissvale.
I love Swissvale.
Edgewood,
love it.
Yeah, so East Side getting some shine.
Well, Swissvale's got a place called Goodfellows, okay? Not to be confused with the movie. It's actually owned by the mayor, and I was out there a while back when the Nippon U.S. Steel deal, we were trying to get it to the finish line, and I had all these mayors, and we did this, like, podcast, and it was really cool. And I don't know what it is. I've always loved that part of Pittsburgh. And you think about some of those homes and how they were built, and they're still standing today, and people are refurbishing them. I don't know. I just like looking at the glass half full, man.
Yeah, let's look at it half full. I mean, you know, it's the whole Parkway East is not closed.
No.
You know, so it's just this area right here. And
you guys are lucky because they still call it the Parkway East. We no longer call it the Parkway West. And I'll be honest with you, I miss calling it the Parkway West. It's all I-376 now. Nobody ever says Parkway West anymore.
Oh.
And you know what else, too? For a month, give PRT some cash. Let them negotiate. Just catch a bus and ride into town.
Hey, that busway.
I'm telling you.
Busway, hey, park at the Swissvale Park and Ride. That's where the busway starts, and let the P1 take you downtown. I mean, I can tell you, $275 is the fare.
That's it.
Yeah, just $275 one way, or you can get a day pass for $7.
That's it.
That's it.
That's less than what's a little under a gallon of gasoline.
I'm telling you. P1.
Why would people not do that?
Swissvale Park and Ride, Wilkinsburg Park and Ride.
Oh.
They got tons of spaces over there. Take the bus on in.
See, this is why I said to management, I'll stay if you give me Rob Taylor. Listen, now, honestly, Rob.
I'm telling you, Wilkinsburg Park and Ride has about, I don't know, at least 1,000 parking spaces all through there.
Tell our boss, Mr. Comanche, to get that great talent Tamara Rush out there, or David Ballarado doing some pieces on this. Honestly, I'm always a big promoter of the PRT, but I never realized it was that reasonable.
Oh, I'm $275 one way,
and you can read a paper. You can sit, look at your phone.
Yeah, get a new Pittsburgh Courier.
Yeah,
you know, take the P1 in, and I'm telling you, you know, it's got. Let's see, you can. I think there's an East Liberty. I think you can park somewhere around there and jump on. But I would say Swissvale Park and Ride, Wilkinsburg Park and Ride. You'll be in downtown in no time. You'll be out of downtown in no time. Back to your car and on to the
let me
east
tell
side
you what
go.
I think could happen. It could actually help them as it did with the draft. We saw what they did.
Mm-hmm.
But this may convince people, why do I even want to drive?
And the draft was 3 days of people. This is 3 weeks worth of people for PRT.
$275 one way. Are you kidding me? That's a bag of chips. All right, appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks, Rob. I'm telling you, you got to just embrace it because the future is going to be bright. All right, short break. 866-391-1020. How about you folks, Park and Ride? Have you done it? You love it? Who wouldn't? I mean, that's the way to go. What Rob said, that's the way to go. 866-391-1020. Lots more to get to when we get back. Open talk until 7.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch 12:05, 93-7 the Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoskova. And it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to get to this hour, we're going to go back to the phones now, though. And if I don't, I'll get to it this weekend. I want you to think about this bridge project and look at it as the way I look at it. It's building a bridge to the future, obviously. But so are the jobs surrounding this bridge. You know, PennDOT, obviously the building trades. You think about all the material, things that are going into this whole process. You think about those people that are, you know, that PRT employee and how that brand continues to grow, future generations from one family to the next, people working on these incredible pieces of machinery, driving them, doing all of the things that really Pittsburgh needs. You need families who can get good paying jobs that give them a life-sustaining paycheck and all the things that come with it, a pension, health care. All of that stuff really is involved because of these jobs. All right, 866-391-1020. Here's George in Clairton. Hey, Georgie.
All righty. You know, that was a really good piece you and Mr. Tater, you and Rob did together.
Thank you. He's a smart guy.
That area.
Smart guy.
Yeah, I could tell. That area is kind of special to me because that's where my mom's family was from, Swissville. I was born in Wilkinsburg. A lot of people don't know that. But
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I think I didn't go to school there at all. When we got there, and my dad worked at Clairton Mill. he got too many hassles trying to make it here in 20 minutes. But there was some road rage in it. From Wilkinsburg to Clareton, that's a rough ride in 20 minutes. But when you talk about all the neighborhoods, you used to talk about Pittsburgh has about 80, 90 neighborhoods, and every 8 to 10 blocks is a new neighborhood. That would bring some exposure to that area. People would get off the beaten path. I know a lot of people are afraid. A lot of people think they're going to get lost. But the way Rob said, you got Forbes, if you're coming off the eastbound end, and go up a little further, a little north. I still view things north and west, north, south, east, and west. Go up to hit Penn, and you got a lot of neighborhoods on Penn. Take that all the way into the city. It's probably more efficient to take Forbes. But just to get in between all of that and see what's there. And with my job, we talked about for the CIA, tongue-in-cheek, learning all those neighborhoods and getting in there. I know them, but I haven't driven them and haven't been in the back place. There's people that still make a living. They're making food. They're doing things. They're making crafts. You just got to get out there and see what's going on. There's a lot to be seen than just going right down to the North Shore or right down where Monroeville isn't like it once was. But there's neighborhoods that could actually thrive again. I said that years ago, and it didn't really happen when the mills went down. I thought people would rely more on arts, like jazz, arts, things like that. But then people take a different route sometimes. But it would be good exposure for people to see really what's here.
It would be. And, here's the thing, too, George. You bring up a lot of good points. But housing, very reasonable. And look, you and I grew up in a time to where Main Street was your life. I mean, I grew up in New Brighton, Pennsylvania, and very rarely did we venture to a Beaver Falls or a Rochester. We were on 3rd Avenue in New Brighton. We went and got our groceries there. We did our banking there. We went to church there. We went to school there. My grandmother lived there. So, maybe this will give people a chance to say, you know what? Maybe the suburbs are nice, but maybe it might not be a bad idea, especially people who are getting a little bit older, maybe be able to move into a town where they could walk to the corner store and get some of the stuff that they need. Look, that's where Pittsburgh, the recipe for success started. And I love that part of Pittsburgh, and I love that small community charm. I love it.
So we could think back 60 years at a clip. I mean, we were probably like 4th, 5th grade then. 66, I was going to 5th grade. You were a year behind. I remember going into Swissville, down in Braddock, seeing the vendors even in Braddock, the haberdasheries, my dad used to call them, the guys that sold the nice fine clothes and suits. I know that's not going to come back like that, but that does give you a sense of community, and you know where you are. And as far as the Ponce, too, I think their money's mostly going to go into the Braddock Works, ET, from what I've heard from some people. I don't know what's going to trickle down into Clareton upstream, but I think that area has a shot. It's a little bit more of a shot, actually, than even in this end of the Mon River.
That's how you have to look at it. And when you think about like East Pittsburgh and Swissville and Rankin, and you think about, Woodland Hills when those schools were all by themselves, right? I mean, I don't think people realize that the immensity of Pittsburgh at one time. And for us to get a chance, because of this little bit of a miscue with this traffic situation, to see some of these places that many people have never seen, who knows? Maybe it could open a few eyes, and maybe there could be something really positive come out of all of this.
Well, that was in its infancy when I was working for the county housing in '86, 40 years ago, right now, and I loved it. Every weekend I was planning out a new plan of attack where we were headed. We worked in every project owned and ran by the county housing, not the individual municipalities, and it was great. I could be all the way from the Trona Heights down into Morgan, which is on the border of Route 50. Started off at the McKee Rocks Terrace. Just met people from all over this area, and people that came in by hook or by crook into this area because of, it was housing. It was things that was opening up to them. That's 40 years now, and we've been stagnant for a long time, but people have to sometimes look within and see what's here.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. Thanks, Georgie. Good call. Maybe what we'll kind of do when we get into next week, maybe we'll give you folks, if you live in a Swissville or a Rankin or an East Pittsburgh or a Churchill, or Squirrel Hill, a Shady Side, give you a chance to call in and talk about your community a little bit, what you love about it. And if you've been there your whole life or you just moved to one of those locations, what do you love about it? Look, every time I have ever head towards the Squirrel Hill tunnels, there's usually that traffic jam where the old Union Switch and Signal used to be along the water, all of that little industrial park that's there. It's all, and you can see the cathedral learning off to the left. It's always been that way. I mean, always. But I never complained because it really gave me a chance to witness some special places. I mean, when you think of even Oakland, looking at the Cathedral Learning, still one of the most beautiful views anywhere on the planet, is it not? But I mean, winding your way along the beautiful river and just seeing all of the things, and then all of a sudden these little communities start to pop up. There's really a lot of beautiful things in and around Pittsburgh, and sometimes you got to slow down to be able to see what's happening in the rest of the world. Like every time I see the Triangle Bar in Swissvale, this is what my thought process is. All of the people for all of the years that worked at the mill, that went in there for a cold beer after work, grabbed something to eat and went home, many of them did it on foot. I mean, many of them literally would leave the front porch every day, go to that mill gate at the end of Main Street, and then walk out, go get something to eat, and go home, eat, sleep, and repeat. And they did it for decades, and they were happy to do it. And it was one hand washing the other. And that's what built all of these communities. That's what they stand on. I mean, all of the great athletes in the school districts and the shops, the eateries, the family restaurants have been in families for generations. So, you know, this may give us a chance to kind of revisit why Pittsburgh is, no matter what anyone says, still someplace special. All right, Rob's coming up next with the news, and we'll get back. A couple of more segments of Open Talk, and then we'll get ready for some Pittsburgh Works programming today on KDKA. Good morning.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Argentina arrives as defending champions, anchored by its aging but peerless creative forward, the greatest of his generation. Behind him, a disciplined midfield and explosive wide attackers make them a threat from every angle.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, it's morning number one of the closure, the partial closure of the Parkway East. Detours have begun. One major concern when it comes to the detours that the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge has created is that of first response times. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So, yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
O'Connor went on to say he and his team are working closely with state officials to alleviate any issues that may arise. City Council member Barb Warwick's district includes Squirrel Hill and parts of Oakland, and she's anticipating significant traffic disruptions as a result of the closure. Warwick joked that her constituents have experience dealing with detours.
I think that at this point, especially in Squirrel Hill, that's sort of my main business district in District 5. With Charles Anderson being closed for so long in Panther Hollow, traffic is kind of what's for breakfast in District 5 these days.
And she's urging neighbors to add extra time to their commutes. Well, an excited and enthusiastic crowd on hand Friday afternoon for the ribbon cutting of the new Homewood Pool. Community leaders and elected officials alike were on hand for the ceremony. Mayor O'Connor says it's not the politicians who deserve the credit.
But this doesn't happen without community determination, a community that fought for their future.
The pool is part of a nearly $23 million makeover of Homewood Park. KDKA Radio News Time at 6:32. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast next.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 81. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, here we go. Final couple of segments of Open Talk. If you want to jump in here, feel free. Been a very busy first 90 minutes of the program. We've got a long way to go. We're here till 1 o'clock today. Jessica will be here next hour, Jessica Festa, the Optilux Wellness Center. And then at 8 o'clock, Neil Major and Ben Lewis in today for Brian Carranza, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. MediConnect, the Inside Connection. I believe it's Lance O'Brien today. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. Marita Williams back making a rare appearance on AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then we have a bonus hour of Open Talk today, so lots to get to. And we've really kind of kept the whole thing local today because the big story, the closure, Commercial Street Bridge, everybody's wondering, everybody's reporting on it. And as I told you, local detour, they're saying about 30 minutes, interstate detour, 28 minutes, and 76, 28, 29 minutes. But tried to kind of put a positive spin on this thing because, you know, it's going to happen. It's underway, and it's going to be here for the next month, give or take, right? A few days. But you got to consider, you got to look at the glass half full, okay? This is a modern marvel. If this thing, as I said, was being done 10, 15, 20 years ago, this thing would have been a year long, and then they'd had to take a break because of all the weather-related issues, and it could have been a really royal pain in the derriere, right? But because of this Dutch company and what they've been able to do, and I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of clueless about certain things. When I'm traveling, my brain is like firing on all cylinders, and I'm looking at this, and I'm a multitasker. I mean, if you would see what I do at my home studio just to get ready to come on the air now, and it's only because we have so many different forms to get information. Smartphone, all of the news outlets, the Odyssey app, KDKA, online, traditionally 100.1 FM, AM 1020. So always, always, always KDKA television, ABC radio news, ABC news. I mean, it's just a constant influx of information. And this was a while back. I mean, like a while back. And I have all these friends in the building trades, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, the utmost respect for these men and women. And I'm driving out there and I'm like, what are they making on the side of this bridge here? What are they doing here? Is it like look like a giant deck patio? I'm thinking, this was like early on. I'm like, what are they doing here? And then all of a sudden it kind of dawned on me. One day I was rolling back from our Coons Market out there, and I was coming back, and I went, oh, my goodness. They're building the bridge. They're going to actually slide that thing into place. I mean, when we were kids growing up, and I don't know how many of you remember, probably very few, how many of you remember erector sets? I don't know if you remember them or not. I'm probably the only person that remembers them. But what they were just various pieces of metal, nuts and bolts, right? And you could build all sorts of things, a crane, a bridge, a skyscraper. I mean, pieces of machinery that look like, mechanical tools or some sort of machinery, a tractor, a bulldozer. I mean, you could do all sorts of things. And if I remember correctly, it came in a red box, and it was just a bunch of silver metal pieces, right? Well, when I saw this thing, because I got caught in the traffic jam and had a chance to really peek over and look at it a little bit, that's what it reminded me of. And I thought, even as a kid, when I would come up with something spectacular and I'd run to show my dad or mom because I couldn't believe that I did it, that's the same feeling I had when I realized what they were doing. I mean, do you understand? We live in a lifetime where these carpenters, electricians, engineers, and the great people at PennDOT, what they are doing, if I would have told anybody back when I was growing up that they were going to be able to build a bridge, slide it in, bolt it into place, they'd have said, what are you like nipping your dad's whiskey? What's wrong with you? But they're doing it. I mean, they're going to actually blow up the old bridge, demolish it, and move in a new bridge. And it's going to all happen within a matter of days. It's really phenomenal when you think about it, but it's going to be really cool. But then the other thing I started thinking about, I always promote jobs first, jobs last. I'm always talking about career and, we need life-sustaining jobs. I mean, let's face it, we talked this morning about the property tax situation, Pittsburgh surrounding area, how people can't take much more, but, you got shrinking tax bases, you got school districts that are suffering. We need more money. We need cash flow in Western Pennsylvania, right? I mean, the mayor's been on the beat trying to make it happen. Rachel Heisler's been talking about it forever, the great Pittsburgh public schools. You got some of these nonprofits that have really stepped up and done a lot of good things, which is awesome. But it comes down to good jobs. And do you understand, not only are the jobs that I'm about to tell you about are paving a way to a bigger, better, brighter future, but these are also paychecks that people can actually have life-sustaining jobs. You understand what I mean? Life-sustaining jobs. They get a paycheck. They're able to buy a home, take care of their family, actually go out and celebrate with a dinner or two, go on vacation, put gas in their car, have a reliable vehicle, clothes on their back. I mean, groceries on a regular basis. That's what everybody hopes for. But these checks also go back into the place that these people are from because of their taxes. That's why health care is so important. I talked about the AHN Heritage Valley, this merger now in which AHN, the signs are going up. It's a sign of the future, and it's great because those employees, some 3,000 that we had in Beaver County, Heritage Valley, and of course their Swickley Hospital are now going to be a part of the great brand that's Highmark, a healthcare company, and AHN, and they're going to still have these great paychecks pumping into the community. Plus, they're doing life-saving medicine too. So I'm just saying, there's so much more happening in this world today. Sometimes you just got to step back a little bit and smell the coffee. And these are great-paying jobs. These jobs at PennDOT. And here's the other thing: all the materials from the concrete, the steel, this, that, whatever. I'm sure it's like 90% coming from here. And then you have all these people who go on a lunch break, right? Or pack their lunch. They go to a grocery store. All of that stuff comes into play. All of that stuff comes into play. Not to mention what this bridge is going to look like. So try to really take the high road if you can. 866-391-1020. Here's Jane in Squirrel Hill. Jane, good morning. Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning, Rob. I just wanted to say that I think people should be prepared for traffic delays longer than what they expect because of the Anderson Bridge and the Panther Hollow Bridge being out, because that eliminates that traffic flow coming out through the Boulevard of the Allies.
Good point.
And CMU has changed the traffic flow on Forbes Avenue. There are many more lights. So if you're thinking of going Forbes Avenue, remember you have to then hook up with Fifth Avenue, because the Fifth and Forbes are not continuous. So that's another problem. But there are ways to go where you can use Second Avenue. And if you remember back, 40 years ago when they did all the construction, Second Avenue was a viable alternative to points east. So you can take that from town and go out through Hazelwood and go up and hook up with, Route 30 eventually. But you can go along those river towns. You can also go through Homestead by using the Homestead High-Level Bridge and the Rankin Bridge. You can go across the Homestead High-Level Bridge or just come out from town through the south side, which will be another bottleneck given all the traffic lights. So there are alternative routes that we haven't used for years because people don't really go that way anymore.
So let me ask you something. You obviously know that turf. That's your turf, Squirrel Hill. So what do you think it's going to be like? I mean, at its worst, what do you think it's going to be like? You think it's going to be more than 30 minutes as they're predicting?
I think it'll be a little longer than that. Remember, most of these people who are using the Commercial Street Bridge, they're just bypassing. They're coming from points west and east, and they're going to, the airport. You used to be able to get off if there was a problem with the Squirrel Hill Tunnel.
Right.
You could get off and bypass it using Commercial Street. You won't be able to do that. The people who live in the Swiss Elm Park area, they're landlocked now. They have to go out Braddock Avenue. They have to go out Penn Avenue because they can't use Commercial to get up through Squirrel Hill. So I feel sorry for those people because they have a whole access cut off. That little community is a wonderful community. That's where I was raised and my grandparents were raised. You could bypass Squirrel Hill tunnels by using Commercial Street. So you could go to town without going through the tunnels or go to Monroeville without going through the tunnels. But now they're landlocked. They're going to suffer the most, I think. Plus, they're going to have all that traffic coming down for the people who are working underneath the bridge.
It is. Listen, it is kind of amazing when you think about what they're doing, though, don't you think?
I think it's stunning. I have been down there and I have looked at how they've sort of graded the landscape and everything, and they had parts of the bridge sitting down there, like the support beams, and I am in awe. If my father were living,
he'd be
he
amazed.
would have been able to sit on his back porch and watch the whole thing at a distance. And he would have been doing that because that's what men do. It'll be great because once it's finished, the traffic will flow freely and you won't have to worry about the condition of the bridge. I just wish that the city would get the Anderson Bridge finished. That's been way too long. And Panther Hollow, because that traffic in Oakland, it's been rerouted. Remember, those folks that can't use those two access points, they're coming up Fifth Avenue. Fifth and Forbes will be a nightmare, and so will Penn. Penn Avenue, there's congestion as it is, going down past that Google campus and then going into East Liberty. It's going to be a problem for people, and I think everybody should probably try to avoid Penn Avenue if they can. That's my feeling.
Well, listen, well said, and obviously I wanted to hear from someone who is in the middle of it all, and you are. But, you got to look at the bright side. Imagine if they were doing it the way they did it when your dad and my dad were at the height of their, working years and raising their children. This thing would have taken years to get done.
Well, they would have done it as they worked in the past. It would have been one side and then the other side. Do you remember how they did that before?
Yeah. I do. Honestly, I still can't even fathom how this is going to be done. I think the most exciting thing is going to watch them roll this thing into place. I hope everybody's got their cameras that should be there media-wise and has a chance to see it, because I think it would be something that we could really cherish. And I think our kids and grandkids are going to be talking about it for years to come.
I think, it's an amazing process. And it's never been done in the United States at this length. I mean, they've done something like 8-feet bridges, 12-feet bridges. This is a long span. And, of course, this company has done it in Europe. And so I have confidence in them. But I also expect that it will take longer than 25 days.
This is a 22 million ton bridge. You realize that?
I can't even gather those thoughts in my mind, but I just hope it all works out well.
Well, if you have a large house, you could start renting out some rooms, maybe make some money.
I don't have any for rent.
You could have a little bed and breakfast action there.
But I will go back and say this.
Yes.
At one time, Braddock was a fabulous town. Swissvale was fabulous. And that east end of Pittsburgh really suffered when the mills went out of business, and then when the Woodland Hills School District people just took off.
Yeah.
That's a great end of this town. Wilkinsburg used to be fabulous, and they're doing a lot of work over there. I hope that it all comes back.
Me too.
It was a great place.
It was.
Great place.
I still love all of those places. I really, really do. All right, Dorian McKee's Rocks will finish it up in just a minute. Jessica is on her way. She'll be here as we hit 7 o'clock with the news at Rob. Then we'll roll into our Pittsburgh Works programming with the Optulux Wellness Center. So we are just underway for a Saturday. It's your Pratt Pack. Where else would you rather be? KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020. Good morning.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch 12:05, 93-7 the Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoskova. And it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in
in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss unique recipes you make on the grill. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, if I do say so myself, that was rather refreshing, was it not? We talked a lot about, obviously, that bridge, the closure, what we're going to be dealing with. We were talking about some of these state universities and free tuition, talking about the property tax situation. So we spent the first 2 hours today all local, all the time. So good stuff. We're going to be back in the noon hour today. Some of the other things we obviously need to talk about that we're going to get to in that noon hour, give you a chance to chime in to wrap up our day. But in the meantime, Rob's coming up with the news at 7, and then Jessica Festa, the Optilux Wellness Center, and we'll get underway with our Pittsburgh Works programming for a Saturday with your Pratt Pack. Stay with us. Much more still to come. And again, Rob's got all the news coming up next at 7. And then it's the Optilux Wellness Center, followed by Secure Money Advisors on the Money. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. And 11 o'clock, AAA East Central Talking Travel right here on KDKA Pittsburgh.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you." "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Lose weight. Alex Goen, patented hypnosis.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the weight loss hypnosis hype? I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods. I lost another 10 pounds. I brought my husband. He lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved.
The only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food. So you lose the weight and keep it off. 10 pounds, 30, whatever your goal, only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking, 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, it's morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure. Detours have begun, and one major concern when it comes to the detours, the closure the Commercial Street Bridge has, is that of first response times. And Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
One detour that thousands of motorists are expected to take is by getting onto the turnpike in Monroeville and then heading westbound to the Harmer exit. You spend a short time on Freeport Road and then jump onto Route 28 on the inbound side to head towards downtown. As for officials in Wilkinsburg, they're hoping that more motorists will exit the inbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg exit. and then head down Penn Avenue through Wilkinsburg's main corridor. The Wilkinsburg Community Development Corporation is touting the experience, quote, skip the tunnel, urging drivers to check out some of the businesses in Wilkinsburg. Jeanette police say they're investigating an apparent hit and run where someone hit a 3-year-old boy back on Tuesday night and then fled the scene. It happened in the 800 block of Gaskell Avenue. The boy sustained a sprained neck and ankle and has a concussion and contusion on his forehead. The boy's mother reported the car involved was gray, possibly a newer Hyundai or Kia. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to call Jeanette police. Shocking moment at a busy shopping center when a car plowed into the front of a store. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
It was just past 12:30 today when Andrew Deary of McDonald was working at the nearby Market District at Settlers Ridge when he saw the driver of a Honda Civic lose control of her car.
I just got done loading someone's car. She jumped the curb by our lot. She jumped the curb like towards the end there, came across this street, jumped the curb here. You can see where the tire marks are, and smacked right into the pillar.
Slamming into the Verizon store, police tell us the driver was taken to the hospital for observation, but she apparently just suffered some minor bumps and bruises when the airbag went off. No one in the store or in the parking lot was injured. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time at 7:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
France is loaded with attacking firepower, headlined by a lightning-fast forward who's been the best player on the planet for years. Les Bleus' combination of individual brilliance and collective discipline makes them perpetual contenders.
Wednesdays are for unwinding and for wine. At P.F. Chang's, your midweek reset just got better because every Wednesday, bottles of wine are half off. So text the group chat, make a plan, and turn an ordinary night into something worth savoring. Great wine, great company, half the price. Wine Wednesday, only at P.F. Chang's. Available to guests 21 and over. Dine in only all day Wednesday. Please drink responsibly.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
The full effects of the Parkway East closure will arrive Monday morning as thousands of drivers detour around the project to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. And even if the work stays on schedule, motorists in the city's eastern neighborhoods will have to adapt for over 3 weeks. The phrase, pack your patience, is likely to be repeated so often it may become a cliche. Drivers will be challenged to stay calm, especially in the first few days of the shutdown. PennDOT is advising motorists to use a tool at 511PA to evaluate which detours to take and to do it before they get behind the wheel. Others will deal with the closure by taking a vacation or working from home. But if you're driving, remember KDKA Radio will provide continual traffic updates in the morning and afternoon for the duration. This can be called a short-term pain for long-term gain scenario. PennDOT is replacing another of the state's deteriorating bridges. Remember the collapse of the Fernhollow Bridge? We don't want to repeat, so 25 days of detours and delays doesn't seem so awful.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So you want to get out of your pain? You want to be pain-free, non-surgical procedure? That's what they can do for you at the Optilux Wellness Center. So without further ado, we have a lot of information to give you because we want you to get out of that pain, especially now that the summer's here and it's going by so fast and you've been putting off, like actually maybe going on a vacation because you can't stand the joint pain you're dealing with. Well, we can help. She's here. Of course, they're located in New Kensington, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. And summer is flying by, is it not?
It sure is. Good morning, Rob. I can't believe we're in mid-July already. What did you do for 4th of July? Anything?
No.
No.
Worked.
You probably, yeah. This guy never stops working.
It's all good. It's all good. I had a very quiet night.
Did you?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I did too, to be honest with you. I kind of just stayed close and I listened to Pittsburgh's amazing fireworks and my kids were down there
You
watching.
know, we were voted by USA Today as the #1 fireworks celebration in the United States of America.
I knew that was coming and I love fireworks. But in all honesty, I had a migraine. And I was like, you know what? I am just going to stay right here. And Cecilia and her friends went down and they had a blast. And I lived through their pictures. But I'm proud of Pittsburgh and their fireworks. There's so many cool things going on. But, this is kind of what we're talking about. People missing out on fun things because they don't feel well. And I had to, unfortunately, participate in that group of people on 4th of July. So, yeah, we are just aiming to get Pittsburgh out of pain. It is an unnecessary evil that we are all putting up with. And there are certain things within the body that you can really do non-surgically to get yourself out of pain. And I think that we get just kind of, I don't know what the word would be, but we just convince ourselves that it's either a medication or a surgery. And so a lot of people just avoid going to the doctor because they don't want either one of those things. And they're like, it's not that bad. I can take it. But then you look back at your year or maybe just your season this summer. What did you sit out on because maybe your knees hurt or your hips hurt or you didn't want to take that plane ride to Arizona to see your sister because it's a long flight. Those are tight chairs, all of these kind of things. So when you come into our office and you come in for a consult, we look at you as a whole person, right? So I'm not a niche office. Like I don't just do knees. I don't just do hips. We really have spent the last 32 years taking care of people's whole bodies. Sometimes that's even a little bit of mind stuff, talking about mindset and things like that. But most often we are able to help people either lose weight, help their knees, help their hips, shoulders, all of that sort of thing. Even tears of different muscles, of different tendons, ligaments, you can actually fix non-surgically. And so that's what we have been just honing our craft for 3 decades. And we love it. Everybody that comes in for a consult, for us, it's a blank slate. Because 9 chances out of 10, if they've ended up in my office, they have already been everywhere else, or they are avoiding some very specific things. They don't want surgery. They don't want the downtime. They don't want to have to go. Like if you're an older person, my mom is widowed. Good morning, Mommy, by the way. And just in her getting her car fixed this week, a cart dented it at the store and she has to turn it in and have the paint fixed and whatever. And she said to the guy, I live alone. I'm going to need like a rental car. I don't want to be home by myself. And I realized that even in your 70s, you can be in the position that if you go in for a knee replacement, you may not have somebody at home to take care of you. It's really hard for her to even gather me to come and like cut bushes for her during the season ending. With my dad gone, it just leaves this gaping hole in the chore list. And I'm finding more and more that is the story that I hear for people why they don't want the surgery is one, they're afraid of a bad outcome or a bad, side effect. But also, I can't bother my kids. I don't have anybody that's going to stay with me for a couple of weeks. And so this gives us the opportunity to fill that gap and to fill that need, but to do it in a way that the body actually can heal itself and you can go on with your life pain-free with full function and full range of motion and get back to doing what you love to do.
we're going to talk about some of the various joints and aspects of the human body that this helps, this non-surgical procedure that they do on a regular basis and procedures. But you mentioned migraines earlier. One thing I want to make sure that we make perfectly clear, because of the great ability of Dr. Ron, you guys do traditional, of course, chiropractic, holistic medicine, and migraines are one of many, but just to get an adjustment on a regular basis, believe me, nobody knows that more than I, can go a long way. So if you're just looking for the chiropractic aspect of what you do and you sprinkle in nutrition, you guys really are a one-stop shop.
Yeah, I was really taken back by the migraine thing. I had just been under an intense amount of pressure, but I started with, I would lay down and I'd get dizzy. So I know that there's so many of you out there that this has happened to. And I thought, oh, I literally just treated 3 clients this week with the Epley maneuver. And I swear sometimes God does this to me on purpose, where he will let me experience the pain that I'm treating on other people, because it gives me another avenue for me to re-update things that I've always known, but to bring them back to the surface so that I can help the people that are around me. So what ended up happening is I actually went to another chiropractor friend of ours, and I said to him, I'm like, listen, this is strange, but like all week when I lay down, I'm getting dizzy. And he's like, oh. And I said, I did the Epley maneuver to myself yesterday.
And explain what that is, too.
What, the Epley?
Yeah.
So Epley maneuver, you have crystals in your ear. And sometimes when you have that vertigo, it's because the crystals have become out of place, so to speak. And the Epley maneuver is a specific set of motions that we put you through. It's very simple. It's a matter of like lay down, roll over, sit back up kind of thing. But what it's meant to do is to take that crystal through the tube in your ear and put it back into place.
Oh, okay.
And it ends the vertigo.
Nice.
It usually works in one treatment, to be perfectly honest. Most people, it works right away. My mother, it worked right away. I had never had to do it on myself. I had never experienced any kind of vertigo or whatever. But I had had several patients that week, and 2 of them on my massage table, where they said, you know, when I lay back, hold on to me because I'm afraid I'm going to fall off the table. I said, no, you know, I got you. But I had never experienced that. And then here it came. And I was like, whoa, okay, that's what that feels like. So I did the Epley maneuver to myself. It did work, and I felt a ton better. But then, you know, Doc Festa is, of course, a chiropractor, but I have other chiropractor friends in the area, and I happened to be up on Route 8, and I said, you know what, I'm going to stop in and see my buddy DeMacy and see what he has to say about this. And sure enough, he was like, come here. Put me through a couple of tests and found out that it's something called a vestibular migraine. And it's a little bit different than just what the Epley maneuver would do. And so there was a couple of eye exercise type things to reset, and it worked. And it worked that first day, and the migraine went away immediately. By the time I was home, I felt better. And it's just been like another learning experience. But that's what I love about the human body, is there are ways for you to fix just about everything. Chiropractic is my mainstay. Chiropractic, I have been adjusted since I was born. My parents stopped at the chiropractor on the way home from the hospital.
Wow.
Yeah, so I have literally been adjusted since I was born, and here I am 48 years later, still relying on chiropractic care to be the first go-to thing. So, you know, we've helped a lot of people, but we have more than that in our office to deal with pain and getting rid of things non-surgically.
That's what they do every day, and they want to help you. So here's the number. Call, leave your information. They will get back to you. 724-335-5210. 724-335-5210. They're located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard, New Kensington. So the joints, those areas from the neck to your lower back and everything in between, we're going to discuss it all. She's here until 8. Stay where you're at your Pratt Pack today on KDKA. Good morning.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch 12:05, 93-7 the Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. final. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoskova. And it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, non-surgical procedures. She is Jessica Festo. Look, people talk about pain all the time. I've dealt with it my whole life. You name it, every joint. But let's specifically talk about where you guys find the most success when it comes to the human body. Obviously, knees are in play for people that are active, people playing tennis and golf and pickleball and all that good stuff, pedaling a bike like you do on a regular basis. So what are some of the mainstays that these non-surgical procedures really helping you get good results?
I think we see a lot of low back pain. I think we see a lot of neck pain, more neck pain now than ever because of the texting and people working from home, being on their laptops and not supporting their postural needs. So they're like hunched over the laptop. If I look around like a Starbucks or something, I just cringe. Like my brain is just like, because everybody's posture is horrific. Like people, I think that we need to have, I should do that. I should start some kind of like a campaign where I have stickers and I just walk around and like smack a sticker on somebody like sit up straight. You look ridiculous. Like if your head is over your lap, that is not okay. You are going to have neck pain, but worse than that, you are going to have major dysfunction throughout the body. If you screw up that spinal cord in those first 7 vertebrae, you can guarantee that nothing below that is getting full signal. And that's a really dangerous place to be. I mean, that very top vertebrae, man, that is like the gateway to your life. And as you stretch your neck.
Yeah.
But that top vertebrae, if it is at all sideways, you are cutting off the messages coming out of your brain at step 1. So that top vertebrae, that atlas, he's really, really important. And I can't even tell you how many children that we see whose atlas is crooked, is subluxated, it's out of its normal range of motion, and it's stuck on one side or another, or to one degree or another. It's putting pressure on the spinal cord. If you put pressure on the spinal cord, if you guys stop and think, what is the spinal cord? It's literally the bundle of nerves coming out of the brain like a tail, carrying every signal to every single part of your body, whether it's a piece of tissue, whether it's a cell, whatever it is, that message is coming from your brain. And if you start putting hard bone on soft spinal cord, you are going to have dysfunction. You're going to have pain. And that's where we come in, like the migraine, right? Oh, I could go get, well, I know the name of the medication, but I won't say it because I'm not giving them my airtime. But, there are migraine medications. Darling, you are not low on the migraine medication. That is not why you are having a migraine. So if you want to know why you're having a migraine, and if you've gone through CT scans, you've gone through all this, and your brain is fine, there's no tumor, there's no this, that, the other, then we need to start looking elsewhere, right? And so where else could that pain be coming from? That's typically something, for sure on a daily basis, maybe not a new patient every day, but certainly a patient every day who comes in with a headache or a migraine. That's why my first line, as soon as I didn't feel well, that's exactly where I went. I went to the chiropractor because I knew we have the answers to that. I knew I don't have a tumor or anything. And so I would have to say that neck pain is probably our top thing right now as far as soft tissue and that sort of thing goes. Knees and hips, I think, are the other two things that I see a lot of. I had a patient yesterday. She's like perimenopause, menopause area. And one of the major symptoms of this time is that you can no longer lay on your side when you sleep. Your hips hurt, your shoulders hurt. Mm-hmm. And there are actually solutions to that nutritionally. It's not that you can't do that anymore. It's just that your body is in a time period. Menopause is I don't know how us women got so lucky to get all of the crazy phases of life, but for whatever reason, we get to carry this banner and we're going to carry it and keep our chin up. But there are ways to handle that you don't have to end up on medication. And you can do that nutritionally. Your body's just changing. The hormones are changing, and that causes a whole waterfall of events that are going on. But then we look back to that spine. Do you have pressure on the spinal cord at a level that is producing and controlling hormone regulation? I don't know. Let me look. Right? But if you've not looked at that and you went straight for a pill or a bottle, you're missing a very important step. And to be honest, sometimes the pills and the bottles and the surgeries, they still don't work. They're not a guarantee. If you miss that step in between about the power cord, right? What is fueling and what is feeding how much you release of any one thing, or how a muscle relaxes or how it doesn't. You're missing a big step. You have to start at the basics before you even think about drugging or cutting yourself. Those things have got to be put into a box that is like, there is no other solution. Because here's the thing, you can't take out a drug that you've put in your body. You've got to wait it out. And sometimes that waiting period, there's a lot of damage that's done. And you can't undo a scalpel. So once it's cut, it's cut. And I can't tell you how many people that I see who went in for back pain, who came out with permanent nerve damage down their leg, across their back, because when you're cutting things, you can't always miss a nerve. And once you've cut a nerve or you've nicked it, I've had so many patients between neck surgeries and lower back surgeries. And I know that I have two gentlemen in my head, right, in particular, that I offered them non-surgical solutions, and their insurance didn't cover, like, regenerative medicine as one of our options, and it didn't cover it. And they were like, well, the work comp says I have to go here and I have to do this before I can do anything else. And they went under the knife, and they both are on full disability now, and they were in their early 50s. And one was in the mill and one worked for the city. And I'm telling you, do not be manipulated by what your insurance covers. Please stop to think. And, we all have a family tree. Do the family tree of a pharmaceutical company and an insurance company and see if it leads to you actually having better health. Because if it doesn't, then you're in the wrong family. Get out of that family. You got to run from that family. Sometimes families are toxic. Sometimes you just got to cut the cord and run. That is one of those families. It does not lead to you being healthy. It leads to you being altered. Can you survive the alteration is the ultimate question, right? There's nothing in my office that, if you take some supplements and we see that you're low in iron or you're low in this or that, or you're subluxated or maybe you're degenerated. We have all of these options and none of them kill you. None of them maim you, and none of them are going to make you worse off for having done them.
No side effects.
No side effects. The side effects are better health, better posture, living longer.
More medicine to take care of your side effects.
Yeah, well, that's always fun. The commercials kill me.
Anyway, listen, tell them where you're located. Tell them just a little bit about Optilux Wellness Center. Then we'll come back and we'll continue to drill down on what parts of the body that they can actually make a world of difference with these non-surgical procedures. Go ahead.
All right, so we're still in New Kensington. That is where Dr. Festa was born and raised. He's in an office directly across from Valley High School, where he went to high school at. So we are in New Kensington on Stevenson Boulevard. You would just take Route 28 to exit 14, cross the Trenum Bridge, and you'll run into us about a mile later. So it's easy to get to, and it's away from all of this Squirrel Hill Tunnel stuff that's coming. First of all, so run for your lives, go to New Ken.
And get adjusted.
Get adjusted. But I forgot to mention that I am hosting a seminar on Monday at 12:30, and we'll go over all of these non-surgical options, and you tell me what's going on with you, and I tell you kind of what we can do. But it's just been a growing experience for 3 decades. So if you can imagine doing anything day after day for 3 decades, you happen to have a lot of tools in your pocket.
Absolutely. All right, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. That seminar Monday, 12:30 is free, but they would surely like to know that you're coming. So if you want to stop by and meet Jessica and Dr. Ron and the entire staff at the Optilux Wellness Center, make the call today. Let them know you're on your way for Monday and that seminar, 724-335-5210. We'll be back.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. It's morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure. Final stop of the Parkway East inbound is the Edgewood Swissville exit, and over on the outbound side, the final exit, Squirrel Hill exit. PennDOT on its website has a number of detours to get around the closure. Coming from the east, drivers can take the turnpike in Monroeville up to Cranberry and then jump on the 79 southbound, and that's going to take you to the Parkway West if you need to head towards Robinson Township and the airport. And you can take the same detour coming the other way from the Parkway West, heading northbound on 79, and jumping on the turnpike at Cranberry, eastbound towards Monroeville. Now, another detour is taking the turnpike from Monroeville to the Harmer exit. Then you're on Freeport Road for a moment before jumping onto Route 28, and then you can head downtown that way. Or you can flip it. If you're downtown, take 28 northbound to the Harmer exit, then get onto the turnpike eastbound towards Monroeville. City Council member Barb Warwick's district includes Squirrel Hill and parts of Oakland, and she's anticipating significant traffic disruptions as a result of the closure. Warwick joked that her constituents have experience dealing with detours.
I think that at this point, especially in Squirrel Hill, that's sort of my main business district in District 5. With Charles Anderson being closed for so long in Panther Hollow, traffic is kind of what's for breakfast in District 5 these days.
And she's urging neighbors to add extra time to their commutes. Well, Jeanette police say they're investigating an apparent hit and run where someone hit a 3-year-old boy back on Tuesday night and then fled the scene. It happened in the 800 block of Gaskell Avenue. The boy sustained a sprained neck and ankle and has a concussion and contusion on his forehead. The boy's mother reported the car involved was gray, possibly a newer model Hyundai or Kia. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to call Jeanette police. An excited and enthusiastic crowd was on hand Friday afternoon for the ribbon cutting of the new Homewood Pool. Community leaders and elected officials alike were on hand for the ceremony. Mayor Corey O'Connor says it's not the politicians who deserve the credit.
But this doesn't happen without community determination, a community that fought for their future.
The pool is part of a nearly $23 million makeover of Homewood Park. KDK Radio News Time, it's almost 7:33. We've got the AccuWeather forecast for your Saturday next.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
There's a few things that bring all of us together regardless of what our backgrounds are. Food is definitely one of those. Our main goal in the cafeteria is to provide a good experience, a safe space to feel comfortable. Our staff members, they constantly are giving some level of compassion or understanding or comfort. Outside of these walls, it's just food, but inside, it's all medicine.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 81. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so let's get some people to head down to New Kensington and try some of these non-surgical procedures. So who are we talking to out there that you can help right now in real time? And obviously, the seminar is Monday at 12:30. It's free. She'd love you to show up Stevenson Boulevard, meet them in person. But who are the people listening right now that you can help?
You know, honestly, everybody from birth to death. There is something in our office for everybody. I mean, I can't tell you how many newborns we see with like acid reflux that are just vomiting up all their milk and their formula. And like we were just saying about gas at $5 a gallon, you think gas is expensive? Try feeding a baby formula.
Oh, I know.
You know, I breastfed my kids, so that was free, but it still wasn't easy. You know, but you're either giving up time or money, and when your baby and you're up in the middle of the night and you're feeding this little crying thing, and then it pukes all over you, and you don't know how to stop it. And then what do? You take it to this pediatrician whose only training is to give it medicine. Now you've got a baby with diarrhea and it's still vomiting. Right. You know why it's vomiting? Most of the time it's because y'all are letting these babies slump over and you're holding them under the bum and they're too little. They have no muscle support, and it subluxates a vertebrae in the middle of their back that actually controls whether or not the esophageal flap stays shut. And it's just a little dumb piece of meat, right? I always say that. And so without the right innervation, it stays open. And so all the milk just comes right back up.
Right.
And we could fix that so easily and so quickly. Babies have, they used to always say, oh, it's colic, right? Run the vacuum, just out noise the baby and it'll go to sleep. The baby's screaming.
Is that why they used to do that?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I never knew
Yeah,
that.
if you could be louder, that's why when babies cry, you'll see certain parents cry louder than the baby.
Really?
And they act like it's some kind of like a mental shock tactic. Okay, that's just rude. This child is crying out. You are its lifeline.
Got to do something.
You got to do something about it. But I could tell you that a 4-month-old is not lacking Prilosec. Stop it. Stop living like
because
this.
that begins a journey for the rest of their life.
Well, it does, because then that messes up their entire digestive system. Now you're dealing with diarrhea.
Right.
And they're still puking, by the way. It did not change the esophageal flap. What will happen is the baby will then get to a certain age where it can hold itself up and it stops putting pressure on that flap. And then it eventually, quote unquote, outgrows it. Oh, the medication worked. No, it didn't. That baby lived through it. Like, stop lying to yourselves. I'm really
tired. The body
tired.
did what it was supposed to do.
The body was doing what it was supposed to do because it was showing you that your baby's esophageal flap is wide open. It didn't ask you to drug it to mess up the baby's digestive system. It asked you to figure out why the esophageal flap is wide open.
Well,
so,
here's the other thing, too, and this, as the old saying goes, your ears must have been burning, but I probably mention you and Ron a dozen times a week.
Oh, wow.
I have people say to me, there's a knee of mine, but I don't want to get surgery. My hip, my hip, if I could just get my shoulder. And I'm like, before you do anything, I know the number off by heart, where they're located. People, if you're listening right now and you just are dealing with joint pain, before you do anything, one phone call, these non-surgical procedures, and then if you still need to get on that path, so be it. But before you put yourself through any surgical procedure, the rehabilitation, all the medicines, the painkillers, the anti-inflammatories, the steroid shots, call them in New Kensington. Find out what they can do for you.
All of those things that you just listed are all the beginning of the list of what my patients have tried to use.
All of it.
All of it. They all go through that entire list before they end up in my office. You know how much money you could save if you just came straight in?
Do you know how many people tell me, oh, I'm going to get my shot next week. I'm going to be okay. I mean, people get shots every 3 months like they're getting a vitamin B shot.
I know. And to be honest, that shot usually doesn't work after the first one. It's sort of like chasing a heroin habit. And you never quite get it just the same again.
And it destroys tendons, too.
It destroys that whole space. And so it's super frustrating because the things that you guys are using to treat arthritis is actually accelerating arthritis. If you're taking a pill over the counter that you ran into Walmart and thought that you could numb yourself through arthritis, you have just now made it worse. You have caused that joint to disintegrate faster, but you were comfortably numb while doing it. And then there gets to be the point where, oh no, I'm bone on bone. How did I get here? Well, now your only option is to replace that joint. Well, are you sure you're not going to throw a blood clot? Are you sure you're not going to have nerve damage? Are you sure they're not going to leave a sponge in you and cause 6 months worth of excruciating pain, which did happen to one of my patients, and she lost a large portion of the bone above and below because it became necrotic. These are things that they don't happen all the time, but they do happen, and I'm just not... I don't see why we're gambling with our health. Your children are precious. They did not come in here needing medication. Your elders are precious. They do not need to go out not knowing how to function any longer. I just cannot stress it enough that at any age, whether it's a joint that is hurting, whether you're having I don't know why I'm gaining weight all the time. I don't know why I'm so swollen all the time. Everything hurts. I hear that so often. Everything hurts. Well, if everything hurts, then it's very possible that you have some inflammation that is systemic. It's going through the entire body. Why? Why is your entire body inflamed right now? Do you know why a lot of people's entire bodies are inflamed? Is because their gut's leaking. Now, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to chase the symptoms? Because if you would take a pill for every symptom that a leaky gut has, you are going to be taking pills morning, noon, and night, and you're going to be much worse off than when you started. So these things, like whether it's pain or whether it's dysfunction, whatever you're going through, or my favorite patient is when you come in and you are healthy and you want to remain healthy. What can I do for this next phase of my life that I'm moving into to keep being healthy? So far, I'm great. I'm on no medications. I've had healthy grandparents, all these kind of things. Jess, I want to just... This is where I'm at right now. What can I do if you're moving into perimenopause or menopause or you're aging and I still feel good? That's amazing. But you have to maintain that. You've got to keep working with the body to keep it balanced, to keep it growing, to keep it healing. And there are just really simple, non-surgical things to get you out of pain and to get you to continue moving.
Well, and here's the thing. Once you start moving again, a lot of stuff falls into place.
A lot, yeah. A lot of that leg swelling and a lot of the stiffness that comes along with having to be sedentary, it does go away. You kind of oil the joint by moving the joint. But if there are issues in the joint, I can help with that. You know, we have options. There are regenerative medicine procedures, there are chiropractic procedures, there's things with nutrition, all sorts of things that you can help joint pain with. The only way I find out what is going to work for you is by you coming into the office and letting me take a look at it.
Yeah, and they will do that. But tell them about your seminar coming up Monday.
So I have a seminar at 12:30 on Monday, middle of the day. We are willing to do a 6:30. So if you call and you tell me, hey, I can't make the 12:30, but I would love to be there if you'll do a 6:30, I will stay after work and do a 6:30 for you. Because it's important to me for you to get the information and to get the help that you need. I do not want people to have to walk around feeling terrible. And I don't want you walking around drugged. I don't want you driving. I just gave my daughter and my son, all these liberties, and they're driving and they have cars now. I don't want you on the road on cholesterol medication. I'm not kidding. If that slows down your reaction time, you could hit my kid. This is personal. I do not want you guys driving around on medications for things that I can fix naturally. And you'll never know unless you come in and you give this thing a shot and you ask questions. It's not a sales pitch. It's what we do where I say, oh, this hurts on you. Oh, this hurts on you. Oh, you're on this medication. Oh, you've been doing that. Oh, you had a car accident 20 years ago. Oh, you had this surgery, blah, blah, blah. And we go through this laundry list of you and what you've tried to do to manage your own health. Right. And then we get to take over a little bit and say, okay, well, here's what might work for this, and here's what we would do for this, and here's what you can do for this. You don't have to do it all at one time. You don't have to do it at all. But you owe it to yourself and your family to add these things to your mind so that you know that they're options, because it gets real easy to be real lazy about thinking you can let somebody else be in charge of your health care, and then you realize who's paying them. And then it gets a little bit more interesting.
It's really nothing for people to live into their late 80s and 90s today.
No.
And I think if they would ever do the deep dive, everybody talks about the modern miracles of medicine. I believe that generation right now, which is kind of like the last of the greatest generation, the baby boomers, they grew up around chiropractic.
Yeah.
And that's become a part of their mainstay. That's why there's so many incredible people like Dr. Ron out there doing what they do. All this is going to do, this non-surgical stuff we talk about, the traditional chiropractic stuff, nutritional information, exercises to stay fluent and to keep motion moving forward, it's going to prolong your life, but you're going to be happy living that life, right?
Yeah, you're not going to walk around in pain just waiting to see, how's it going to feel tomorrow? When you take inventory of all of your body parts before you step out of bed, it's time to come in.
We want you to be a part of that seminar. It's Monday, 12:30, and again, number 724-335-5210. Let them get you out of your pain. They can make it happen for you. You just got to take the first step. Do it right now. 724-335-5210, 706 Stevenson Boulevard, New Kensington, the Optilux Wellness Center.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates rained out against Milwaukee last night. Doubleheader today. First pitch 12:05, 93-7 the Fan. Pirates made a trade last night. They sent the 34th overall pick and left-handed pitcher Jalen Woods to the White Sox for infielder Jacob Gonzalez and left-handed reliever Brandon Iser. Don't forget, today it is the Major League Baseball draft. Pirates will select number 5 overall. World Cup action. Spain over Belgium 2-1. Up next, France in the semifinal. Coming up today, Norway and England go at it, and it's Argentina and Switzerland. Riverhounds have a date at FNB Stadium tonight against Loudoun United FC, and the Wimbledon's women's singles final, an all-Czech Republic battle. It's Karolina Muchova and Linda Nokoskova. And it's Sever and Sinner tomorrow for the men's title. The Genesis Scottish Open through 2 rounds. Jordan Smith, Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy 9 under. Scotty Scheffler misses a cut for the first time since 2022. And Conor McGregor gets back in the octagon for the first time in 5 years when he fights at UFC 239 against Max Holloway. More sports at 937thefan.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let me just say this about the respect that I have for you and Dr. Ron at the Optilux Wellness Center and chiropractics in general. I've been a part of it my entire life. But I was thinking about this because I was thinking about this weekend's lineup. Do you realize that chiropractic offices like yours, the only place that you can really go get some sort of relief to help you when you're dealing with issues that actually is open past 5 o'clock. And every once in a while, a Saturday if need be.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore. That's who you guys are, and that's what you and him still do.
And then you can come in the same day.
Yeah.
Yeah. we always leave room for new patients, even if it makes it a little bit tight. By the time somebody calls, they're in pain. Like they're tired of dealing with it. And sometimes when somebody reaches out, you've got to reach your hand back, and you need to do it in real time. If somebody's drowning, you can't say, "Hold on, I'm busy making lunch." You have to grab it then and help them right then and there. They're crying out for help. And I think that Doc and I have shown up for these last 30 years, day after day. And you were just saying, like, what time are you there till at night? Some nights we're there. I can remember in our earlier days before we had children, I'd be there till midnight.
Wow.
Because I did everything in the office, right? I did the billing, I did the cleaning, I did the whole thing. And I would start at 6 a.m., and some days I would not leave there till midnight. Now, luckily now, it's like 9 a.m. to 6:30. Sometimes in recent months, I've been there till 8, 9, even 10 o'clock at night. And I know that he does notes clear up until midnight. So it's a devotion that I don't think that you realize that chiropractors in general, they mostly have a heart for their patient. Sometimes we don't get paid what we should get paid, and that is what it is.
It's a labor of love.
It is, because it's not about the money. It's about the people, and there's a fight that's pretty big. And if you ever get to meet us and we're talking in person, I think that you'll get to see, like, we're genuinely fighting against some pretty big things, and we're doing that for you because you don't even know what's happening around you. And sometimes, it's just everybody has their passion. And our passion is people getting out of pain and living healthier and feeling good and expressing their lives to their children and their families for as long as possible. I don't want you guys to miss cookouts and weddings and vacations. Like I used to say, if I'd have known it was the last time I was going to wash Cecilia Bellagene's hair and give her a bubble bath, man, I'd have made that bubble bath. I'd have refilled that tub 10 times.
Been there, done
right?
that.
You just don't know when it's your last time.
Goes by quick. All right, listen, I'm going to tell everybody again, if you want to be a part of that seminar and go meet her and Dr. Ron in person, you need to pick up the phone right now. Make the call, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. They are the Optilux Wellness Center, and they will help you with your pain. You got neck pain, lower back pain, knee pain, anything. Go see them. And for the price, just for a regular tune-up on a regular basis, it will change your life forever. 724-335-5210. Seminar, it's free. It's coming up Monday at 12:30. Again, they're located in the great community of New Kensington, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. Any closing comments, Jessica Festa? It's all yours.
I think I just want you guys to understand that your body can heal itself. Please trust your body. Please trust the innate intelligence that you were made from.
Right.
You can trust yourself. If there is anybody in this world that you can trust, isn't it yourself? And if that answer in your healthcare and you go, oh, I don't know if I could trust myself. It's just that you don't know what you don't know. And that's where we bridge that gap. We love to teach our patients about themselves so that when we're gone, you carry this information forward. So, come in, let us help you. Let us help your family. Whatever generations you can bring in that car with you, come and join us.
Great job. Wonderful job. We'll talk to you next month, okay?
All right. I'll see you.
All right. Here's that phone number again, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. The Optilux Wellness Center, 706 Stevenson Boulevard.
The preceding was paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, honey, I'm proud of you. He said, what? He said, I'm proud of you. What? I'm proud of you. Said I'm tired of you, too.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Milo's Money Days are here, and we're making it rain for rewards members. For the first time ever, when you make a purchase of $200 or more through July 12th, you'll get up to $30 back in extra Milo's money. Not a member yet? Join for free today, because members get more at Lowe's. Milo's Money Award varies based on status. Members in Gold get 30, Silver get 20, and Bronze get 10. Milo's Money valid for 30 days. Restrictions and more terms at Lowe's.com/Milo's Money Days.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure. The detours have begun. One major concern when it comes to the detours, the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge will create, is that of first response times. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure and ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swiss Town Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
O'Connor went on to say he and his team are working closely with state officials to alleviate any issues that may arise. Well, pack your patience. Those are the words you're going to be hearing a lot as this closure is now underway. 25-day closure could potentially be a source of road rage for some motorists. Dr. Christian Conti, an expert in anger management, says if another driver upsets you on the road, be mindful of your language.
You cannot amp yourself up really angrily if you're like, this car is driving slower than I would like.
And he says the same rule applies if the roles are reversed.
If you do cut someone off in traffic and they get mad, a really quick, I'm so sorry, my bad. That would be really helpful to be disarming.
More than 100,000 drivers use the Parkway East on a typical day. And City Council member Barb Warwick's district includes Squirrel Hill and parts of Oakland, and she's anticipating significant traffic disruptions. Warwick joked that her constituents have experience dealing with detours.
I think that at this point, especially in Squirrel Hill, that's sort of my main business district in District 5. With Charles Anderson being closed for so long in Panther Hollow, traffic is kind of what's for breakfast in District 5 these days.
And she's urging neighbors to add extra time to their commutes. Well, an excited and enthusiastic crowd on hand Friday afternoon, despite the rain, for the ribbon cutting of the new Homewood Pool. Community leaders and elected officials alike were on hand for the ceremony. Mayor Corey O'Connor says it's not the politicians who deserve the credit.
But this doesn't happen without community determination, a community that fought for their future.
The pool is part of a nearly $23 million makeover of Homewood Park. KDK Radio News Time, it's 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Second Lieutenant George Raymer of Myersdale received the Medal of Honor in Korea on September 12, 1951. Raymer was ordered to seize hostile positions atop a hill defended by well-entrenched enemy forces. He fearlessly led his men up the slopes, and although he was wounded during the ascent, he personally annihilated one enemy bunker with grenade and carbine fire and captured the objective. Unable to hold a position against an overwhelming hostile counterattack, he ordered his group to withdraw and single-handedly fought the enemy to provide cover for his men. Severely wounded a second time, he refused aid and ordered his men to seek shelter. Raymer courageously manned his post until hostile troops overran his position, and he fell mortally wounded.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Ben is here, Neil is here. This is Secure Money Advisors on the money. Lots of stuff to get to. So without further ado, the stars of the show. Right now, you can see both of them as this streams live, and you can hear it as well. The Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Neil, it's great to see you again. Lots of stuff to get to. Good morning.
Yeah, great seeing you, Rob. Good morning to you, and good morning to Ben.
Good morning.
Joining me here this morning. So, Ben, it's officially summertime. It's July. We just had July 4th. Seems like summer's actually going too fast, per usual, right? But you think about it's July. It's usually a lot of travel. A lot of travel goes on this month, and so, what I saw the other day, something online. It's talked about how Americans actually spend more time planning a 1-week vacation than their 30-year retirement.
Yeah,
and we see it all the time, right?
Wow.
When you're going on vacation. You're going to pick the destination. You're going to pick the hotel or the resort or the beach house. You're going to understand how you get there, right? Are you driving? Are you flying? What's the best route to take? You want to book some activities, especially if you have kids. Are you going to go sightseeing? Or what exactly are you going to do? You maybe want to book some restaurants. But then it comes to retirement, Ben. I mean, we see this every week, Rob, where it's July 15th, and we say, well, when do you folks plan on retiring? August 1st. It's like, wow, well thought out,
right?
And it's coming quick.
Yeah.
So what's your take on that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, it kind of relates to the vacation and the same kind of things that you want to avoid when you get to that vacation or when you get to retirement. You don't want to be caught behind, right? I mean, think about vacation. If you were going on vacation and you talked to your travel agent and said, hey, where am I going to stay? What hotel am I staying at when I get to Maui? And they tell you, oh, well, I'm going to book the hotel once you get there. We'll figure it out.
Give us a call when you land, and we'll let you know where you're staying.
Right. And a lot of the income plan, to relate that to the retirement, a lot of the income planning, I mean, how often do we hear, just this week, we had someone come in and say, hey, what's your income plan for retirement? Well, my advisor told me, just let me know when you need some money and how much you need, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, it doesn't really provide much certainty when you're doing it that way. And I think that's probably, we talk about this all the time at our educational events. The easiest thing to do was retire 30 or 40 years ago because you knew exactly when you were going to retire. You hit a certain amount of service time and you received your full pension. You added your Social Security check, and a lot of times you had a great baseline, sometimes even more net income than when you were working. But now we're left to create our own pension, and we don't have the certainty that we used to have.
Yeah.
And I think most people, before they pull the trigger, they want to understand specifically what the certainty looks like. What's my income strategy going to actually look like?
Yeah.
And you don't want to hear from your advisor, well, you'll be okay, and just call me if you need money. And then hand a booklet of, different funds that you're in and saying, well, your Monte Carlo scenario says you have a success probability of over 90%.
Yeah, and we often hear that from people, whether that number is 90% or 93%. And my follow-up question to that statement is always with folks, well, does that number make you feel comfortable? I don't know that I've ever heard the answer of yes. That makes me feel comfortable.
Right. And I think, one of the things that we really dig in and dive deep into in that first and second appointment is helping people understand how much income they actually need. Because what we see, Rob, from time to time again, people underestimate what they actually need on a monthly basis. Yeah. I had some folks come in this week and their number was $3,000 a month. And I said, how accurate do you think this $3,000 a month is? And she went on and on about, all the things that they spend money on, and she's sure that's the number. And then by the end of the meeting, we were up to $7,000 a month.
Yeah.
And so how do we dive deep into understanding the net income that you need on a monthly basis? And then how do we focus on getting there? And so the last thing you want to hear is, hey, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Just call me if you need some money.
Yeah, and I think oftentimes what we see with folks that don't have that clarity with the income is we always hear statements like, well, we could cut back here. Or I don't have to spend as much at the grocery store as I do now, and we don't have to take the trips that we've planned. Well, that's not how we want to live our retirement.
No way.
We've worked our whole lives. We've saved our whole lives to get this period of time, our golden years, to enjoy our retirement. We want to live that up. Now, I want to go back, Neil, because you mentioned, the old retirement of the pension versus the new retirement. The new retirement, you've said it very well in the past. It's kind of like the difference between getting paid a salary and getting paid a commission, where the pension being the salary. Talk a little bit about that and that difference between a salary and a commission in retirement.
Yeah, that's my analogy for retirement, because I think if you asked, people, would you prefer to have a salary of X, let's just say $100,000 a year, or would you like to go on commission and you might earn only $20,000 this year, but maybe you earn $200,000?
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea based on your performance and how the company's products or whatever you're selling do.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people are going to say, well, I like the security of having that $100,000 salary. That's what I'll choose.
Yeah.
So why then, when we get to the most important time of our life where we want to go, do we choose commission?
Right.
And what I mean by that is we have a little bit of security with Social Security, and maybe that's taken care of 30 or 40% of our income needs.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're choosing commission on the other 50, 60, 70%. And what I mean by that is you're investing in a diversified portfolio of stocks and bonds, most commonly, and you don't really know if you're going to do really well and make that $200,000 or do really poorly and, in this case, actually lose money.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that a lot of people favor that direction from what I see.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to the idea, there's the math side of your retirement, but there's the emotional side and the peace of mind side. And without that clarity, how often do we see, there's really, what Neil and I see is one of two things happen when there's no clarity with that income. Either number one, we're very careless with our spending because there's no set structure, and we run the risk of, hey, depending on how long we live, we might run the risk of running out of money. But the opposite side of that, and almost as detrimental, because it's cutting into what we're doing in our retirement, we're so afraid for those out there that have been very frugal and that are savers and cautious savers. We don't spend nearly as much as we probably can, and we don't do the things in retirement that we should be doing, that we've dreamed about doing, because we don't have that clarity. And where's the income?
Yeah, you nailed it. When we don't have an income strategy, we either overspend or underspend, and both are a problem, equally a problem.
Yeah.
I always talk about, too, the other thing that I always find it really difficult for people retiring is, my daughters had their birthday, last month, and we were talking about this, about how, when grandma and grandpa and everyone gave them checks for their birthday, I plucked it out of their hands and said, hey, we're going to save this for a rainy day. We're going to put it in your savings account for a rainy day. So at their young age, they're learning to be a saver for a rainy day.
Right.
So you go 40, 50, 60 years being a saver, all of a sudden you retire and that rainy day fund needs used. And it's uncomfortable because we've been conditioned for a long period of time to save our money, and now we're spending it. So it's hard already to switch, but it becomes even harder if we don't develop the actual income strategy and put that in place so we know what we can spend, that it's coming in systematically, that sort of thing.
And we don't do the things that we want to do.
All right, tell the folks about Brian's book and the best way to reach out even right now to Secure Money Advisors. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, absolutely. So one, give us a call and you can order Brian Karanta's book, Right Track Your Retirement. It's a nice, easy read, about 60 pages that you'll get a lot of great information from, and we will ship that to you, pay for the shipping. But you can also have the opportunity to come into the office. What we talk about each and every Saturday is a coordination of strategy. And that coordination of strategy focuses on income, taxes, the right investments, the healthcare, the legacy, But that is the most important part that we can do for you, is give you that coordination. So if you'd like to give us a call, schedule an in-person Right Track review of your personal financial situation, we'd love to do that. Or if you'd like a copy of the book, you could go to righttrackpittsburgh.com or 866-406-6639.
All right, Neil and Ben coming back with more Secure Money Advisors on the money with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Helping you get to the finish line. That's what they do at Secure Money Advisors. Neil Major, Ben Lewis today. Brian is off. He'll be back with us next week. But right now, let's get back to Neil and more of On the Money, Secure Money Advisors today on KDKA. Neil?
Ben, you know where we can go down a deep rabbit hole is TikTok. I'm sure you do too, Rob, right? Where all of a sudden you're sitting there and you were just saying in the break, Ben, it seems like our phone listens to us and all of a sudden some videos are popping up and you're at dinner talking about retirement with your friends and all of a sudden, guess what's on Facebook and Instagram, all these retirement topics.
Yeah.
And you can dive deep into those.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's crazy what we experience because and I can't imagine what a doctor goes through these days, right? You like, hey, doc, I've been having these chest pains, but don't worry, I've checked Google and read all about it and here's what I need prescribed to me. So if you could just write the prescription, I'll be out of your hair quickly. Right. We kind of get the same thing, right, yeah. Ben? I mean, people come in and, they've watched TikTok videos and they think certain things apply or fit for them. Yeah. It's not always the case. You got to remember that these videos are typically 30 seconds long, 45 seconds long, a minute long. And it's not always the right advice and it's not always applied to you and your situation.
Right.
I know this week I had someone come in, I was telling Rob before the show started, and they said, yeah, we don't anticipate living a long time. We're both heavy smokers, 2+ packs a day. We actually drink a lot of beer, and we don't anticipate living longer than 10 years.
Yeah.
But we want to take all of our money and convert it to Roth.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, what makes you say that? And they said, well, we watched the video online and it talked about the benefits of a Roth IRA.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yeah, I agree. There's great benefits to a Roth IRA. You know, you pay your taxes now. If you're in a favorable tax bracket to do that conversion, you pay the taxes now. And the benefit of the Roth is the money grows tax-free.
Yeah.
But typically, and know your opinion on it, Ben, is you want that Roth money to be really long-term money.
Right.
Because if tax rates go up in 20 years, well, now you have this bucket of money that's available to you that you've already paid taxes on.
Yeah. Well, and to add to that, one of the biggest things we want to focus on is the whole retirement plan. And part of that is how money is left to the next generation. That Roth money is by far the best money that can go to the next generation
For sure.
as well. So it's important to know kind of what types of money should I spend now, what types of money should be there towards the end. But one of the other things that I think can be really detrimental to, and it's important to remember this side of the social media space in the financial planning and retirement planning world. I saw an article the other day online that I thought was a really good verbiage of how to describe this, of noticing and recognizing the difference between retirement education and retirement entertainment.
Yeah.
Because when we think about it, we see these talking heads on TikTok and Facebook. That's their livelihood. And just like any random YouTuber out there that's videoing them playing golf or whatever the case may be, they're getting paid for how many views and how many clicks and how many. So they want to be flashy.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Draw
of those
attention, right?
draw attention.
That's the
Right.
key. There was this guy I've been noticing it, and I don't think he's doing it anymore, but he was trying to sell annuities, and his pitch was he had his shirt off, and he had these tattoos, and he had his shirt off, and he was yelling and screaming that you should buy annuities, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, is that going to work? Like, I can't believe or imagine anybody would take his advice. But, one of your favorite talking heads, and Rob, Ben does this unbelievable Dave Ramsey impression. and we like Dave. We think he's got a lot of great advice. But, sometimes, too, we think some of the things he says can be a little bit dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that Dave frequently tells people is just buy good mutual funds. They'll go up 12% every year.
Yeah.
Withdraw 8%. And your money will still grow at 4% per year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's been fact-checked by some folks that ran some Monte Carlo scenarios on Dave's recommended 8% withdrawal rate, and they say that you'll run out of money 97% of the time if you follow that. So we're not saying that you can't, but it sounds like that could be a little bit dangerous if you're out there telling everyone to pull out 8% and you'll be fine and still be growing your money.
Yeah, I think also what adds to the danger of statements like that is how good the market's been. So folks buy into that a lot easier because, the market pretty much does go up more than 12% every year. And, the couple of little dips that we've seen have been 2 to 3 month corrections, and then it roars back.
Yeah.
So when the market's that good, a lot of times we have recency bias. Just that's human nature. That's how people operate. And so, one of the most important jobs we feel we have is, hey, let's take that recency bias out of the picture. Let's look at all possibilities, and let's say, hey, actually, we want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up in a position that not if the best case scenario happens, we'll be successful.
For sure.
But what if the worst case scenario happens?
And I saw a caller had called in, and Dave had explained that 12%, take out 8%. And the caller said, well, that makes me nervous. What if the market goes down that year? And Dave said, well, don't take any money out that year. Well, when do you know, first of all, that the market went down? Not till the end of the year, right? And two, why would you want to stop life?
Yeah.
Especially in retirement when, our greatest assets are health.
There's no guarantee in life.
There's no guarantee, right?
Right.
And our health is our greatest asset.
Mm-hmm.
And we, unfortunately, as we get older, we never know what our health will end up looking like. I mean, I think you have a call on Monday with one of our clients who his health changed in an instant.
Right.
And a guy who was planning on working 10 more years is now forced into retirement because of health. And that changes the entire picture.
Yeah. And I'm very glad, I always have been, but I'm very glad I work for you and Brian, because if I had to spend my days calling people telling them I'm going to turn off your income, that's not a very fun fun job. But a lot of people, live like that, where maybe they're not turning off their income, but they're waking up every day and checking the news and checking the market, checking the ticker symbol. Is it red? Is it green? Am I still in good shape to take this big vacation that I've planned for this year that I've already paid half of the price for? Or am I going to need to dial back going forward? That's why we focus so much on predictable income. And that's not to say, we know that we need money that's geared towards risk, that's geared towards long-term growth.
Yep.
But not our income money.
You just can't count on it right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, we had hired a guy at one of our other offices from a big institutional type firm, and what he had said is any time the market goes down 1% one day, the phones ring off the hook.
Oh.
So go ahead, Rob.
No, tell them how to get the book and obviously the toll-free number, then we'll go to break.
Yeah, RightTrackPittsburgh.com. You can order a copy of Right Track Your Retirement. You'll get a lot out of the 60-page read. Brian did a great job of writing the book. Or 866-406-6639, where we can get you scheduled to come up to our office in Zelienople or our South Point office, and we will sit down and go over the 5 key areas of a financial plan.
All right, stay with us. Much more to come. Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Brian will be back with us next Saturday, but coming up after ABC News, once again will be Ben and Neil. Stay with us. Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork loin chops or roast. Buy one, get one of equal or lesser value for free. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries are $1.98 a pound. In our deli, Lana Lake's American cheese is $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pierre's ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $3.99 each.
It's all happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
So this is a hot dog. A Gleazy, but bigger. It's a hot dog, but it's a bigger hot dog. So they're calling it the Big Gleazy.
Is it Glizzy or Gleazy? You keep screwing me up.
I'm sorry. The Big Glizzy. he was.
This may be the first time Skeen's ever had a Glizzy.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, this morning is the first morning of that Parkway East partial closure over the Commercial Street Bridge. Now, PennDOT on its website has a number of detours to get you around the closure. Coming from the east, drivers could take the Turnpike in Monroeville up to Cranberry and then jump on the 79 southbound. It's going to take you to the Parkway West if you need to head towards Robertson Township or the airport. And, of course, you could take the same way back if you're coming from the west. Another detour is taking the Turnpike from Monroeville to the Harmer exit, and then you're on Freeport Road for a moment before jumping on the Route 28 southbound towards downtown. And you can flip that way if you're in the downtown area looking to head towards the Monroeville area. Well, a man is charged in a shooting that happened earlier this week in Uniontown. District Attorney Mike Obley says 41-year-old Jimmy Bradley is accused of shooting someone outside of his apartment on Titus Place back on July 6th. Obley says the victim was hit in the arm. Officers recovered multiple firearms at Bradley's apartment, where the DA says he cannot own one. He's being held without bail. Well, Greg Hawthorne, the Steelers' #1 pick in the 1979 draft and a member of their Super Bowl 14 championship team, has died. Hawthorne's family said he died on Wednesday. Hawthorne joined a team loaded with superstars, and coming off that Super Bowl 13 victory after the 78 season. He played in 15 games in his rookie season for the Steelers, but was more integral in the 1980 season, his second year. That's when he rushed for 263 yards and scored 4 touchdowns. Hawthorne finished out his professional career with the New England Patriots and Indianapolis Colts. He retired after the 87 season. Greg Hawthorne was 69. KDK Radio News Time. It's 8:32. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast next.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together. Where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 81. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Ridney, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, we're back on Secure Money Advisors, of course, on the money. It is Neil Major and Ben Lewis today. Brian back with us in studio next week. Don't forget Right Track Your Retirement. The book written by Brian, you can get it Right Track Pittsburgh. They'll send it to you free. Pick up the shipping too. 866-406-6639. That's 866-406-6639.
But anytime I do these live shows, because you and I in particular, we see a lot of people throughout the week, whether that be new prospects that are looking to, they have some concerns and want to come in and discuss, whether it's people we're meeting for the second or third time, or whether it's clients. I always like to kind of share some stories of what people are talking about and bringing up, because I think it relates a lot to what other people are going through.
Right.
So I'm going to bring up a few stories of clients that we've met with and dealt with in the past few weeks. Number one, this was somebody that you and I worked on together. 57 years old. Both of them are 57. They have really nice assets. They got about $1.7 million. They want to retire in 5 years. What they are seeing is their parents are slowing down a lot, and they are worried about health issues with their parents and want to make sure that they have a good strategy in place to be available to them. And so why don't you walk us through what specifically we did for them and why? Yeah, so that was the you're blanking on me. So I feel like Brian right now. Brian always throws those stories out to me, and so that was the case where we repositioned money and put it into an income annuity with a 5-year deferral. So we talk a lot about annuities here and why we use them. We really use the annuity as opposed to the bond in the portfolio. But basically, we moved $592,000 with a 5-year deferral, got them $60,000 of guaranteed income in 5 years. So that gave a lot of predictability and certainty into the plan. We're still able to leave about $1.1 million in stocks, right? Pure stocks. And so that gives a lot of growth potential.
Yeah, that was and I apologize, I couldn't remember the specific people you were talking about.
Well, I kind of just sprung it on you there.
But yeah, so, and one of the important parts about that to mention is how you mentioned we used a very small, I shouldn't say a small piece, but proportionally to their plan, a smaller piece of their plan to be income guarantee and their safety piece so that they have the growth piece. And for them, because they saw, what's happened with their parents, that growth piece is protection for them going forward to know that now we have a piece that is our inflation protection. And because our growth money now doesn't have to be hindered by withdrawals.
Right.
I mean, we talk about sequence risk all the time. And folks, if that's a new term for you, I implore you, go look that up. That's one of the biggest risks that retirees face, that now that risk money is not hindered by those withdrawals, and now it can be truly growth money. And what we see every day, because we're in the office and we're doing the math, that as opposed to having all our money in growth, for them, because we were able to protect a piece and let that be our income driver, their growth over a long period of time is actually going to be higher than it would have been if it was all growth investments, because we have that balance.
Yeah, it's the leverage of the annuity. I mean, if one of them lives till 92, which she certainly believes will be the case, they've collect $1.8 million off of $592,000 original investment with no risk, right? And, one of the questions that they had asked us is, how did you choose the $592,000 to use, which was about 30% of their assets in total? And we had said, well, we wanted to solve your income need. So with their pension and their Social Security, to get where they wanted to be as far as net income goes, that's why we chose the $592,000 to get them the $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
And now we're able to keep a large portion in good growth stocks, but we were able to protect their retirement.
Yeah. One of the interesting things about that meeting, now my memory is just flooding now. But one of the interesting things about that she said to us and it goes to the annuity conversation, because obviously we talk about annuities a lot, and there's certain types that we really like. There's a lot of bad ones out there too, folks. So I don't want to get that, twisted. There's a lot of bad annuities out there. But one of the things she said is, in the past, there was essentially an annuity salesman that tried to sell us an annuity, and we didn't like it. And I'll kind of let you go through the reasons of why. But what she said is, you're using an annuity here, but you're actually using it as part of a plan. He was just trying to sell me a product.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest problem with a lot of annuities that we see come into the office. It wasn't used as part of the plan. It was used as a product sale, right? And so anytime we use an annuity, there's a specific reason of why. Are we trying to generate lifetime income? Are we trying to build safety and security? Are we trying to get us some market upside with no downside? There's a specific reason why we use the annuity. We don't just sell annuities, right? Yeah. We're able to offer investments, and we love stocks. We believe in stocks, but we also like annuities because they solve the certainty part of the plan, and that's what's appealing about them for us. And most people, once they understand what kind we're using and why, they like them too. All right, so I'm going to give you another one, Ben.
Okay.
Maybe this won't catch you off guard. I don't think we're allowed to use people's names on the air, Ben. But we had someone come in this week. They wanted a second opinion. Right? And they were 55 years old, had $1.5 million saved. Once again, really nice savings, especially for their age at 55. Incredibly conservative. Wanted to retire as soon as possible. And 95% of their money was in fixed rate annuities paying around 4%. What's your opinion on that scenario?
So, folks, in regards to this here, again, we like annuities, but they can't be our only option, right? Because at that point, we don't necessarily have a plan. We just have a lot of products, right? And they were very conservative people. But what we saw with them is because there wasn't balance of the plan, they weren't keeping up. They weren't looking at the long-term growth. And so because they weren't keeping up with the inflation side of things, because a lot of their money, or almost all of their money, had some restrictions to it as far as liquidity goes, they were very, I don't want to say handcuffed, but there was limitations set on them, because looking at the future, we don't have our inflation protection. We don't have that balance of our pure growth money that's going to be our best earner long term.
Life's all about balance, right? And so we've heard the saying, you don't want all your eggs in one basket, right? And yeah, we get it. Maybe if they were 75 and had that sort of portfolio, I could get more behind it. But at 55 years old, they could live 40 or 50 more years. And the last thing you want to do is run out of money at 85 because you were too conservative 30 years prior. And so we want to make sure that there's some balance, right? And they obviously were very conservative people, didn't like losing money. And what I had talked to them about was, we probably need some stocks in this portfolio. And how you have to look at stocks is they are going to go down temporarily from time to time. But we have to understand that if you give them time, they will give you a good growth rate. In your fixed annuities, they can give you the short-term income needs that you need with a lot of predictability. So any money that we would carve off for long-term growth that is going to go up and down, we're not looking at that money for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, and I hear you say this a lot, and folks, I quote Neil a lot because I work on his team, so I see him all day. But our goal is not a certain product. Our goal is not selling a stock, our goal is an outcome, and that outcome is a successful retirement, and that balance gives us that.
Yeah, and the only way we can have a successful outcome is with a coordination of strategy. And that focuses on the income, the taxes, the investments, the legacy, the health care. So, folks, we ask you to pick up the phone and give us a call. We invite you to come up and get your Right Track review, 866-406-6639. Or if you'd like a copy of Brian's book, righttrackpittsburgh.com.
All right, coming back, our final segment, Secure Money Advisors on the Money with Ben and Neil in just a couple of moments. Stay with us. Good morning.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment with the gents. Secure Money Advisors on the Money. It's Neil Major and Ben Lewis. Go ahead, gentlemen. Neil?
Let's do a few Q&As here, Ben.
Yeah.
So I got the first question for you, my friend. We're 64. We have no debt. Have about $850K saved, but every time the market drops 3%, we start doom scrolling TikToks at 2 a.m. and want to move everything to cash.
Yeah.
How does someone know the difference between protecting their retirement and just reacting emotionally to scary headlines?
Well, I think a lot of this goes back to what we talked about in the first segment of being proactive and not reactive, right? We talked about the vacation side of things. We want to prep our vacation. We want to have all our activities planned. In retirement, we want to have our income planned. We want to have our tax strategy planned. We want to look at the healthcare side of things so that when we get to retirement, we're not shocked by healthcare costs. So it's about being proactive. So these same people who, if they looked at their income planning prior to retirement or now, right, as opposed to scrolling TikTok videos, going and sitting down with an advisor and working out an income plan, if we have that kind of clarity and to know that, yeah, sure, the market went down 3%, but my day-to-day, month-to-month, year-to-year income is not affected, you'd be shocked at how much our emotional side dies down, and we don't have our hand hovering over the eject button because we know that our lifestyle isn't going to be affected.
Short-term money versus long-term money, right?
Yep.
So, if and this just happened recently, a client called me. They sold their home in Florida, $300,000. They're going to buy a new house in Florida, but not quite yet. And they want to know where to park the $300,000.
Yeah.
And I said, money market. Let's earn 3.5% in a money market and just park it. That way it's available when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, don't you think we should put it in stocks?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, right? Because, yeah, it could earn 10% or whatever, and it could be 330. But what happens if they find the place that they want and it's worth 240 instead of the 300?
Yeah.
Right? So we always want to have short-term money, and we always want to have long-term money.
Right.
One of folks that came in this week, Ben, they had told me that they had talked with an advisor because they had a 5% fixed rate annuity.
Yeah.
And this advisor had told them how silly of a decision that was to buy that 5% guaranteed annuity.
Uh-huh.
And he bought it for some short-term security, right? And his reasoning, this advisor's reasoning was that the insurance company is making tons of money off of you and you're only getting 5%.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? Like, do we think that way when we buy a CD? So if we get a lot of excess money at the bank and we say, well, I'd like to, keep it somewhat safe and, I might need it in 6 months. I'm happy to take this 4%.
Yeah.
Do we get upset that the bank is lending that money out for someone to buy a car or a house or whatever else?
And also, how much money is Apple making when I buy a corporate bond from Apple? How much money are they making on my money?
For
we don't
sure.
think about those things.
Right.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
probably just have time for one more question here, Neil. But this kind of goes back to what you were saying with the expenses. So a retired couple, they say they spend less in retirement except for travel, golf, grandkids, Christmas time. So all these different things that add up. So where they planned on $6,000 a month, now it's closer to $8,200. How do we attack that change in income that came suddenly, and how do we make it feel like we're not strapped every month?
Well, I think they probably didn't do a good enough job figuring out their income needs.
Right.
And folks, you always want to increase your spend by 10 or 20%.
Yep.
So that was the key ingredient that was missed early on.
Yep.
All right, we'll do the book, the number, then we'll say goodbye. Go ahead.
All right, folks, RightTrackPittsburgh.com if you want to get a copy of Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, or if you'd like to call and schedule whether an in-person meeting at the office or a phone consultation, 866-406-6639. Remember, folks, it's a coordination of strategy.
Great job, Neil and Ben. Brian back with us next week. Stay tuned. Rob's got the news next at 9. Then it's MediConnect, the Inside Connection.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
Hey, your Pratt Pack, guess what today and tomorrow is at the farm? It's Christmas in July for the 11th and 12th. Today, 9 a.m. to 6, tomorrow, 10 to 5. Crafters, vendors, food trucks, and the ever-popular Pittsburgh Gem Show. Gem Show includes over 12,000 pounds of rocks, minerals, crystals, fossils, and the largest selection of gemstone jewelry in the area. The event is free. It's going to be held rain or shine. It's going to be located near the Lakeside Pavilion area, right behind the farm market. Don't you dare miss it. All roads lead to the farm, Janowski's Farm in Clinton, Pennsylvania.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough to
benefitscheckup.org. Connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit benefitscheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure is happening now. Detours have begun. One major concern when it comes to the detours of the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge is that of first responder times. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
And pack your patience. We'll be hearing those words a lot due to this Parkway East partial closure. 25-day closure could potentially be a source of road rage for some motorists. Dr. Christian Conte, an expert in anger management, says if another driver upsets you on the road, be mindful of your language.
You cannot amp yourself up really angrily if you're like, this car is driving slower than I would like.
And he says the same rule applies if the roles are reversed.
If you do cut someone off in traffic and they get mad, a really quick, I'm so sorry, my bad. That would be really helpful to be disarming.
More than 100,000 drivers use the Parkway East on a typical day. Well, a man is charged in a shooting that happened earlier this week in Uniontown. District Attorney Mike Obley says 41-year-old Jimmy Bradley is accused of shooting someone outside of his apartment on Titus Place back on July 6th. Obley says the victim was hit in the arm. Officers recovered multiple firearms at Bradley's apartment, where the DA says he cannot own one. He's being held there without bail. Well, a shocking moment at a busy shopping center on Friday afternoon when a car plowed into the front of a store. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
Andrew Deary of McDonald was working at the nearby Market District at Settlers Ridge when he saw the driver of a Honda Civic lose control of her car.
I just got done loading someone's car. She jumped the curb by our lot. She jumped the curb like towards the end there, came across this street, jumped the curb here. You can see where the tire marks are, and smacked right into the pillar.
Slamming into the Verizon store. Police tell us the driver was taken to the hospital for observation, but she apparently just suffered some minor bumps and bruises when the airbag went off. No one in the store or in the parking lot was injured. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, before we do anything, here we are in July, and a lot of people are not even thinking about anything other than, is it going to rain today or not, right? Well, here's the deal. It is going to be October before you know it. But this is where you lay the foundation, the groundwork, with the folks at MediConnect. You set up the appointment, 888-818-6334, never a charge for their services. You get in there and you get going. If you're going to be 65, you should always review what your current basic Medicare is, what you have, your plan, what it calls for. But you should be thinking ahead because it will not be long before it will be October. And I just told this man who works harder than I do, because he's got a lot of moving parts, that it will be October before you know it. So the man with the plan is none other than Lance O'Brien. It's great to see you again. And, it will be October before you know it.
Yeah. I mean, we're already doing a bunch of prep work, and, ANOCs are going to be out in about 2 months. And, we're going to then be into the thick of it. And we were talking before the show kicked off that both of us didn't sleep very well this week. So I don't know if there was something with the moon or what. But, yeah, it's been a rough week sleep-wise, but I'm ready here to wake everybody up with some Medicare.
Yeah, well, we're going to give you a lot of information that you need to know, but let's just give your incredible group, that staff, that crew, that team a round of applause, because, listen, there's a reason why you get what you get in the way of Google reviews.
Yeah, I mean, again, from our agents to the client experience team, to the education that we provide in our seminars, our webinars. I mean, again, the goal is always to simplify the process, make it easier. We do recommend that people start really thinking about it. If they want to do some of their own research, that's great, but you should definitely consult an expert because there's no cost to doing that. But if they start at 63, by the time they get to 64 and a half, they're going to have a game plan, a budget. They're going to be ready to go with nothing to worry about.
We have a lot of stuff to get to, but we always have advisors standing by. First hour of the show right till noon, 888-818-6334. What do you say we start off with this date, which happens to be July the 11th, 2026, but a lot of stuff has happened prior to 2026, this day in history, and we will begin in 1804.
1804, the famous duel between the political opponents, Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton, and Aaron Burr fatally shot Alexander Hamilton. I mean, I'd make jokes, but there's no jokes around political violence, it seems like this day. But, it was crazy how they settled things back in the day.
Listen, it was back-to-back, 20 paces, and you had basically a pistol that looked like a sawed-off musket, and you had one shot.
Yep.
And you were not going to get to reload. And believe me, it seems a lot simpler than it is, but those little weapons had a kick to them. So to survive something like that, to live to talk about it another day, that's pretty crazy stuff when you think about it.
Yeah. And again, with all the political volatility, I'm glad we're not still employing this method because we'd be seeing about 100 duels a day.
Yeah, that would be just in the first hour. All right, how about let's go to 1914.
Yeah. Big Babe Ruth made his professional baseball debut on this day back in 1914. Obviously, before he became the home run king, he initially was a pitcher, started out with Baltimore in the International League.
He was the original Ohtani.
He was the original Ohtani, and honestly, I don't know baseball history completely, but he really seems like the first thing since Ruth, to be that dominant at both sides.
Listen, there's many hats that this guy wears, and he's really intelligent and plugged in, and he could do my sports show, and they wouldn't even skip a beat here. Do you think that there is some credence to people saying no matter what era he played in, dead ball or not, prior to the Negro League, disbanding to where we had all athletes playing, that he still is maybe one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player of all time?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's hard to be great at one thing. To be great at two, pretty special.
You ever see these things about his daily diet?
No.
Listen, would start the day off with like 15 eggs, a steak, a pint of whiskey.
Oh, my gosh.
And then for lunch, he would have like another steak. And then he would have as an appetizer, between innings, and by the time the game was over, something like a dozen hot dogs. And then at night, another steak, big mound of potatoes, another pint of whiskey, and then he would go out for the night.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't look like some of the chiseled stars of today.
But you know what, though, Lance, and you're into physical fitness, the guy was like 6'2", 215.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a little bit of a punch to him, but all in all, and those very spindly, legs. But the guy was, pretty thin if he ate that. I mean, that's like, what, 10, 15,000 calories alone.
I don't even know. Like, I gave up after breakfast.
But I will tell you, I'm jealous because I would love to be able to eat some of that stuff.
Yeah, I know. Well, the steak is one of my favorites for sure.
1960,
one of the most influential books, won a Pulitzer Prize, To Kill a Mockingbird, was published. I have not read it. Have you?
A book. Listen,
a movie?
A movie. But do you realize I'm a ferocious reader, but I've never been into books because my attention span, I just can't do it. Now, you give me the Cliff Notes, I'm all good. But the movie with Gregory Peck was also the very first screen performance of Robert Duvall.
Oh, really?
Yep. And that movie is absolutely riveting if you ever get a chance to see it.
I don't think I've seen it. Maybe I'll do that this weekend.
Listen, Turner Classic Movies. Find it on demand. You're going to absolutely love it. I love these whole trial setting, lawyer type of movies. And I tell you, it's one of the best ever.
I've been watching some of Clint Eastwood's older movies lately. Just kind of been on an older movie kick.
Listen,
High Plains Drifter.
I love the guy. His son Scott Eastwood, who's trying to make a name for himself. He's good, but he's not his dad. Okay, but his dad finally said he's done. No more movie directing. No more acting roles. And I am going to miss him. He's been such a part of my life. But I was thinking about him the other day because, when you get to be my age, you start thinking about, oh, okay, here we are. This is the curtain end, blah, 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 blah. But he was making, at 65, at 75, he was dominating the box office. He really didn't hit his stride until like the 80s and the 90s. And do the math, that was like 30 years ago. So he was like 65 when he really started making it all work.
He was the Colonel Sanders of acting.
He was.
Yeah, because he started at 64, so
and
good
he
stuff.
Was doing really good work, too. And that's why you want good Medicare, because life for many people starts with Medicare. So imagine you're 65, you get Medicare, and you live 30 more years. You're going to want to make sure you have what you need.
Yeah, good coverage, be able to relax, enjoy your retirement.
All right, let's go 1979.
1979, NASA's first space station re-entered Earth's atmosphere after 6 years in orbit because Skylab falls to the Earth, with parts of it landing in Western Australia.
I remember it well. 2010.
Spain wins its first World Cup 1-0 in extra time over the Netherlands on Iniesta's memorable goal.
Well, listen, they beat Belgium yesterday.
Yeah.
They take on France. It's been nice.
Yes.
It's over.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that 18-year-old they got is incredible.
I mean, listen, I saw something about Messi, how he ended up getting to that next level because of a VHS tape. He was 12 years old. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
At 12 years old, what Messi was doing.
Insane.
Incredible. Okay, what else? We got pop culture birthday.
Yeah, Richie Sambora, Bon Jovi guitarist, was born on this day.
Biggest mistake, him leaving Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
Should have stayed right there.
Yeah. Usually leaving very successful bands to go for solo careers, it hasn't worked out well.
I mean, listen, television hit shows, this, that, movie, trilogies. I would ride that horse until I couldn't ride that horse anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, why not stay in the zone?
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes people's egos get really big.
Somebody once told me, Ego will always bring you down.
Yep.
All right. I have no ego. It's just me. All right, here we go. It's time for that trivia question. Someone's going to get a $15 Get-Go gas card, 412-922-1020. And this week's question is?
And you gave away the answer, so hopefully everybody was listening. Who has qualified for the first semifinal of this year's World Cup?
He changed it because he has that kind of power. We were going to use something else, but I like his better. You're really into this World Cup.
Oh, I love the World Cup. I mean, my daughter played college soccer at a fairly decent level, so like I'm into it.
You know, I'm still into it, even if no Team USA got bounced.
Yeah. I wish they looked better in their last game. The team that played Belgium was not the team that played the first. I think the whole red card thing, honestly, became a big distraction, and they were not mentally ready for that.
They
game.
might have been better if he would have just stayed off the pitch.
I wish that he had.
Okay. All right, let's take a break. Again, if you think you know the trivia question, the answer, give us a call, 412-922-1020. So what are we going to be doing when we come back?
Yeah, when we come back, I'm actually want to dig into some of the lesser-known rules of Medicare that can have a big impact. So we're going to look at 5 things today. I don't think we've ever done a show like this. So that's what we're going to hit. Obviously, seminars, got an update with the PaceNet. Things are happening in Harrisburg this weekend that are pretty important. So, yeah, a lot to come.
The guys, a lot of moving parts. That's why you can't sleep at night. You got so much. Your brain doesn't.
I can't shut my brain off. That's the problem.
You know, listen, my mother used to do, and you know what? I haven't done it, but I'm about ready to. But every time I did it at work, and it's good. I don't know if it was psychological, warm milk. A little cup of water. I know it. She'd go get a cup. Even when I was like in my 40s and I was going in a million different directions, right? But it always seemed to work. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll take a break. We'll come back. He is Lance O'Brien. It's your Pratt Pack MediConnect, the inside connection, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Back at it. Here's Lance O'Brien. Lance?
Wow, that was a quick break. That might have been the quickest one ever. Woohoo! So trivia repeat. Looks like we got a lot of people calling. Who has qualified for the semifinals of this year's World Cup? 2 great games today. Excited for...
I want England to win it all.
I actually want England to win it all as well. I don't know if they're going to. I think they're peaking at the right time.
It's going to be tough today.
It is going to be tough.
That guy is 6'5" and he's fierce.
You know what's amazing about him is he looks like incredibly disinterested, kind of just meandering about, and then bam, bam.
You know who he reminds me of? Spicoli in Fast Time at Ridgemont High. He just doesn't care about nothing.
Dude.
He doesn't care about nothing. But I love Harry Kane, and they haven't won it since 1966. So, yeah. But watching Messi, and he's obviously in action too. I don't know. These are some of the greatest athletes in the history of all athletics.
Yeah, I love watching the games. They've been really good. I mean, I wish they wouldn't fall down and roll around as much as they do, but
I do that every day here at the office.
I feel like doing that today. But yeah, actually, this is a Medicare show. We are going to talk about Medicare today.
But you realize some of the ones that I watched playing are now long past Medicare or even have passed away. I've been watching this since I was a kid. I was always a little different, okay? But there were certain sports that I gravitated towards, and soccer was one of them. Pele, I have Paul Choud on tomorrow, with the Pittsburgh Spirit. We were doing a show down at AccuSure, and I had him on. And just give you an idea how you don't know when you're amongst greatness. The guy was born in England. He'll be with us tomorrow at 11:30, Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. And we're talking during the commercial break. And there's some young students down there talking to him, interns, this and that. And he said, oh, yeah, I played against Pele when he was with the New York Cosmos. And I'm thinking this guy is really put soccer on the map with the, Pittsburgh Spirit, him and Stan Terlecki. And he's sitting there with me, and I've always idolized the guy, and I interviewed him years ago. But this guy played against Pele. There's not too many people that can say they played against Pele, who may be, bar none, other than maybe Ronaldo or Messi, you got to believe World Cup-wise anyway, the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, he's definitely up there in the top 3 or 4 players, if not the best player of all time. Just some incredible talent, in this year's World Cup. And, I'm really looking. The only thing I wish is that, the U.S. looked so good in the first 4 games, and maybe it was. You'll hear people when they talk about soccer, a lot of times they'll talk about the levels of soccer, right? And maybe, we just aren't yet on this level of one of the top 16 teams. But man, I wish they just performed a little bit better. But Belgium showed yesterday
they gave Spain a run for the money.
They gave Spain everything they wanted.
And listen, Pulisic, now we did find out bone bruise and microfracture, so he was hurting. But this is what you have to realize, and we're going to get back to Medicare. Bottom line is this: as much as we all love soccer and we would love to see it go to the next level, it's going to be pretty tough with basketball, football, and baseball in this country. We may do well, but I don't know if we'll ever win a World Cup. I don't think we'll win one in my lifetime.
I don't think we'll win one in my lifetime either, and a lot of it has to do with we have so many different sports that we play.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. Medicare rules that surprise even smart people like Lance.
Yeah, so we do a lot of advertising on Facebook, digital. We get a lot of comments, and sometimes people are like, well, this is so easy. And you know what? If your scenario is that you're turning 65, you're not going to be working, you just need to get signed up for Medicare, then it's easy. But if you have some of the other things, which most people do, that easy scenario is kind of not more common. The more common ones is I'm going to keep working. I might have an HSA plan. I might have under 20 employees. I'm in a small business. Maybe I'm self-employed. I have the ACA. When you start getting into the nuances of Medicare, that's where it gets really challenging. And I want to kind of address some of those. So again, number one myth that we always hear when we're doing our seminars, it's one of the first questions I actually ask when I get ready to talk to a group of people is, how many here have heard someone say that if you don't sign up for Medicare at the age of 65, that you'll get a penalty? And Rob, as long as I've been doing these, it's usually 70 or 80% of the room that raises their hand, and they have been told if they don't sign up for Medicare at the age of 65, they're going to get a penalty.
Why don't they make sense of that so people don't have to worry? Because until you guys straightened me out, I thought the same thing too.
Yeah, and the reason is because there's not one size fits all. Not everybody is going on to Medicare at age 65. Some people are working past that, so there are, different rules. So here's the overarching rule to this whole penalty at 65. As long as the person providing the benefits, the health benefits, is actively working, if they or their spouse turns 65, they can delay Medicare without fear of penalty. So again, actively working with benefits through the employer, they can forego Medicare without fear of penalty. We actually had someone ask us this in the last week or two. They had benefits from their previous company, but now they were working somewhere else, and they were trying to figure out, did that count as credible coverage or not? So that's the overarching rule. If you're getting ready to turn 65, as long as you're actively working and you have benefits through your company or your spouse does, you don't have to sign up for Medicare. Now, that being said, if you have less than 20 employees in your company, you do have to sign up for Medicare. So even though there's a hard and fast rule of actively working, benefits through your employer, you don't have to work. But if your company has less than 20 employees, in that scenario, you are required to sign up for Part B. If you don't sign up for Part B when you go to get it later, you are very likely going to incur a penalty. The Part B penalty is 10% after 12 months of whatever the Part B premium is. So this year, it's $202.90. So your penalty would be about $20 a month every month for the rest of your life. So again, very important to understand the small employer situation. In that scenario, you want to make sure you sign up for Part B. Okay? So, also, little known or not really understood is not everybody always pays the same amount for their Part B. There is a standard premium of $202.90. But Rob, some people pay less than that. Actually, some people don't pay anything at all. How would somebody not pay for their Part B? Well, it is possible to have Medicare and Medicaid at the same time. If you have Medicare, that's age-related, you've worked for it, paid into it for your Part A. Medicaid is state assistance or welfare. If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, the state is actually going to pay your premium of $202.90.
Yeah, this is why you got to make an appointment with MediConnect. Yeah, I mean, just somebody hearing this right now is like, I didn't know any of this.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, we're just kind of scratching the surface. Now, when I say that, there's a lot of people out there that are like, well, I want Medicaid. And I always say, no, you don't, because the income levels and the asset levels, Rob, to qualify for Medicaid are so low that, financially, they really do need that help. But, Rob, it's not just that you can pay less. There are people out there that pay more for their Medicare. Well, how is that possible? Well, Medicare has set 5 tiers of income, single and married. Right. The single is half as much as the married. If you make over these amounts, then you're going to pay an elevated premium for your Part B. The rule is called IRMA, stands for Income Related Monthly Adjustment Amount. And it's basically what it sounds like. If your income rises above the level of what they think it should be, you're going to pay more for your Medicare.
And it's not always permanent, right?
It's not always permanent, and it's not always off of last year's tax return.
That's why you have to stay tuned. Run these seminars real quick.
Yeah, we'll run the seminars, and then we'll build that out a little bit more. So July 14th, 6 o'clock, we're going to be at Lifespan, Bethel Park, 5151 Park Avenue. July 21st, we're going to be at the Mon Valley Active Life Center on Walnut Street in McKeesport. July 28th, we're going to be at UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street in Pittsburgh. August 4th, we're going to be at UPMC Monroeville on Golden Mile Highway. And that one is the last two that are UPMC. They're both at 3 o'clock. And then August 11th, we're going to be at Chartiers Active Life Center in Carnegie. All seminars are available online, MediConnectInsurance.com, or they can call and register.
Yeah, and they're free, but you got to register. We'll take a break. We'll be back.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Bill DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. It's morning number one of the partial Parkway East closure. The detours have begun. One major concern, though, when it comes to these detours of the Commercial Street Bridge project is the effect that it will have on first responder times. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring the fire, police, and EMS crews can get there quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
O'Connor went on to say he and his team are also working closely with state officials to alleviate any issues that may arise. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, congratulations to Mark. And Monaca had the winning answer to the trivia question.
Yeah, so Spain won their first World Cup on this day, July 11th, in 2010. They have qualified for the semifinals, led by the young teenager, and they're going up against France in the semifinals, which to me, that's probably the final. No disrespect to the other remaining teams.
Yeah, if I'm Spain, get as many days of sightseeing in as you can.
Yes.
But that's okay. Mbappé's, honestly, 27 years of age. He will be the all-time goal scorer very soon. So we're enjoying Messi, Argentina, Switzerland later today. Ronaldo obviously has already said he's not coming back, so it's a changing of the guard, is it not?
It is a changing of the guard. A lot of great young players. But
if you're 18 and it's like Messi at 12 and Pele when he was in his teens, there's no coach that taught you that.
Yeah.
It's just a God-given ability.
Well, Spain hasn't lost a game since he started with them.
I mean, seriously, how can you do that at 18 years of age?
I know. It's insane.
On a massive stage. Listen, I don't think people realize this is bigger than the Super Bowl. This is bigger than the world.
Worldwide it is, for sure.
There's nothing that even the heavyweight championship of the world, there's nothing even comes close.
Yeah, at 18, I was just trying to figure out how to pop a pimple, right? You know?
I didn't even know what they were at 18. All right, let's get back to this week's show. And again, congratulations to Mark from Monaco. You again get a $15 Get-Go gas card.
Yeah, so before the break, we started talking about little known rules that can have big impact, things that are more in the fine print. We started talking about IRMA, income related monthly adjustment amount. When you got ready to go on to Medicare, there is a standard premium for Part B. It's $202.90. But if your income as a single individual is above $109,000 or as a married couple above $218,000, you hit the first threshold of paying more for your Medicare. And I know that those numbers seem high, but there are people out there that hit those levels. And here's the one thing that is super important about this, Rob. IRMA is always based on a 2-year look back. So one of the things people think is, I am not going to be working anymore. So, I'm not going to be making as much money. I'm not going to have to worry about that. If somebody is going to go on to Medicare at 65, or I'll say it this way, if somebody's going to go on to Medicare in 2027, they're going to actually look at their 2025 tax return. So they're going to look back 2 years to when maybe they were getting bonuses, maybe they were working a lot of overtime, maybe there was dual income. And if you are over that threshold, you are going to pay more for your Part B premium. When you get to 2028, then they're going to look at your 2026 tax return. So they always look back 2 years. So you could start with an IRMA, it could go away. You could not have an IRMA to start, but then, Rob, maybe you sell a business or you get an inheritance, then you could potentially get an IRMA. So this is why we always say it's really important to plan. If you have a financial advisor, it's something you want to talk to them about, because IRMA can impact your decision in going to Medicare. Sometimes, Rob, we'll meet with people, and Medicare at its base cost is actually more cost effective and better coverage than their work coverage. But when we go over the IRMA piece, it might price them out of making that decision.
All right, again, let's run these seminars before we move on to our next topic. We're going to be talking COBRA, health savings account, and more. But these are where the seminars are going to be held. They are free, but you have to reserve your space. You can either call 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
Yeah, so again, if you're new to Medicare in the next 12 months, you definitely want to sign up for one of these seminars. If you're not in the area of the ones that we're about to announce, you can go on the website and look for others. If there's nothing in your area, but you're like, man, I'm a year out, I didn't realize you should start, we do have our webinars every Wednesday at 11 o'clock and 6 p.m. You can register for that. You're going to get the same information that you would get live. But July 14th at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at the Lifespan in Bethel Park on Park Avenue. I've always wanted to go to Park Avenue, Rob.
Me too.
July 21st at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at the Mon Valley Active Life Center on Walnut Street in McKeesport. July 28th at 3 o'clock, we're going to be at UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street in Pittsburgh. August 4th at 3 o'clock, we're going to be at UPMC Monroeville on Golden Mile Highway. And then August 11th at 6 p.m., we're going to be at Chartiers Active Life Center on Lincoln Ave and Carnegie.
I own Park Place on Monopoly.
Do you?
Yeah.
I want the boardwalk.
Yeah. And when you got that was Baltic Avenue was the one you didn't want.
Nope.
But that boardwalk you wanted.
Yeah, but I felt like Baltic Avenue got landed on a lot.
Yeah, but I always took it, man. Real estate's real estate.
That's it, baby. That's it.
I love that game. Okay, let's keep going here.
Yeah, so number 3, we've talked about little known nuanced rules of Medicare that can have a big impact. If you have under 20 employees, you do need to sign up for Part B even if you're going to keep working. IRMA can impact how much you pay. Number 3, COBRA is not active employment coverage. So I want to go back to a rule that I said at the very beginning. At 65, as long as you're actively working and have coverage through your employer, you can defer your Medicare Part A and B without penalty. But say you have COBRA as your insurance at age 65 and you're like, oh, I have insurance, I don't need to get Medicare. That is not correct. COBRA is not considered creditable coverage when it comes to Medicare. So if you get to 65, you don't enroll in Medicare because you have COBRA, you are putting yourself in a position to potentially end up with a penalty.
So in a nutshell, what would you tell someone who asks you about COBRA?
If you have COBRA and you're getting anywhere near 65, you want to talk to an expert about how that is going to work.
So pick up the phone right now.
Pick up the phone, call. But I see people make this mistake often where, I got insurance. Why do I need Medicare? Well, COBRA is not going to cut it.
You don't want to get bit by COBRA.
You don't want to get bit by COBRA. Wow. It's bad in life and it's bad in insurance when you're going to Medicare.
All right. Again, we mentioned where the seminars are going to be, but explain a little bit about why this is such a good way to really get to know what's going on.
Sure. Well, the seminars are an hour, so it's not like a 2 or 3 hour college course. It's an hour where we go over at a high level the most important things that people need to know about Medicare. So what is that? So we talk about the enrollment windows. Are you automatically enrolled? Do you have to sign up? Can you delay Medicare? So we really deal with that big question of, should I do this or not do that? And we answer questions that people have. We try to keep it general, but we stay after. Then we go over what is Medicare Part A and B, because that's known as original Medicare, Rob. So we talk about what Part A covers and what it costs, what Part B covers and what it costs. And again, I really think the big thing, Rob, is how we do it. It's very simple, layman's terms, but we help create a picture. Then we go over, because Medicare itself honestly is not sufficient, we go over the 2 private insurance options that people have. One's a supplement, one's an advantage plan. We spend about 20 minutes on them, and we do it from a pro and con concept because we don't want to be biased. Honestly, one of the things that really makes me upset about Medicare is when somebody who's on Medicare becomes ultra militant and biased about it, that you should only do a Medicare Advantage plan or you should only do a supplement. No, both of them have pros and cons, but you need to understand how the systems work. So we delve into that pretty deeply. Then we talk about prescriptions and how that coverage works. So we really give them a great overview of how to get enrolled. Should you enroll? What's Medicare cover? Why should you consider additional private insurance? What are the private insurance options? And how are your prescriptions going to be covered? And again, all of that in an hour. So if you're 63, 64, you want to sign up, come. It'll help you build a timeline and a budget so that when you get to 64 and 9 months, you're like, this is a piece of cake, not a problem.
All right, let's move on to something that seems to be a part of everyday dialogue anymore, health savings accounts.
Yeah, so health savings accounts are becoming more and more relevant in the employer space. And the reason for that, Rob, is they're more cost effective for the employers to offer. In order for it to be a health savings plan, it has to be a high deductible plan. What does that mean? Well, the deductible is what you have to pay before the insurance company pays anything. So the deductibles on these plans are usually $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, which puts more of the responsibility on the individual employee. Because more of the responsibility is on the employee, does the employer pay more or less to offer that plan? They pay less. Right? So more employers are going to HSAs because they can pay less to offer coverage to their employees so that they can, they have this high deductible plan. Now, it's not all benefit just to the employer by paying lower cost to offer insurance. health savings accounts allow people to put money away tax-free when they put it in, tax-free when they take it out. And, not only can they contribute to it, but the employer contributes to it, and they can take it with them past their working years, Rob. So a lot of times that health savings account doesn't go away when you leave the workplace. You retire and go on Medicare, you can use that health savings account to actually pay for parts of your Medicare. So they're becoming more popular because more cost effective for the employer. The ability for the employee to put away money now and in the future for healthcare costs. But there is a big rule with them when it comes to Medicare. If you enroll in any part of Medicare and you have an HSA through your employer, any contribution you make is going to be taxed and penalized. So, most people sign up for Part A at 65 because it's free to have. You do not want to do that if you have an HSA. So again, it's not just the rules around should I enroll in Medicare, should I not, because I'm working, not working. It's what type of insurance do I currently have actually impacts my insurance decision as well. And again, a few years ago, there was a law firm down in Pittsburgh that we did a webinar for,
right,
and all of their employees had HSAs, and none of them were aware of this rule. So they had employees that had been donating to their HSAs, the employer, and they were not aware of the IRMA rule.
All right, coming back, much more, including Medicare trial rights and some closing thoughts, too. He is Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Next hour, the guys from True Value. But in the meantime, you want to reach our crew right now, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. We're back with Lance O'Brien. So let's talk Medicare trial rights, as in TRIAL. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the first four little-known rules that we talked about this morning, a lot of it has to do with around the sign-up time. This one is for people who have picked their private insurance and maybe they're not sure they did the right thing or they want to try the other options. So Medicare trial right. So there's two types of private insurance, Rob, when you go on to Medicare that most people choose from. One is a Medicare supplement. That one works with original Medicare. So visual. You go to the doctor and you have a supplement. You show them the red, white, and blue card because that's your primary insurance, and you show them your supplement card. Okay, so that's one type of insurance. The other is a Medicare Advantage plan, which replaces your original Medicare, but covers the things that Medicare does, but gives you additional benefits as well. Again, one's not right or wrong. They're just different. Well, when you first turn 65, you can get a supplement, the first one, with no medical underwriting whatsoever, okay? So they take you, no matter your health conditions, you pay the same premium as anybody else who would be 65, anything like that, okay? Well, those plans now in Allegheny County are about $160 to $200 a month on top of your $200 premium for Medicare. So it's about $350 to $400 a month. The coverage is outstanding. The network is outstanding. It's really a great option, which a lot of our clients choose. Okay. But what happens with the supplements over time, Rob, is they go up in price every year. So to contrast that, if you're 65 and you go on a Medicare Advantage plan and there's a 90-year-old Rob on the same Medicare Advantage plan, they pay the same premium. So if you're 65 on a $20 plan with UPMC or Highmark or Aetna, whatever the company is, and somebody is 90 on the same plan, they also pay $20. Excuse me. So Medicare Advantage, your age doesn't matter in your premium. Medicare Supplement, age does matter in your premium. So you could start at $160, $200. By the time you're 75, Rob, that premium could be $300, $350. The point I'm trying to make here is at some point in time, for some people, these plans can become unaffordable. Think about it. If you got to pay $500 or $600 a month for your individual Medicare insurance in retirement, that could be a lot for some people. So say they start with the supplement. Well, they can try an Advantage plan for 12 months. If they don't like it, they actually have the ability to go back to their supplement with no underwriting. Because the only time you can go onto a supplement without underwriting is when you first go on to Medicare or if you have guaranteed issue because your plan went away. So Trial Right is not very well known. But there are people out there that come to us all the time and they say, we just can't afford this anymore. We love the coverage, but we can't afford it. And we're like, well, why don't you try an Advantage plan? They're like, well, we've heard bad things about Advantage plans, or we don't want to do an Advantage plan. So we're like, well, we can try to get you underwritten for another supplement. And if they can't be underwritten for a supplement, then they can still try the Advantage plan. If it's their first time in the Advantage plan, Rob, they try it. They're like, oh, this was better than I thought. This is more affordable. My copays are small. They can stick with it, but if they don't like it in the first 12 months, they can go back.
So let me ask you something. You know, we talk, and I'm a good example, that some people are still on their employees' benefits when they're past 65.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's very cost effective for me, exactly what I'm doing here with Odyssey. But with the possibility of things going up, which it could happen, should people maybe actually think of going on Medicare now if they're eligible, as opposed to waiting to when they're almost 70 like me?
Well, we tell everybody that they need to compare when they're at 65, regardless of whether they have employer coverage or not. Because honestly, you know, in your case, in your scenario, Odyssey, because of how much of the premium they were covering and the quality of the coverage, it was more cost effective for you to stay with your coverage. But about 50% of the people we work with, Rob, even though they're going to keep working and have coverage through their employer, it's more cost effective for them to actually go to Medicare. So yes, people should check. Absolutely, even if they're going to keep working. I have people that are absolutely shocked and they're like, I wasn't even thinking about going to Medicare because I'm just going to keep working. And they're like, I'm glad I checked because they can save hundreds of dollars. I'll give you an example. Just worked with a couple in Ohio. Now, they were paying more for their coverage than the average person for sure, but they were paying $1,400 a month for their coverage for the two of them. And the coverage was okay, but it wasn't great. Well, they went on to Medicare, they got supplements, and they got their drug plans. And for $800 a month, they have monumentally better coverage than they had if they had kept their other coverage. So they saved $600 a month, and they improved their coverage significantly.
That's a win-win.
It's a win-win. And they were going to just keep the coverage. You got to review your coverage before you make your decision. And I would say once you're of age, you want to review that coverage every year. And I'll actually throw this out because I think this is really important. Say there's a husband and wife listening right now, Rob. The husband carries the benefits. He's 63. The wife is 65. she's on her husband's coverage, and she's just like, well, I'm on my husband's coverage. I'm just going to keep my benefits. That person should definitely review Medicare, because when the person turning 65 is not the person who's employed, they're usually 75% of the premium. So if somebody's listening today and the premium that they're paying for their husband and wife plan is $600, Rob, the wife is generally somewhere around $450 of that premium. Because think about it. The employer is going to pay more of the portion for the employee, not the employee's spouse. So again, in that scenario, that's an absolutely necessary time to check and review your coverage to see if you should be going to Medicare.
All right. Before we get to our closing thoughts, remind them about the seminars and why they need to be a part of them.
Yeah, again, you do these seminars in an hour, the webinar, you're going to have such a great base understanding. Most of the people that do come to the seminars then follow that up within 2 weeks for an individual seminar or appointment, really. And what we do there, again, it's another hour, but that's when we get into their personal situation. I'm turning 65 this month, or I'm thinking about working, or I heard you talk about Irma in the seminar. I want to talk more about that. So they come to the seminar, get the general information, then they have the follow-up appointment. We do that at their home. They can come to our office. It can be done Zoom or over the phone. They get the specific information. So it really sets them up to know what's happening. So on July 14th at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at Lifespan in Bethel Park. July 21st at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at the Mon Valley Active Life Center on Walnut Street in McKeesport. July 28th, 3 o'clock, we're going to be UPMC Harbor Gardens right down here on Metropolitan Street. August 4th, 3 o'clock, UPMC Monroeville, 1768 Golden Mile Highway. And then on August 11th, 6 p.m., we'll be at Chartiers Active Life Center, Lincoln Avenue in Carnegie.
All right, you've got 90 seconds, all yours.
Yeah, so first of all, shout out to Mark for listening today, being our trivia winner. France and Spain are in the first semifinal. Rob, what's your prediction for the second semifinal?
I think today it's going to be England and Argentina winners.
I also agree. England, Argentina. Then I got England facing France in the finals.
And England just gets ready to go back to see Big Ben and call it a day.
I hope England wins, but this French team is just...
They're lights out.
They're so good.
Well, from what I understand, we have told them if they defeat England that they will have to face the Steelers at halftime when they take on the New Orleans Saints in France. And there will be no equipment. So, listen, I'm telling you right now, I really want England so bad to win this thing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, there wouldn't be the World Cup. There wouldn't be this whole soccer phenomenon if it wasn't for England. I mean, I love it. Grew up with it. Brazil, obviously, a wonderful place, and that's where my fondest memories of Pele. But I really want England to win it all.
Yeah, I would like that as well. I mean, again...
Can you imagine being in a pub today in England?
Oh, man.
They're 6 hours ahead. And what time is that match? Like 5 our time?
Yeah, it's going to be late. The pints are going to be flowing, brother.
And being thrown if they don't win this thing. Can you, seriously, if I could be anywhere right now, I would rather be at a pub in England watching it than actually being there.
Well, if they can stop Harling, they'll be the first team this World Cup that has.
Yeah, the only way you stop that guy is don't let him out of the locker room.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, good stuff. Always good seeing you. Thank you.
You as well.
The best. Lance O'Brien. Pick up the phone. Make the call. Get in there. Let them help you. 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Have you tried the only stop smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com. GOEN. That's alexgoen.com.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, today's morning number one of the partial Parkway East closure to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. Now, if you're looking for some detours, PennDOT has on its website a number of them that get you around the closure. Coming from the east, drivers can take the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Monroeville up to Cranberry and then jump on the 79 southbound, which will take you to the Parkway West. That's going to head you towards Robinson Township and the airport and other places. And coming the same way back, you can take it from the west back over towards Monroeville. Another detour is taking the Turnpike from Monroeville to the Harmer exit, and then you're on Freeport Road for just a moment before jumping on the Route 28, heading towards downtown. Well, this closure is creating a major concern when it comes to first response times. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get there to their destination quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swiss Town Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
O'Connor went on to say he and his team are working closely with state officials to alleviate any issues that may arise. Jeanette police are investigating an apparent hit and run where someone hit a 3-year-old boy back on Tuesday night and then fled the scene. It happened in the 800 block of Gaskell Avenue. The boy sustained a sprained neck and ankle and has a concussion and contusion on his forehead. The boy's mother reported the car involved was gray, possibly a newer model Hyundai or Kia. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to call Jeanette police. Well, the driver of a car jumped over 2 curbs at Settlers Ridge around 12:30 Friday afternoon before smashing into the Verizon cell phone store. This witness was working at the nearby Giant Eagle Market District when he saw the car veer out of control.
I got there first. I opened the door. She was conscious. She was alert at least, but obviously dazed, like she didn't know where she was.
Police telling KDKA Radio the woman was taken to the hospital for evaluation. They say her car's airbags went off, causing what appeared to be just some minor injuries. No one in the store was injured. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 10:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have some fog to start, otherwise humid today with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 81, mainly clear and humid tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a newbie in the building today. The True Value Home Improvement Show is underway, and we got Andy, and we got Mike, and we got Jack. Jack, well, we're going to tell you who he is right now, Andy.
All right. We have a guest with us from Sarasnik's True Value. Sarasnik's been in business a long, long time out in the Bridgeville way. Jason's been a good friend of ours for years and years, and today we have one of Jason's managers. We have Jack Mickle. Did I say that right, Jack? So
you are correct.
Okay, so Jack, welcome to KDKA, and tell us a little bit about yourself and about Sarasnik's True Value.
Sure, my name is Jack Mickle. I'm from the Bridgeville area originally. I went to Westminster College, where I graduated with a degree in communications from Westminster. I actually worked for the radio station there.
Nice.
And while I was there, I worked at a True Value hardware store in New Wilmington. That's where Westminster College is. It's Miller's Hardware and Rental, great little store if you're ever in the area. I fell in love with that. I needed a summer job when I came home a few summers ago. I walked into Jason's, Sarasnik's Hardware, and I never left.
Nice.
So that's a little bit about me and what I do.
Now, give us a phone number and address for Sarasnik's True Value.
Sure. Sarasnik's is 512 Washington Avenue, right on Route 50 in Bridgeville. That's 15017 is our zip. And our phone number is 412-221-5711.
So what do you love so much about the hardware store?
I just love the people that come in, and the small town hardware store that we still have, even though Bridgeville is a lot bigger than it was, and there's a lot more people around, but we still have that old-fashioned hardware store feel, a lot of neat merchandise, things you won't find anywhere else.
Right. And it's geared towards your neighborhood. The homes around there, what they were built, the parts you stock, the plumbing, the electrical. Mike and I talk about that all the time, how each and every True Value store really is designed and built around their neighborhood, their areas. Mike, just like yours out at Sarver. And I mean, you grew up in Bellevue, in the Bellevue store, and how each individual store really patterns themselves after the neighborhood where they're at and the inventory they stock.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's what makes us all so unique. And it's great that we all can then team together as one big army across this great nation.
So, and out at Sarver, I know you guys
it's been a busy summer already. Yep. It's been hot, as we all know, and yes. We're also storm center too. Unfortunately, we get those high winds and rapid rainfall from here and there causes damage around homes and businesses. And of course, your True Value stores, ground zero for emergency response in terms of floor squeegees and dry cleaning up items and chainsaw rentals and tarps and anything like that. So when the storms come, we're there to help you. And of course, without Sarver, we do a big rental business. So we've got all of the rental clearing equipment like chippers and shredders and all that kind of stuff, skid steers and everything like that. So yeah, it's been a very busy summer.
I'd say, first I want to thank everyone who came out for our July 4th tent sale. What a busy, busy weekend. So, Rob, we had thousands of people stop by over the 4th, even with the heat. It didn't seem to slow anyone down, and a lot of fun. Got to see a lot of our regular customers, and I think we went through about 4,000 hot dogs given away, and I only ate one, so I was a good boy with it. But thank you to all our listeners who came out to say hi, and boy, Mike, the people that just tell us time and time again, they thank us for the True Value Home Improvement Show going on 29 years on KDKA. It's fun to do the show, and it's fun to have people tell us that they enjoy listening. So thank you for being listeners, and thank you for shopping out at the tent sale over July 4th. Probably our biggest questions of this week, as we're getting into the hot summer seasons itself, is a lot of weed questions and a lot of bugs. Those seem to be the two areas that the hotter, the more humid the weather is, the more questions we get on the creeping Charlie and the clover, to the poison ivy, to the Japanese beetles. I'm starting to get the calls for the Japanese beetles out now, and the spotted lanternflies and all of that. So, Jack, and I'm sure down in Bridgeville, you guys are starting to get a lot of, if not starting, but getting a lot of calls on the weeds and the bugs along with everything else, aren't you?
Absolutely. That's always one of those things that it's just a cyclical thing. Happens every year. With the weed killers, we're seeing a little bit of changes in that category. Some items that were long time sellers have been discontinued or changed the packaging, and that's one of those things where you have people that they know what they're looking for. Sure. And then when they can't find it, you have to go and help them and point them in maybe a different direction to a newer product that has come out. We sell the Scott's Lawn Pro as well. It's only available at independent retailers, not available at your big box stores. Equal to, if not better than, the Scott's 4-Step, so we sell quite a bit of that. These are things that people like, they work, and just a proven product.
Yeah, then, Mike, it's also with the hotter weather, a lot of our hoses, a lot of our nozzles, a lot of our sprinklers, and along with that, with the heat, doing a tremendous business with fans and air conditioners.
Yeah, so a great point about the air conditioning units, Andrew, because whether you're doing just window units or you have a full house units, of course, they've been working on overdrive, and not only is it the condensers and the energy that's going there, we want to make sure the filters are changed regularly because they're cycling through a lot more air than they typically do, and also keep an eye out on your condensing, the moisture condenser that's getting the moisture out of your home, because obviously it's a two-part problem you're going to have. You want to get the heat out of the home, but we also want to get the moisture down so the humidity levels aren't signing in the house. So you want to make sure the condensing units are pumping out the fluid, they're not clogged. Sometimes those drain lines get clogged very easily with the slime in the drainage lines for your air conditioning units.
No, those condensate pumps are pretty critical right now to working, and don't hesitate to on those condensate pumps, you have two parts to it. You have the part that has that open spout that you could pour stuff in, and the one where the hose is coming out and pumping down the drain, and those hoses do clog or those pumps do wear out. And something that would really help extend the life is to kill the germs and the slime. So put a cup full of Sniper down in that tray of that condensate pump. I do that probably about 4 times a year, and it really helps extend the life of those condensate pumps, and if they go bad and they flood, you're going to have quite a mess down in your basement.
You know, and this subject, too, is like one of those classic examples of how the True Value Hardware Store can save you money. You know, this is a service call that you can avoid because you can take care of these things yourself. And, you know, God bless these HVAC companies, especially now when they're going to be super busy. If they can, you can avoid having them come out for something that you can take care of.
Something that simple.
That's a great thing to do.
The three big things with your air conditioner: one, making sure that coil outside is clean. Debris, sticks, leaves, and so forth, but also that condensate pump. Put that cup full of Sniper down in there, and please make sure you change that filter. Everyone says, well, furnace filter. They're only changing it in the heating season. It's just as critical as keeping those filters clean during the summer season because that air is still flowing through that house. So go down and change that. I'll call it that furnace filter because that's what everyone calls it. But today, let's refer to it as your air conditioner filter, whether it's that pleated filter, whether it's that box filter. So change that. And once again, use that bottle of Sniper and spray that filter so it continues to kill the germs traveling through those filters. So you change the filter and you spray it. And that's going to help keep everything clean. And the other would be change the batteries in that digital thermostat. So that thermostat's working on overtime right now, so it's really going to be draining those batteries. And you don't want your air conditioner to break, and you make that service call when they come in and they put 3 AA batteries in there and say, okay, we're all done. Here's your $150 service call bill for 3 batteries. So check those batteries, check that thermostat, check that condensate pump, and change that filter on it. 3 very, very easy steps and could save you a pretty expensive service call. Rob, I'm sure you've done all of those, right?
Every bit of it.
See, I knew that, Rob.
All right, so get on the phones, get a call. I see we need the calls. We have no calls on the board right now, so get on the line, get calls in. We're here to work. Jack, Andy, and Mike are here.
Yeah, we're going to test Jack, so we'll let him take all the hard calls.
And all the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour every Saturday on KDKA Radio. Daniel's True Value Discount on Appliance, Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, EV True Value Hardware, Sarver True Value, and Sarasnik's True Value Hardware.
Yeah, Jack Mickle is here today representing Sarasnik, so we want to hear from you. Let's get going, inside or out. Fill them up, 866-391-1020. It's your Pat Pack. Back with more in a moment. KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, 866-391-1020. We have a break in the weather, though. Maybe some rain, but it's not as hot. So what could I do outside to dance through the raindrops? You first, Andy.
Dancing through raindrops. Yeah, I like raindrops. So, even with it hot, there's so much you can be doing outside. And yeah, the temperature is a lot better today than it was last Saturday, Rob. But I've started seeing uptick in a lot of the projects for driveways, from concrete driveways, blacktop driveways, taking care of those expansion joints, taking care of the cracks, the potholes, the scaling, the different parts of it. Because, when you're working on a driveway, you don't want to try and patch everything and seal everything all in the same day. So you want to do the actual work, just like Mike and I joke all the time. The prep work is the most important part of any project. So just like when you're painting a wall, it's preparing the wall, cleaning the wall, patching, spackling, and so forth. It's the same as the driveway. So take one weekend to do all the patch work, all the expansion joints, redoing those joints, any of the potholes, any of the repair work, and then let it sit and cure for a week before you go and seal it. So you're going to be patching this week, and then, Mike, next week is when you want to actually, whether you're doing the blacktop or doing the concrete, do the patchwork and then doing the finish work.
Yeah, and the one other thing that's been a little bit unusual for this year is we haven't had a long dry spell, so the lawns and everything's still growing. So we've been dealing with a lot of, keeping your maintenance on your equipment running properly, the lawnmower running properly, because it's getting a little overworked because the grass is growing so well.
Right.
We haven't gotten into that long spell of super dry weather where the grass almost becomes dormant at this time. So vegetation needs controlled. Even your landscaping shrubs and what have you are growing at quite a good rate, so they need trimmed properly and maintained throughout the summer season until we get that big dry period.
Now, Jack, you have some good services to offer down at Sarasniks. I know small engine repair. John, your mechanic, he has actually been on our show before, but John is still there, and you still do a lot of service work on small engines. But what are some of the other specialty services that you offer down at Sarasniks?
Sure, Andy. Like you mentioned, we do a big small engine repair business. We're a steel dealer and a Toro dealer as well, so we're a factory-authorized provider of service for those brands. But we really work on anything with a gas engine, especially since we have our new mechanic, Jack. He recently retired from Mount Lebanon School District after a long career there working on their buses and their heavy equipment. So we're able to do some of the larger things that we weren't doing before just because we didn't have the space. So we got
Jack and John.
Jack and John down there. Dale takes care of our screen repair, always a big business for us, window screens, door screens. People always ask and say, hey, can we bring in a screen door? Is that something you can do? Absolutely.
Yeah, we had a lady drop off 40 of them yesterday. She has a lot of windows.
Right. We do glass repair. You got a picture frame, a family photo fell off the wall. We can take care of that, put a new piece of glass in there. Pipe threading and cutting, that's not something you're going to get down at the big box stores, black iron pipe. Whether you're working on a project that requires that.
How about nuts and bolts? You get into nuts and bolts?
Nut and bolts that's our bread and butter. We really
you got 4,000 square feet of nuts and bolts.
Absolutely, we got 10 tractor trailers filled with nothing but fasteners. That's something we really pride ourselves on. So if you have something that isn't quite right, it looks a little bit off, we probably have it.
Yeah. All right, Rob, how about we take some calls today?
Sounds good. Let's get going. 866-391-1020. Let's go to Joyce somewhere in Pittsburgh for the guys from True Value. Hey, Joyce, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
You had mentioned this a few weeks ago, and I should have written it down, and I didn't. I've got that staining in the trough of my commode, and there was a product you said I could pour in and leave overnight, and it would dissolve that, because the only way I can get it now is to remove the water and use a pumice stone.
Okay.
And it's labor intensive.
Yes, it is. The product is called Santeen, Santeen. Comes in a quart bottle, and I call it my toilet tune-up in a bottle. It's a great product for dissolving all the lime, all the calcium, all the deposits, all the streaks, all the black marks. It'll make your porcelain toilet look brand new again. The longer you let it sit, the better it is. You can either pour half of the bottle in the tank, half in the bowl, or if the bowl is the bad part, you can pour the whole bottle into the bowl. Whether you want to leave the water in, take some of the water out, that's totally up to you. Two things you have to know is it does stink. So if you're, and it's best to let it sit for 12 to 24 hours. If you're doing that, hopefully you have a window in the bathroom you could leave open, or you have an exhaust fan in the bathroom that you could leave turned on, so it'll pull some of the caustic smell out of it. And the other thing, every couple of hours, go in the bathroom with a cotton bowl swab and swish it around the toilet bowl, and also make sure you get it up underneath the lip, the ring of that toilet bowl itself. And it's going to dissolve all of that calcium, all that lime buildup, all that, and it's going to make that, whether it's a 10-year-old or a 50-year-old toilet, it'll make it look brand new again without taking a pumice stone to dig it out. And then after the time that it's sit, all you got to do is flush the toilet a couple times, and it'll wash all the deposits down the drain, and your toilet will look good and brand new again. Fabulous, fabulous product called Santeen.
Thank you very much.
All
I
right.
truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 866-391-1020.
All right, Mike, some of the other things that we're doing, I'm sure a lot of painting going on with it, but, you were saying with all the grass cutting and so forth, have you, or Jack, have you guys seen a lot of the red thread or the fungicides taking over any of the yards, seeing some of those dollar spots, seeing some of the disease coming into the yards?
Yeah, you got to be careful. We always talk about just cutting off the top quarter inch of your grass clipping, so you don't want to go down too deeply.
Not this time of year,
especially this time of year. So there's settings on every mower. It's got settings on them so that you can raise and lower the height of the mower. We recommend mowing more often, making sure that blade is nice and sharp, and just taking that top quarter part off so you get less of that red thread or the rust, which is another bad one that tends to come in the summer months as well too. But yeah, those are some important things to keep an eye out for your lawn this time of year.
And there's the lawn disease products, whether you're using the Scott's or the Jonathan Green products on it. Those are a product that you could put on to really help control any fungicide that might be taking hold in your yard, especially with the rain and 100 or 90 degrees and the humidity and so forth is going to cause that. The big thing we caution this time of year, Jack and Mike, is the weed and feeds. The weed and feeds are really dangerous to use this time of year for it because of that high nitrogen in that fertilizer. It really creates the heat, and then it also burns the yard at the same time with this hot temperature on it. So there's still yard work that you can do. I'm sure, Rob, you've probably been out there and cut your grass 3 times this week, just like you always do. Which is fine, just cutting that little bit on it. But, so don't be afraid to do stuff outside. Don't be afraid to be in the yard. And, if you have those weeds that you need to conquer, getting a product that is just a weed killer without the fertilizer is an option, but following the directions and putting it on early in the day, or also going after it with the liquid versions of it. There's the Ortho weed control products in their green bottle, or Bonide makes the Weed Beater Ultra, Mike. That's a really, really good weed killer. That Weed Beater Ultra also takes care of your creeping Charlie and some of your specialty kind of weeds.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is a big rental time of year for us. I know, Andrew, you're big into rentals. So once we get into the summer months, I know out at Sarver, True Value Rental is a big rental store. We do all kind of excavators, skid steers, track loaders, lifts, everything you might need.
I had to laugh at my rental crew the other day. I saw them out there, sweeping the parking lot. I'm like, okay, thank you. I appreciate you doing that. Some of our high school kids would do that while you're doing this. They said, well, all 21 skid steers are gone. And this doesn't happen very often, so we're taking advantage of the entire rental fleet being out, and we're cleaning and patching the parking lot. I'm like, okay, but it made me chuckle that here it is July, and every machine we own is out on the job sites right now. There are a lot of projects going on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I know you touched upon it earlier. This is a great time to get out there and work on the deck to make sure we get the decks cleaned. There's a lot of different steps you can take depending on the type of deck you have, the type of wood you have, the type of age of the wood, and what you need to do in order to make it good and sealed, because this is the time of year that you want to get that deck sealed and put on a nice good coat of clear stain or what have you, or even solid color. We can walk you through that as well.
Yeah, what's your favorite deck sealant, Mike?
Well, Woodsman makes a really great one. We do Woodsman and and ProLux, which is the old Sikkens line. It's the same product now owned by PPG, but either one of those are awesome.
All right, give us a call, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor coming up with that news bottom of the hour. And today, the first day of that closure of the Commercial Street Bridge will be his lead story. And, of course, we'll be back. More of your phone calls. Perfect time to get in on the show. We've got lines available next hour, AAA Essentials Talking Travel. And then we open up the phone lines again for some open talk headline news of the day in the noon hour with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, it's morning number one of the partial Parkway East closure. Detours have begun, and one of the major concerns when it comes to the detours of the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge is that of the first responder times. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get there quickly.
Obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have, there's an emergency that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
If you're thinking about taking what's called a local detour, well, you can get off at the on the Parkway East. You can get off at the Wilkinsburg exit inbound, and the Wilkinsburg Community Development Corporation are actually hoping you do that because they are having a promotion called Skip the Tunnel, which urges drivers to check out some of the businesses in Wilkinsburg as you'll be detoured through Wilkinsburg's main corridor, Penn Avenue, after you get off at the Wilkinsburg exit. KDK Radio News Time is 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Music Festival, July 11th and 12th at Pittsburgh Brewing Company in Creighton, featuring Joe Grishecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Band, Norman Nardini, The Gathering Field, and more. Benefiting Band Together Pittsburgh and Autism Pittsburgh. Presented by Pittsburgh Brewing Company and U.S. Steel. Tickets at pittsburghmusicfestival.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural pork baby back ribs are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet bicolor corn, 6 for $3. In our deli, Silver Star baked ham is $6.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 81. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Mostly sunny Monday, high again 86. In the 90s on Tuesday and Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Reedy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, so Sarasnik's True Value, Sarver True Value, Sarver True Value Rental, Evie True Value, Evie True Value Rental, Jack, Mike, and Andy. And here's Lisa in Ross on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Lisa.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just had a question. Our grass, we have, I guess I don't know if they're weeds, but they look like little clovers.
Sure.
And I didn't know if we could put something down on it because I know next week's going to be very hot in the 90s.
Right.
Or should I just wait to do that?
Well, no, I mean, this is clover's big time of year. Clover loves your mid-July season where it's hot, whether it's rainy or not rainy. Clover really doesn't care about the moisture. They love the hot temperature. So two things you could do. Okay. One, do not use a weed and feed. The feed part is very problematic this time of year. There's very, very few foods that can go on a yard in July because the foods, the high nitrogens, create temperature rising, with the hot temperature burns yards out. But on the weed killer, if you want to use a granular, you have to get a weed killer only without the food in it. Now, Jonathan Green makes one. I don't believe Scott's makes one, but the Jonathan Green weed killer can be applied, but if you do it, it has to go on early in the morning when the grass is moist, so the weed-killing agent sticks to the weeds, and no rain for 12 hours. And that product will kill clover. Now, the other is liquid versions. Now, my favorite clover killer in a liquid form is made by Bonide, and it's called Weed Beater Ultra. It comes in just a quart bottle, ready to use. You just spray it on the areas that have the clover, and it'll kill the clover in 24 hours. Or there's a garden hose attachment where you can spray an entire 5,000 or 8,000 square foot area. As you're watering the yard, it mixes with the water and applies and kills weed. There's no fertilizer in it, and it doesn't hurt the grass. So either one of those ways, depending on whether you're trying to do a whole yard or you're just spot treating. If you're spot treating, I'd get just the ready-to-use quart bottle and just spray those areas that have the clover. It'll kill the clover. It will kill any other broadleaf weed it touches. So if you have creeping Charlie, or if you have crabgrass, or if you have dandelions, it will not kill grass, but it kills over 200 different broadleaf weeds, clover being one of them. And maybe that would be what you need, just something to spot treat. And you want to, you spray them once again, morning, and let it go. And, within 24 hours, you're going to see the clovers wilted and died.
Okay, what is that called again?
Weed Beater Ultra.
Okay, does your store sell that?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
All right, keep those calls coming, 866-391-1020.
All right, bug-wise, Mike, we started the show talking about bugs. Are you starting to see any of the Japanese beetles?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're going to start coming out here real soon.
Right.
We see some of that. The spotted lanternfly, too, is processing through its different phases. I've seen them out as well, too. So we got a lot of the bugs that are starting to come out are going to be more problematic. And in indoors, too. We got all the gnats in the kitchen. We get a lot of calls typically once the summertime comes.
A lot of gnats, a lot of fruit flies, a lot of indoor insect problems.
Yeah, we got the rescue trap that we like very well indoors, as well as the new Evo light trap that does a great job of getting the different flying gnats and other flying just flies as well inside your kitchen.
Yeah. Grubs turn into the Japanese beetles, and that's why we're starting to see, both the grubs and the Japanese beetles, depending on the cycle that they're in, depending on your yard and so forth with it. And once again, if you're dealing with grubs, make sure you're buying the right product to kill the grubs itself. You want a product that is a 24-hour kill. You do not want a season-long grub control like GrubX. A lot of people run in and say, I want GrubX, but GrubX does nothing for you this time of year. You're wasting your money. It's not the right product. That's a season-long product that has to be put on in April, May. If you do find you have grubs, and it's easy enough if you're starting to see chewed up areas in your yard, or you see brown spots and starting to get bigger and bigger and bigger brown spots, take a look. And if you grab the grass and could pick it up just like a toupee, so to speak, on it, you're going to see the white grubs directly in there. You want to get, whether it's a Bayer product, whether it's a Spectracide product, whether it's a Jonathan Green product, you want a product that is a 24-hour kill. You put it on and those grubs will be dead within 24 hours. But the grubs, if they're let go, one, they'll destroy a yard, but two, they turn into those Japanese beetles. And then the Japanese beetles are going to come out and eat all your roses and tomatoes and lettuce and everything else.
All right back to the phones. Let's say hi to Carol in Elwood City for the guys from True Value. Hey, Carol.
Hi. Hey, listen, I hate to be a downer, but this is terrible to kill clover. What are the honeybees going to eat? If we kill them all, we're not going to be able to be living.
Yes, I understand, and that's a discussion we've had every year. I've had that discussion for 53 years. That's how long I've been doing this, and the clover are very, 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 very beneficial to the honeybees. So it's just, unfortunately, some people don't like anything but the green grass in their yard. So we have to have products available for whichever way people want to go, whether they want to kill the clover or they want to keep the clover. But, I agree 100%. Honeybees love the clover.
Thank you very much. When was the last time you were stung by anything like a wasp, a hornet, yellow jacket? It's been a while.
2 weeks ago.
Just a honeybee?
Yeah. Just honeybee.
That's okay.
I didn't see it. I was pruning my rose bushes, and it said hello because I was too close. So
what do you think?
I said hello back and ouch. And
what do you think the worst is?
Yellow Jackets, probably. Yellow Jackets. It's been many years since I've stepped on a yellow jacket nest cutting grass. And, oh, boy, I was down for the count.
That's ouch.
That's a big-time ouch on it. But I think we've all been stung. Mike, I'm sure you have. Jack, you've been stung?
Absolutely.
Yeah. When's the last time you were stung, Rob? This morning? No?
It's been a while, but I got hit once by a hornet between my ring finger and my pinky finger.
Yeah.
At full speed.
Yep, you feel it.
Oh, yeah, it knocks you down. All right, let's go to Joe, Scott Township. Joe, you're on the air. Welcome to KDK.
Good morning. My question is, in the last 6-8 months, we're going to have flickering lights in the house, and I noticed it most in the kitchen, so I changed the bulb, changed the switch, pulled the fixture down, redid that, went down to the entrance box, tightened the wire going into that circuit breaker, and I noticed down there the lights flickered. So I'm sort of thinking it's not one circuit, it's the house.
Could be.
Could very well be.
Especially with the drain on the electrical system we're having with all the ACs running. That could be a call to your electrical provider to ask them if they'll probably know right off the bat whether or not that particular neighborhood or that particular region is experience a particular draw down on the electricity. And that would be my first call, because if that's the case, then there's nothing you can do about it. And if they're like, no, everything's fine, then we can start talking about, again, some of the things you were doing. You want to do all those initial steps, narrowing down if it's whole house, and you might get down to the panel box. That might be where you want to call an electrician in to make sure you get a good inspection of the panel box. But I would start with your electrical provider for sure.
Right. But then if it is the whole house, then as you're working into the house, and this is stuff for an electrician to check, I don't know that I would want to be doing it myself, but you have your main feed line coming into your house, your SCU cable itself. A lot of times you have terminals, whether it's up at the peak of the house, that are corroded, and you have one leg of the power that is from wind causing that SCU cable, that crimp connect at the top peak of your house where the line comes in, could be problematic. And as you're working down the house into your meter socket, same type issues. You have terminals there on windy days. The meter socket's shaking a little bit. It could be flickering the cable. And as you're working into the panel itself, you have the feed lines going into the main breakers or into the neutral bar, and it slowly works its way down the panels itself. And it generally flickering like that, if it's not a power company issue, it's generally a terminal issue somewhere along that line, and that would be something that an electrician could come in and check for you.
Well, that was part two of my question. The drop from the pole to the house is 3 wire.
Correct.
Separate. And everybody in my neighborhood pretty much has the triplex. And I figure if that 3 wire has been there since they built the house, which was in 1952.
Yep.
So I think they got their money's worth out of it.
Yep. And I have to agree with that. It's not uncommon for a house in the 40s or 50s. They have to upgrade that service line coming into your house, the line itself, the meter socket, and the panel. Depending on the panel you have, it may not be even up to code. And if you're going into possibility of selling a house, you're going to get tagged by an inspection saying that whole panel and everything needs to be upgraded. But that's something that really a certified electrician, I love working with my electricians. They're worth every penny. And they would be able to be able to determine whether that's the issue and where the condition is of the panel and the line.
All right, I got to get to a break, Joe. Thanks for the call. Anybody else? Home stretch. One more segment today. True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020. Good morning.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns. connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Let's head out to Swissvale and say hi to George. Hey, George, welcome to KDKA and the True Value Home Improvement Show. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm glad to be on the air. I'm calling with respect to the comment the lady made before about needing to keep the bees around between fertilization seasons so we have crops and food and all that stuff.
Okay.
The way I do it, when I mow the lawn either every other week, or I'll increase the height of the mower blade while the clover is growing, just to keep it like a full crop going while the bees are needing it.
Okay.
So that's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate that, George. Thank you. That's bees and food. And
did we ever think of that stuff when we started this show? Was that an issue with the bees?
It always has been.
Really?
I say, Rob, it absolutely, it always has been. It's a fine line between, the chemicals and the organics. And Mike, I'd say when we started this show, it was a lot different than where we are now in the way of chemicals to organics. And organics are probably, probably 70% of the sales now, where you go back, Rob, when we started the show 29 years ago, maybe 5% organic and 95% chloridane.
And how about the world of repellents as well,
and
Andrew?
Repellents, absolutely on it. And I think we've taken a huge, huge step forward to doing the organics. And just think of Magical and Love Your Soil, Mike. And I know, Jack, you have Magical and Love Your Soil down at your store. We treat the soil. We don't feed the grass. Healthy soil is healthy yards. And it's better for all, better for the environment, better for the bees, better for humans. But it's a fine line, Rob. It's your house, it's your castle, it's your property, it's your decision what you want to do and how you want to do it. And George has a great way of keeping the grass high, keeping the clovers there, and but if it's a situation that you gotta take care of that clover patch because you got little kids running through your yard and the bees love the clover and you're trying to protect your children from the bees. If you take care of the clover, the bees are going to go to the neighbor's yard and eat on their clover instead of yours. And it maybe just treats that one little area, takes care of the clover, and little Susie and Johnny aren't going to get stung by the bee. So everyone has to look at their own situation, that's for sure.
Well, maybe it's just me. And Jack, you'll get to know me. Sometimes I can be delusional. I swear that these rabbits are getting bigger. I saw a rabbit in my backyard. I was out doing some stuff the other day. I mean, it looked like a dog. I mean, massive.
That's a big rabbit.
And he, once again, just a stare down. I mean, but this thing was
Who won?
big. Well, he's no longer there, but I didn't know that he ran away. But I have some rabbits in my backyard.
Yeah.
Look like they've been working out with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, we got living around my house. We have a couple eagles and some hawks, and
Not
we
many rabbits.
don't see too many rabbits or squirrels anymore. Still chipmunks. Those little buggers stay more underground, so they're not food for the birds. But I tell you, the rabbits and the squirrels, they disappear pretty quickly in our neighborhood with the hawks and eagles. But that's Mother Nature.
That's a smorgasbord.
Yeah,
for them.
that's where they go.
And we
full
got great
cycle on it.
repellents for the rabbits. If you don't want them to go in certain areas around, like your hostas and what have you to eat, you can very safely and humanely repel them from those areas.
Now, and with that, Jack, we talk about all the time with our repellents to switch it up. Don't just use liquid fence or deer stopper or Repel-Zol. So if you guys have been using, say, liquid fence since the beginning of the season, today's a good day to switch to Repel-Zol or Deer Off. So the deer and the rabbits and the squirrels and the groundhogs don't become immune and don't know that smell and just don't care about it anymore. So I have 4 different flavors, and every month I change flavors that I spray all our plants with to keep them from keep those critters from eating our hosta and our roses and our flowers and everything else. So, what are some of your other customers talking to you about, Jack?
Well, right now, and I wanted to mention this earlier when we were talking about mowing our lawn, how important it is that we do preventative maintenance on our equipment, especially on our lawnmowers, and when we are cutting our grass and leaving it a little bit higher at this time of year, so we're not burning out the lawn. It's important to have a sharp mower blade. We sharpen mower blades. I'm sure you do as well,
absolutely.
Andy. These are things that we need to do while our mower is running, not when it becomes an emergency and we need our lawnmower. This is a great time to do it because the grass isn't going to be growing as fast as it was before. In the spring. So we're going to have longer spurts between when we're mowing our grass. We need to do this preventative maintenance, get our mower in for a tune-up while we don't need it, right? So it's in the back of our mind. We need to bring it to the front of our mind, and we need to take care of that. Simple things. Change the oil, change the air filter, spark plug, make sure everything's working properly, greased and lubricated, sharpen the blade, get these things done. Same thing with your weed whacker. These are things that need to be done right now. So they don't become an issue later.
Be proactive. How do you know when your blade's dull?
You're ripping your grass instead of cutting your grass. You'll see uneven cuts in your yard. You'll see grass bent over, not straight cut through. You can generally look at your yard and you could see that that's not quite right. Something's not working right, and you could generally tell by looking at your grass that it wasn't evenly cut. It was more butchered or hacked, and that's generally due to the blades being dull, and then what it's doing is it's ripping the grass instead of cutting the grass. So you're going to see the grass bent over or damaged instead of just a straight even cut on it. So it's generally just, turn the mower over when it's not on and the spark plug's not attached, and, touch the blade, feel the blade. You should be cleaning your mower after every cut also. So when you're cleaning the mower, take a look at it and just gently touch the blade. And, if you could grip the blade and it's not ouch or cutting you, then it's time to get that sharpened.
All right. We're going to get out of here. But before we do, Jack, tell everybody about your store.
Well, we've been there since 1938. We're going to be coming up on 90 years here in 2 years. So we've been there for 88 years.
Nice.
Our current store has been there since 1961 after a fire burnt down the block. So still a neat store. We still have things from the old store, wooden ladders, stuff like that. So neat stuff. But we jam a lot in there. It's 2 floors. Our parking lot is in the rear. There's no parking on Washington Avenue. So there are some stairs involved, but we have a large selection of steel products, Toro lawnmowers, and Milwaukee tools. We have a huge inventory of Milwaukee tools. It's something we do very well with. and a lot of people are very happy about.
Jack, good job. Mike, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, thanks. SarverTrueValueRental.com. That happens to be our website as well, too. SarverTrueValueRental.com.
All right, and EV True Value, give us a call throughout the week, 412-835-5780, or shoot me an email. I answer all of them. I love getting questions. It's EVEYHDW@gmail.com.
All right, Jack, good stuff. Come back, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, news next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
EasyCater, the workplace food platform, makes it easy to order food for all your workplace needs.
From favorite restaurants, don't forget that.
Who are you?
Tina. I'm Tina. I use EasyCater at my job.
Well, I am the voice of EasyCater. Don't you have work to do?
Not as much now that EasyCater saves me all that time ordering food for the office, with great options for any group size or budget, all on one platform. Just trying to spread the word.
Fine, let's do the last bit together. EasyCater, it's all the food for your workplace.
All in one place. Start an order at EasyCater.com.
Oh, you're not terrible.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, it's morning number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure to replace the Commercial Street Bridge, penned out on his website with a number of detours to get you around the closure. So let's highlight a few of them. If you're coming from the east, drivers can take the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Monroeville up to Cranberry, and then that's when you head on 79 southbound. That's going to take you to the Parkway West towards Robinson Township and other parts west, such as the airport, and you can take the same detour coming back towards the east. Another detour is taking the Turnpike to the Harmer exit from Monroeville. You're on Freeport Road for a moment, then jump on to the Route 28 southbound area towards downtown, and of course the same way back if you're heading to the east from downtown. Jeanette police say they're investigating an apparent hit and run where someone hit a 3-year-old boy Tuesday night and then fled the scene. It happened around 11:30 p.m. in the 800 block of Gaskell Avenue. The boy sustained a sprained neck and ankle and has a concussion and contusion on his forehead. The boy's mother reported the car involved was gray, possibly a newer model Hyundai or Kia. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to call Jeanette Police. A man is charged in a shooting that happened earlier this week in Uniontown. District Attorney Mike Obley says 41-year-old Jimmy Bradley is accused of shooting someone outside of his apartment on Titus Place back on July 6th. Obley says the victim was hit in the arm. Officers recovered multiple firearms at Bradley's apartment, where the DA says he cannot own firearms. He's being held without bail. Well, Pittsburgh Steeler, former Steeler, Greg Hawthorne. He was the number 1 pick for the Steelers in the 1979 draft and member of the Super Bowl 14 championship team. He's died. Hawthorne's family said he died Wednesday. Hawthorne joined a team loaded with stars and coming off a Super Bowl 13 victory after the 1978 season. He played in 15 games his rookie season for the Steelers, but was more integral in the 1980 season, where he had 4 touchdowns on 63 carries. Hawthorne finished out his professional career with the New England Patriots and Indianapolis Colts. He retired after the 1987 season. Greg Hawthorne, 69 years old. KDK Radio News Time, 11:02. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clouded this afternoon, couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s, and we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday, a high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Marita Williams is here. Yay, yippee. Lots to talk about, but we're going to talk about the place that she loves the most, the United States of America and the Mighty Five, those national parks. We're going to kick off with that. But how was your vacation, because it's a semi-retired vacation, summer of 2026 going?
It was wonderful. So we, as a family, there was 13 of us, went to Glacier National Park.
Wow.
And then we went up to Banff in the Canadian Rockies and Banff National Park. So we had a really, really great time. I want to talk a little bit about that because, now's the 250th. It's the year to visit the national parks. I mean, they all have stuff going on. It was really great at Glacier, and we were so lucky with the weather. So we got there. The whole week was great. They opened the road going to the Sun Road the week we were there. Actually, they opened it up on Monday. We were leaving on Tuesday, so we did get to drive the road on that Monday. Which was absolutely phenomenal. First time I've done that, so it was great. We did some hikes, awesome. Great people around. It was like leading into the busy season, so it wasn't quite as busy as it might be right now. Right. But the week after we got home, they had the floods, so they had to close the Sun Road. And in Banff, they closed the town that we stayed in right next to Banff, Canmore. So we were so lucky with the weather. We had the perfect weather. It rained the day we left. Other than that, we didn't get any rain, so it was wonderful.
I was thinking about you coming in today, and I have a bright idea for you, but you're always so busy. But even in semi-retirement, you realize how many years you've been doing these family vacations?
Long time. Yes.
You could actually do a little book with some pictures of then and now, chronologically through the years, and just call it Family Vacations Still Work. and get AAA to kind of help you finance it a little bit. Because honestly, you have a story to tell.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
How many years now? Seriously, that the family at least once a year has been going away.
Oh gosh, probably since like 2005.
So you're looking at like 20-some years.
2005 is pretty much when we started doing that.
And those children are no longer children, but some are young adults.
They are young adults. Hence, we've kind of graduated from the beach vacations. I mean, we still love our beach vacations, but the kids out there wanting to explore and do something else and hike and see different things, and they love the national parks.
But do you realize how much they must love you adults to still want to do that with you? It's kind of like me. People would say, well, why are you still going to your grandmother's on Sunday for dinner when you're in your mid-20s? And I'm like, that's where I want to be. And I was there every Sunday with my family until my grandmother eventually passed away. I was 26. And I'll never forget, I was on a little swing that my dad had made for his grandchildren with this big oak tree in the backyard. Had on the three-piece suit, the glasses, because I was crying so hard because she was like my mother, right? I mean, I grew up, she was in her 40s and 50s. And it was the first experience of loss. But what I was so thankful for was all of those Sundays that hot weather like we've had, no air conditioning, nobody did not come. We made spaghetti, we hang out, we ate, we read the paper, watched the movie. You know, these things that you have done with your nieces and nephew, they're going to be remembering this stuff and probably still doing it the rest of their life.
I hope so. They do. They still love traveling with them. One of our nephews is going to be 30 this year, and he can't wait for the family vacation. My niece got engaged on this vacation. Her boyfriend was with us.
Nice.
And they had gorgeous pictures of out on the lake in Banff where he knelt down and proposed. None of us knew. None of us.
Oh, that's really cool.
It was such a shocking surprise, but we were so happy for them. So, yeah, lots of family memories. And, you know, you don't have to go on an exotic vacation. I remember when I was a kid, we didn't go. We camped. And those are the memories that we still talk about. Mm-hmm. I mean, our vacations as children, that my mom and dad, there was 6 of us, and that's what we did. Every year we went somewhere, hopefully somewhere new, mostly in Ohio, and camped. So it doesn't have to be an exotic or an expensive vacation. You can do your own backyard weekends. You know, we often don't go to the places that we have right here in Pittsburgh or Laurel Valley or Erie or, you know, a quick 2-hour drive away, Cleveland even from Pittsburgh. There's tons of stuff that you can do for vacation that doesn't have to cost an arm and a leg.
No, we're just a short drive from all that stuff. Absolutely love it. You know, and I've talked about this, and Debbie Evans, when she was with AAA, we talked about it all the time. We went to Geneva on the Lake. We did it for years. And we would get a cottage, and it went from 1 to 2 weeks. But what happened, the entire neighborhood would go. So it was basically like all of your buddies, but you would just get transplanted from Beaver County in the Ohio and Beaver River to Lake Erie. And in fact, I've often thought when I decide to call it a day, that might be something I'd like to go and revisit, maybe actually spend a month, just go to Lake Erie.
Hang
for a
out.
month. Yeah.
There's so much fun stuff up in the Erie area, not just downtown Erie, but in the surrounding communities, the wine trail, you know, the lake. When you're up there on the lake, you know, we had our travel show, and we still are, right there at the Bayfront Convention Center. And there's the hotel, too. There's a Sheraton on one side and I don't know if it's a Springfield Suites or Courtyard by Marriott on the other side of the convention center. And we just love that courtyard because you feel like you're on vacation. It's right on the lake. I was going to say ocean. It's right on the lake. Sailboats all around. They have a gorgeous pool overlooking the lake. You feel like you're on a holiday up there.
But when you think about this being our 250th anniversary and going to some of the places you went, there's a lot of significance there. So it's nice that people are embracing America as we celebrate 250.
Absolutely. And I know Washington, D.C., all the highlights there have been in the news, especially on the 4th, you know, with the monuments and the pool, the reflecting pool, and, of course, Lincoln Memorial, all of the big ones. But, you know, there's memorials, a lot of different places that have significance to our 250th. Obviously, Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
The 4 presidents that are out there. The national parks, Yellowstone with Roosevelt. You know, lots of history in all of our national parks.
Speaking of history in the making right now, Union Pacific Transcontinental Railroad, and there has been talk that they are in the business of maybe expanding by buying Norfolk Southern, which I think would be a win-win because of them being able to go transcontinental. One of the only ones in the country left. But they've got the big boy, the big steam engine that's been traveling throughout the country, and it's going to be in Leechdale this afternoon, not too far from where we are. And when you think about rail travel, back in the day, when we finally had that one that went from one coast to the other, obviously Abraham Lincoln, the Iron Horse, train travel had really changed America. And we talk about whether it's Rocky Mountaineer or Amtrak, all these years later, people are still discovering the USA by train.
By train, yes. You know, that's one of my things that I was just telling my sisters that I want to do, and they go, well, you can do that one. They're not interested. But
You've never traveled by train?
I have, but what I want to do is go from here to the West Coast and just get off when I want to get off, get back on, get off. You know, you can do that on Amtrak.
Could you ever see, and look, you have a wonderful significant other. You've got a lot of beautiful babies and even more babies than one could ever imagine that you really want to embrace and spend time with. But have you ever just said, I'd like to take a week or two by myself and just go travel? Could you do that?
I could do that, yeah, on Amtrak. That's what I want to do. That's my goal.
Well, see,
in the next couple of years, I want to get on in Pittsburgh and get off in L.A., and I don't know if I'm going to fly back or train back.
Well, you do such a great job with social media, and I'm not just saying that because we're both the same age and we've embraced it because we understand it is the wave of the future. But I would love to see a little travel log of you with Amtrak going to all these places. They're traveling the old Route 66. And as I said, these vacations that you've taken with your family, I think the only way people sometimes learn that the time is ticking is that you got to get back on the right track. And the only way you do that is by somebody showing you there's a whole world out there, and you got to go grab it when you can.
That's exactly right, Rob. And there's so many different ways to travel.
Oh.
I'm not just talking about transportation, but, you know, a lot of family vacations, and we do it. We do Airbnbs or VRBOs. We try to get a house that we can all, because that's part of the vacation. You want to be together. You don't want to be in 6 different hotel rooms, in my mind. There's times when you do, depending on what your vacation is. But like for us, we stayed 4 nights in Glacier, and we got a house in Whitefish. And then we stayed 5 nights in up in the Canadian Rockies and got a house in Canmore. And it's nice because you can cook breakfast. I mean, we ate out a lot for dinners because, you know, you're busy all day long.
Yeah, you want to do dishes.
But you can cook breakfast. You can have a sandwich ready for you, pack it up, go on a hike, and then go out and have a nice dinner with the whole group.
What do you do for transportation?
We did rent cars.
Okay.
Or minivans because there was 13 of us. So there was 3 minivans. And, you know, that's what I wanted to talk about in one of our segments is kind of how we've can travel still and enjoy it and learn more about the destination when you are going by yourself. So there's still some things that you can purchase that are very affordable to do that. So we'll talk about that in the next segment.
And they have a great partnership with Hertz, too, at AAA. So you may just want to keep that in the back of your mind. That mobile app obviously can help you as well. That Show Your Card and Save membership, which I'm sure she uses when she's on vacation. And you can get this all the time, too, the cool little motorist that I'm showing right now on the Metropolitan Window video screen. So Marita's here. We have a lot to get to. Plus, we're going to give you a couple of itineraries before the hour is up. So stay where you're at. This is AAA Central's Talking Travel on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Looking for the adventure of a lifetime? Join AAA Travel November 1st through the 8th, 2026. On their featured vacation, explore Machu Picchu. Experience breathtaking scenery, rich culture, and unforgettable moments. Travel with confidence on a professionally guided small group journey. Explore the energy of Lima and the historic charm of Cusco. Experience the beauty and traditions of Peru's Sacred Valley. Meet local communities and enjoy authentic cultural connections. Savor regional cuisine and unique dining experiences. Then board a scenic train through the spectacular Andes Mountains. Your reward is an unforgettable visit to the legendary Machu Picchu. Stand in awe of one of the world's most remarkable destinations. This vacation includes hotel accommodations and transportation, sightseeing, select meals, and expert guides as stated in itinerary. All for just $2,555 per person based on double occupancy. Interest in Peru continues to grow and availability is limited. Secure your spot now before space fills up. up. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, when you go on vacation with this brood of yours, this crew, look, I'm so used to being single now and living alone, and I always had people around me. I mean, I had 6 sisters, nieces, nephews. I've had children my whole life, wonderful significant others. I mean, I told my son Robbie, we were talking the other night, and I said, one thing about your dad, nobody had the ride that I had. I had a great ride. But is it overwhelming when you're with all those people, or does everybody kind of, because you don't want to have to entertain the whole time. And I feel like when I get around my kids sometime, I have to entertain them, even at this age. Can you decompress? Do people do things on their own? Can you, feel good? I'm just going to go take a walk.
Yeah. Yeah. There was, with 13 people from, let's see, Gabby's 21 and my oldest sister's 71. So that was the age there, and her son and his wife and their son was on there, so her grandchild. But I guess he's the youngest. Reese is 15.
Wow.
So there is a little bit of a gap. But it was nice because, like, Gabby, my niece, and Eli, her brother, my nephew, and then her fiance now, and Reese, they would go and do their hikes that they wanted to do because they can do a little more extreme.
That's a big deal for young people.
They love hiking.
What's up with, my children, they go to like Deep Creek and hike and get out.
Oh, they love it. And it's great. And more power to them, right? I wish I would have got into hiking more when I was younger. I mean, I do some of the other hikes. I did do one hike with them that I was pretty proud of myself.
Did
in
you
Glacier.
Make it?
I made it. Yep.
Well, you would make it.
And there was they're into the videos, and the not so much the snapshot photos, but my nephew takes really great photos. And then he took his thingy.
Drone.
Yeah, thanks. His drone with him, and he got
amazing?
some awesome shots of when they were on their hikes. So, yeah, and then, we still like to go into the touristy towns like Banff and do the little shops and buy the popcorn and the beaver tails, which are these like what we call elephant ears back home. And then, do a little bit of shopping, do the distilleries. My 30-year-old nephew, he's really into the distilleries and getting the little
bourbon.
Yeah, bourbon and vodka, and then the beer and everywhere you travel now, they have these. I remember when we were in Alaska last year, I swear we went to every distillery there was.
We have them here now. Wiggle Whiskey,
yes.
They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Everywhere. So they're into that. There's a diverse things that you can do.
Well, see, here's the other thing. I think by us talking about this, because we're not the only ones thinking this, but a lot of people sometimes think they don't want to go with me on vacation because, I'm a little bit older. They're going to be bored. But if you go into it knowing, think outside the box, it's okay for letting them do their thing, you do your thing, and then you kind of get together for that. Even if you get together at dinner at night,
absolutely,
you're in a different
still
setting
together,
right?
Yeah.
Right, and this is a great idea.
So, what we did also is, and what people might not think about a lot of times, when you're doing your own vacation, say you are going somewhere and you're renting an Airbnb for a few nights or a week or whatever, there is still that opportunity to book a guided tour while you're in this. And that's exactly what we did. When we got to Canadian Rockies, I booked a 2-day private tour for our whole family for 13. So we were in a van that accommodated 13, actually accommodated a little more than that, but it was just us. We had a driver guide, and it was really nice because, the husbands are driving we had 3 vehicles, so they're driving all day, and, it's nice to sit back, relax, and learn the history or learn about the wildlife. So for those 2 days, plus then the kids, I call them kids, the teenagers, they got to see, you know, what they wanted to go back and do or where they wanted to go hike the next 3 days. So in our national parks, you can always book a guided tour that you don't have to drive it. So even if you have like a family of 5, it's really nice to get that guided tour because you're getting the history, you're getting the knowledge, you're getting ideas of what to do in your free time. So I highly recommend, you know, checking that out. And we have a company called Viator that we're partners with at AAA, and our travel agents are all aware of them. And they can book you these tours, even if it's a onesie or 2 people. If you're going out by a lot of people travel as single now. You can get a guided tour once you get to the city, if it's a walking tour or depending on what it is. And I really want to talk about a few of those Viators when we get into our Steelers trip that's coming up in October, and there's still space on it. So we're going to talk about that.
This is how my mind works. So I've been following the World Cup because that's what I do. Sports.
That was
right?
a big part of our vacation. We had to be somewhere to be able to watch it.
But England and Holland Norway are playing today. I know people from AAA have been to all these places.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
oh yeah.
I mean, France going back again with the Steelers. You know,
yeah.
But Alicia, you've been to all over Europe. I mean, it's kind of amazing. But the World Cup and AAA do have a lot in common.
Yeah, the travel, the destinations, and it's nice. It's nice to see all the good press on the foreigners liking America and experiencing some of what we have to offer, not just the big cities. So it's nice to see.
But think of how many people who travel with Team USA or came here in a roundabout way were connected to AAA to get their travel plans squared away.
Yeah, true.
That's pretty cool.
True. It is pretty cool.
So when you're out amongst the beautiful thing that is nature, could you live at some of these places?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
You know me, I love Alaska, and I like the...
Yeah, but this isn't Alaska. I mean,
no, I know, but I love Alaska, so I love the outdoors. I love to... I grew up camping. I'm addicted, Rob, to these reels on Facebook and all of
the camping.
The ones where they're putting up tents in the rain or in the snow.
Outdoor boys are great.
Yes.
That's that young guy who was an attorney by trade, but he has his little children, and he cooks some of the most delicious food. I find myself there late at night watching this stuff, and I'm going, "You need to get a life, Pratt." But I love it.
I do too.
You know, grizzly bears, all this stuff.
Yes.
It's fascinating.
Yes, it is. And we did see a grizzly and 2 cubs when we were in Glacier, and we saw 2 black bears up in Banff.
How close were you to those grizzlies?
We were about 2 football fields away from him.
And still big 2 football fields away.
Oh, he's big. He was big, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, do you understand that this stuff, we've only been around for 250 years. And when Lewis and Clark, you know, they purchased that little place called Louisiana Purchase, they went into that stuff. There was nothing there on the other side of the Mississippi. And people can still, through AAA, find places like Banff and Yellowstone and, you know, the Mighty 5 and actually go back where a lot of this stuff is still untouched by the hands of time.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have all these small group tours where it's not you can book your own if you have a family group up to 14, I believe it is. But we have tons of them out west that have all of the national parks. And for those listeners out there that have been to our travel show in Pittsburgh, I'm sure you probably even met the owners of the Southwest Adventure Tours that we partner with to offer all of our national park tours. They have a wonderful glacier one that sells out every year. And then, of course, they have Yellowstone. But there's like 14 different itineraries for our small group adventures. Most all of them include some national park or more. The Utah Mighty 5's a big one. But you can, I mean, even if you don't do like a family vacation and you want to take your significant other, you want to take your husband, your wife, or maybe you don't have a husband and wife, but you have a kid and a teenager and you want to go, it's a wonderful way to experience out west in our national parks.
All right, so when we come back, we still have some itineraries to get to, but we're going to talk about this Steeler destination. You know, Ireland last year, you guys are still talking about it. But just real quick, when we go to break, how excited are you about going to France?
I am. I'm really excited. It's been a while since I've been to Paris, so I'm really
You've been there before?
I've been to Paris several times, but I have not been to Normandy, so I want to talk a little bit about that when we come back. There's an optional tour on with our partner Viator that you can book a day trip to Normandy and back, the beaches, the cemetery, and get all that history in.
So you get your steps in when you're on vacation?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm lacking right now, so I got to get some today.
But you realize those places that you were at recently, they have winter out there. You know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love the winter time. That's my favorite time to travel.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it always been that way?
Always.
Were you ever just a beach person?
I am a beach person. I need my ocean, but I love winter travel.
So you're never going to stop traveling?
I hope not. I hope I'm healthy enough to still go for a long time.
Any place still yet bucket list? Can't really.
Norway.
Really?
I've been to Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Iceland. I want to go to Norway, and I actually want to go to Greenland as well.
Those were your best posts.
Aw.
They were. They put such a smile on my face. I would look at them over and over. It just is such an enchanting part of the world.
It is. I've been on several cruises now with Azamara.
Right.
A small ship cruising.
Right.
The Baltics was by far my favorite. We went to Greece, we did the Baltics, and we did Spain. Now we're doing Ireland next month.
Oh, wow.
But the Baltics so far has been my absolute favorite.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. Stay with us. We're going to tell you about you Steeler fans, how you can see the Eiffel Tower in a Steeler game, too. Stay with us.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Milo's Money Days are here, and we're making it rain for rewards members. For the first time ever, when you make a purchase of $200 or more through July 12th, you'll get up to $30 back in extra Milo's money. Not a member yet? Join for free today, because members get more at Lowe's. Milo's Money Award varies based on status. Members in Gold get 30, Silver get 20, and Bronze get 10. Milo's Money valid for 30 days. Restrictions and more terms at Lowe's.com/Milo's Money Days.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, 5, would have been 9, 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 75 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. It's day number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure. Detours have begun, and a major concern when it comes to the detours of the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge will create is that of the first responder times. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS can get to you quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swiss Town Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
Remember to pack your patience. That's what you'll be hearing a lot due to this Parkway East partial closure. 25-day closure could potentially be a source of road rage for some motorists. Dr. Christian Conti, an expert in anger management, says if another driver upsets you on the road, be mindful of your language.
You cannot amp yourself up really angrily if you're like, this car is driving slower than I would like.
And he says the same rule applies if the roles are reversed.
If you do cut someone off in traffic and they get mad, a really quick, I'm so sorry, my bad. That would be really helpful to be disarming.
More than 100,000 drivers use the Parkway East on a typical day. KDK Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork loin chops or roast. Buy one, get one of equal or lesser value for free. In the produce department, Sweet Northwest cherries are $1.98 a pound. In our deli, Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pierre's ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $3.99 each.
It's all happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Stop smoking. Alex Goen patented hypnosis.
It's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Stop Smoking seminars? And they said it could work for you. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. My friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Why so effective? The only stop smoking method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Alex Goen breaks your connection to cigarettes, coffee, stress driving, even other smokers. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Cigarettes no longer own you. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around. High in the low 80s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow. High 86. Sunshine Monday up to 86. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, listen. 800-354-8761. If you're a Steeler fan, you want to be a part of this, and you said, how many times, I should have went to Ireland, should have went to Ireland. I'm telling you right now, you don't want to be saying should have went to France, should have went to France. This is the once in a lifetime. Nobody knows if it's ever going to happen again, and nobody's going to make sure you get there with ticket in hand and enjoy the festivities and the backdrop that is France. Week 7, National Football League. It's the battle of the black and gold. Did you know? Because the Steelers are black and gold and the Saints are black and gold.
Oh, I didn't think of that before.
So, listen, Larry Richard may be the world traveler, but I'm the geek who knows little things like that. But Larry's going to be there, definitely worth the price. So give us the complete itinerary as the Steelers and Saints lock horns in Gay Paris by the beautiful Eiffel Towers. You have a cheese plate and a bottle of wine and also some sort of tailgate that you will leave them in France saying, man, I understand why they love their Steelers.
Yeah, it's so much fun to travel when it's a Steelers game. I was fortunate. I went to London way back in the day when they did the stadium there, and then of course last year with Larry and did Ireland. That was awesome. Dublin did it up really good, and I'm sure that it's going to be so much fun in Paris. It's 4 nights. We're leaving on my birthday, October 21st, and coming back on October 26th. It's a 4-night trip, the Steel City kickoff. Of course, Larry's will be with us as our host. Round trip air, round trip transfers between the airport, hotel, and the game. 4 nights in the lovely Paris Marriott Opera Ambassador Hotel. You'll get an official NFL game ticket. You'll also have the opportunity, this is really good too, and we did this in Ireland, the hop-on, hop-off sightseeing bus, which you get a pass and you can get yourself acquainted with Paris and kind of know where you might want to go back to, or take the whole loop on the hop-on, hop-off, and then you'll know where you want to hop off after you do the loop, so you get your bearings straight and know what you want to do. We also include a Seine River cruise. On the Seine, you'll get the black and gold kickoff party. We had so much fun at the party last year. We do that on Saturday night because the game's on Sunday, obviously. We give you a commemorative Steeler gift. Your gratuities for all the included items are included. Your services of AAA tour manager. We also have a local host over there. And then, of course, we'll also have Larry Richard with us. So it is October 21 to 26. You can buy the package with our organized air, or you can do it without air and do your own air. I know a lot of people have points and different airline things that they want to use, or you may want to go early or stay late. We can help you with that. And then you buy your own air. You can also upgrade your tickets. Our package comes with the upper level side. You can upgrade to the middle level or the lower level as well. So we have lots of options. You can get all of those details on AAA.com/radio. And our package is there. There's a link that gives you all the details. Also, what I wanted to talk about while we're over there. So you're going to Paris. The game is 1 day out of the 4 nights that you're spending. So you have lots of time to enjoy all the things that you have heard about Paris and the surrounding areas. And these, I alluded to the Viator earlier. There's a lot of different packages that you can book, tours, guided tours, because you're in a foreign country. You may not have been there before, but you also may have heard of all these places, like the Palace of Versailles. They have a guided tour. It's only $74. From $74. It's a 3-hour and 20-minute tour. It's the Palace of Versailles and their garden tour. There's also a day trip to Mont Saint-Michel. That's $127. It is a full day, but it's an awesome trip, and it's fully guided. There's a Paris food tour, so you might like that. It's a 2-hour tour, and you can eat like a local. You'll get lots of little tidbits here and there, and a guy also with a guide that can tell you all about those things. And that one's $87 for the 2 hours. Now, one that I want to do, and I'm probably going to schedule, is the Notre Dame Cathedral, because I was there years ago, but I want to see it now. They have it all.
Yeah, they
fixed.
had a fire, right?
They had a fire several years ago. It's all repaired now, and they have a walking tour of the area and the Notre Dame Cathedral. That one's $69. And you can do just a cathedral tour if you don't want to do the surrounding area for $34 a person. Oh, so these are really affordable. Now, the day trip that I want to do is the Normandy. So they have the D-Day sites and the cemetery. That's a 14-hour tour, though, so it is really a full day. It's $138. So you're going to get to see the beaches, in Normandy and the cemetery. And the sites. So that's a great opportunity there while you're in Paris. So there's so many different things that you can do. You can just go for a stroll in the neighborhoods. That's why the hop-on, hop-off pass that we include is great to do it your first day. That way you get an idea of the things that you might want to do and the locations and how far they are from each other. And then also you can talk to your travel advisor and book some of these either day trips or half-day trips or just a 2-hour tour, just to get yourself more acquainted with the area. Obviously, the highlight is the Eiffel Tower and, the Seine River, and we do give you the Seine River cruise, so lots of opportunities that are already included in the package, but you can expand upon that. You're going all that way, spending that money in airfare, so you might as well make the most of it, because you do have 2 full days free. And then, of course, we have the game, and one night we have the tailgate party hosted by Larry Richard.
And believe me, he will make you laugh.
Oh, he
you
does.
Can't laugh
He
anymore.
does.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah.
But isn't it amazing what has happened with our football? Soccer is their football, but I mean, think about these games and why they work, because the crowds love sports. So as much as this is a Steeler thing or a Saints thing, the people of France will embrace this too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think, when we were in Ireland, it was just so fun to be at the game with all of the Irish folks. I mean, just their accent alone.
Very hospitable too.
Yes, very hospitable. Very. It was wonderful, and I fell in love with Dublin.
What did you eat in Ireland that you've never had before? Was there anything this time you had?
I had authentic. What do they call it? Irish pie or Irish stew? Irish stew. Yeah.
Was it good?
It was very good. It was very good. Alicia and I went out and had that one day in the afternoon for lunch. It was very good.
So what in France is like the traditional food? I mean, I know a few things like crepes and cheese.
The crepes, which I love.
They're good.
Rich, very rich. And one thing that's really cool too is our hotel is located in a really great area. You can just walk around and find a little venue to eat at and get a crepe and a bottle of wine, sit on the street and watch people go by. I love doing that. It's one of my favorite things about travel is eating like the local, being outside on the sidewalk, because they're huge on that, and just watching the world go by.
Well, that's where sidewalk dining really originated from, and that's one of the reasons why it's become such a phenomenon over the last couple of decades, because a lot of the stuff that we do here all began in Europe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of our roots from England.
And it won't be hard to find somebody because everybody will be wearing Steeler gear.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of black and gold. Didn't realize that the New Orleans was the Saints were black and gold. You sure?
Yeah.
Why do I have a picture of them being blue?
No. Black and gold.
Black and gold.
Yeah. Black.
Oh, the little
yes.
What do they call that? The emblem. The
numbers.
The emblem.
The Saints.
The Saints for the New Orleans. Yeah.
That's
their logo.
Black and gold.
Yeah, you're right.
See, listen, I'm not the smartest, but there are certain things that you need to know when it's crunch time, and people need to know. They may want to, switch it up a little bit so they don't just wear black and gold. Maybe,
So needing to know. Speaking of needing to know, Rob, I'm probably going to ask the most stupid question living in Pittsburgh.
I made
is
a career.
Aaron Rodgers part of the Steelers this year or not?
Yes, he is.
I haven't heard that much. Well, I've been gone.
Well, he's married now. He's busy. He's got things he has to do.
That's right. He did.
And he likes to go to Page's Ice Cream here in Pittsburgh and get himself an ice cream.
Oh,
cone.
you know a lot about Aaron.
He's a cool dude, man. I absolutely love him, and he's gonna listen. 43. I'd give anything to be 43 in December, but it's gonna listen. It's just exciting to have our team, and I love seeing what the locals do. And we know what our Steeler fans are capable. I covered tailgates for 10 years over Three Rivers, so I know the fans and how much they love it. But to see France embrace our Pittsburgh Steeler fans, there'll be people that will meet each other over a glass of wine or dinner or walk that will become pen pals, and because of social media, will become lifelong friends.
That's for sure. It's amazing how many people that you meet along your travels and with social media now that you can stay in touch with and keep up with their travels and they keep up with yours.
And this might be not just the first time that people go to France. They may do it on their own next year. I bet there are people who went to Ireland to watch the football game.
They'll go back because they want to see the rest of the country. Yes.
But we've had really two of the best places. I mean, Ireland and now France.
And I'm really excited because, believe it or not, Rob, last year was my first time in Ireland. As much as I love to travel.
That's hard to believe.
And it was on my list for a long time, so I was really excited to get a taste of it. So next month, with our Senior Vice President, Bevy Powell, we're heading on my favorite cruise line, Azamara. We're heading out to Dublin, and we're going to cruise the whole way around the island and end up in Southampton. We're also a day at sea to see the eclipse, so I'm really getting excited to see the rest of Ireland.
She has just begun. Her second part of her life is going to be a lot of travel. She's going to give you the news and notes, and she's going to make you want to travel. And she is Marita Williams. We're going to come back. Yes, normally we kind of roll out the itineraries early, but we had so much stuff to get to, we're going to save the best for last. So stay with us. Don't forget, next hour, we're not done yet. The marathon will roll into 1 o'clock. We have an extra hour of open talk, a lot of stuff making news, including that Commercial Street Bridge closure being day one. So it's your Pratt Pack. Stay with us. KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM AM 1020. and KDKARadio.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here she comes!
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Sharing your space with spotted lanternflies and mosquitoes. Fight back with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer. Nothing works better on killing pesky insects, including spiders, bedbugs, ants, roaches, stink bugs, ticks, and many more. Spray Harmony on your pets, clothing, kids, drapes, sofas, and plants. Use Harmony inside and outside. Win the battle of the bugs with Harmony. Now through July 4th, Harmony OIC is 20% off. Visit any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. What have you brought for me today, Marita Williams?
So the last time I was on, we went in depth on these two departures for next year. The Portugal's enticing Douro River, and that is on a river cruise, my favorite river cruise company, AMA Waterways. I've been on them several times, and I'm really excited. This was always in fact, I had booked a trip to Portugal when along came that bad thing that happened in 2020, 2021. In the
rearview mirror now.
Yeah, it's in the rearview mirror. But that got canceled. So I'm really excited that Terry, our president, has decided to do the Portugal's Douro River on AMA Waterways. So that's the president's trip next year. It's August 5th to the 13th. Again, AAA.com/radio. You can find the links, direct links to these trips. This one I'm really, really excited about. It's a great, great itinerary. Also, at the end of it, when we get back to Porto, there's a 3-night optional extension that I'm really excited about. It's to the Santiago de Compostela land tour. It's 3 nights. It's the pilgrimage city. It's a UNESCO site. We'll visit the cathedral. It's just going to be awesome. All of the day-to-day details are on AAA.com/radio, or you can also find all of our trips on AAA.com/featured vacations. So that was the first one. And then one that is the last chance is this year. for New Year's. We're going on back on Azamara. I'm hosting this one. It is December 29th. It's the member select journey for this year. It's a New Year's cruise, and some of these ports I was with on our President's Cruise to Spain, but there's also some added ones that I haven't been to yet, so I'm really excited about that. So this one is Barcelona, Cartagena, Malaga, Casablanca, Tangier, which is Morocco. Casablanca is Morocco as well. Then Cadiz, Spain, Sevilla, and Lisbon, Portugal. So we start in Barcelona and end in Lisbon. This one is December 29th, and it goes through January 8th. And folks, it's a balcony cabin for $33.19 per person, double occupancy. It's a 10-night cruise. It includes it's pretty inclusive with the exception of your excursions. So you have your shipboard gratuities, your concierge services. They have what they're famous for. The 2 nights they're famous for is the Amazing Evening and the White Night. And then you also have the standard beverage package. But with AAA and being a hosted departure, we upgrade that to the premium beverage package. And then you also have Wi-Fi for one device, and you have $300 to spend on shore excursions. And then you also have another $100 onboard credit. You can use it in the gift shop. You can use it for excursions. You can use it for spa treatments, which they have an excellent spa there.
You like the spa?
I do. So that's a last chance cruise. This is the last time that we'll be advertising that. We have to release the space that we have, which isn't much. So highly recommend if you're interested in that New Year's cruise. What a nice way to spend New Year's. On a ship floating out at sea.
No worries.
Going to Spain, Morocco, ending up in Portugal, coming home.
All parts of the World Cup.
Yes. Yeah, right.
It's
exactly.
amazing. It's amazing.
Exactly. And then also another last chance is our Thanksgiving, the Southern Caribbean cruise for this Thanksgiving, November 21 to 29. Another favorite of mine is the Celebrity Cruise Line. This is on the Silhouette, and the ports that it'll venture to, it goes out of Fort Lauderdale. You'll go to Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire. Great ports called the ABCs. So that's a wonderful, wonderful itinerary. And then another cruise on Celebrity on the XL, and I believe I'm going to be on this one with our Senior Vice President, Bevy Powell. It's our Member Appreciation Cruise for next year. It's January 31st. Gosh, I just realized I'm going to be cruising the month of January. January 31st to February 7th. And this one, it goes out of Miami. It goes to St. Martin, British Virgin Islands, Tortola, which is one of my favorite islands. It's very unique, very nature-orientated. You'll love Tortola. And then also Puerto Plata, the Dominican Republic. That one is on January 31st for 7 nights. The price is from $22.15, and that is an ocean view cabin per person, double occupancy. And then the last one that I wanted to mention which is selling very well, I'm really excited about this one, is the Japan Intensive Cruise back on Azamara again, the small ship. And it truly is my favorite way to cruise at this stage in my life. It's a small ship, doesn't have, the casino and all of the water slides and all that sort of thing. Very intimate. The crew, it's so cool to get to know the crew. And now when I go to Japan, it'll be like my 6th Azamara cruise.
Really?
Yeah, and that's only in the last 5 years, so it's pretty cool. But this one it's a 9-night itinerary, and it's what they call intensive, and we talked about this a few weeks ago. But when they say intensive, it means because it gets to go to some of these smaller ports. Same thing with the Japan and same thing with the New Year's cruise. They go to smaller ports. They get in and out of them much easier than the large ships that can't even get to some of these ports. And just the intimacy on board. You get to know the crew. They know you when you come back the next time. I've made friends with a lot of the waiters and of course, the concierge staff and so forth. But this 9-night cruise to Japan is April 3rd to the 12th. It's going to be awesome. It's out of Kobe, Japan. You're going to go to Hiroshima, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but Yeosu in South Korea, and then back to Japan to Nagasaki, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this one right or not, but Kagoshima, Japan.
That's right. That's right.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And you're at sea one day.
So
then
gullible.
two more Japan ports, Takamatsu and Nagoya. That's how it is. And then we end up in Tokyo. And again, if you want, you can extend your stay in Tokyo. We have a 2-night post program where you'll get to know Tokyo a little bit better. And again, it includes all those same things. It's a balcony cabin, 9 nights. You get your Wi-Fi for one device. You get the $300 shore excursion credit. You also get a 1-night specialty dining and a $100 stateroom credit. So it's a wonderful way to see Japan unpacking one time. In fact, all of the Azamara and the Ama, you unpack once. It's so nice. You get to see you don't have to go to this hotel for 2 nights, go to this one for 1 night to get it all in, but you get it all in, and that's hence the intensive voyages that you're right in the cities that you want to experience. So that's the upcoming cruise agenda for Merida and AAA.
All right, again, 800-354-8761. Enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Rob. You too. Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
We appreciate you. All right, stay with us. New news, then you and I, lots of stuff to get to next hour. Stay with us.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The world used to be afraid to say the word AIDS. Now, we speak out.
I just want to raise money to make sure people have dignity for the rest of their life and be able to live a little better.
We thought it was a disease that affected a few. Now we know it affects us all. Every year around the world, we reach hundreds of thousands with testing, prevention, and treatment. But HIV isn't over. More than 150,000 people are living with HIV in the United States, and they don't know it. But while others are cutting back, we are stepping up. When the world looked away, we didn't, and we never will.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Day number 1 of the partial Parkway East closure And the drivers, of course, if you're on the roads, you are making those detours due to the Commercial Street Bridge closure. Now, PennDOT has a number of detours to get you around the closure. Now, if you're coming from the east, one option is you can take the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Monroeville to Cranberry and then jump on 79 southbound, which will take you to the Parkway West, heading all points west, Robinson Township, Airport, and the like. You take the same detour coming the other way from the Parkway West, heading north on 79 to Cranberry, and then jumping on the Turnpike east towards Monroeville. Another detour you could take is the taking the Turnpike from Monroeville to the Harmer exit, and then you're on Freeport Road for a moment before jumping on the Route 28 southbound towards downtown. Now, with this closure, City Council member Barb Warwick, her district includes Squirrel Hill and parts of Oakland, and she's anticipating some significant traffic disruptions. Warwick joked that her constituents have experienced dealing with detours.
I think that at this point, especially in Squirrel Hill, that's sort of my main business district, and in District 5. With Charles Anderson being closed for so long in Panther Hollow, traffic is kind of what's for breakfast in District 5 these days.
And she's urging neighbors to add extra time to their commutes. A man is charged in a shooting that happened earlier this week in Uniontown. District Attorney Mike Obley says 41-year-old Jimmy Bradley is accused of shooting someone outside of his apartment on Titus Place back on July 6th. Obley says the victim was hit in the arm. Officers recovered multiple firearms at Bradley's apartment, where the DA says he cannot own one. He's being held without bail. Well, an excited and enthusiastic crowd on Friday for the ribbon cutting of the new Homewood Pool. Community leaders and elected officials were on hand for the ceremony. Mayor Corey O'Connor says it's not the politicians who deserve the credit.
But this doesn't happen without community determination, a community that fought for their future.
The pool is part of a nearly $23 million makeover of Homewood Park. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clouded this afternoon, couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s. And we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday, a high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
The full effects of the Parkway East closure will arrive Monday morning as thousands of drivers detour around the project to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. And even if the work stays on schedule, motorists in the city's eastern neighborhoods will have to adapt for over 3 weeks. The phrase, pack your patience, is likely to be repeated so often it may become a cliche. Drivers will be challenged to stay calm, especially in the first few days of the shutdown. PennDOT is advising motorists to use a tool at 511PA to evaluate which detours to take and to do it before they get behind the wheel. Others will deal with the closure by taking a vacation or working from home. But if you're driving, Remember, KDKA Radio will provide continual traffic updates in the morning and afternoon for the duration. This can be called a short-term pain for long-term gain scenario. PennDOT is replacing another of the state's deteriorating bridges. Remember the collapse of the Fern Hollow Bridge? We don't want to repeat. So 25 days of detours and delays doesn't seem so awful.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
All right, well said, boss. And we are back. Your Pratt Pack, we kind of ran with that very story early on today because it is day one. And I talked to so many people who reside in that part of our wonderful city, and we just talked about the nuances in the communities and how a lot of people, because they're going to have to take certain detours, are going to drop off of I-376 and go down into these historic parts like Swissville and Rankin and East Pittsburgh and Shadyside and Squirrel Hill, Wilkinsburg. And I just hope you take a little bit of time to stop and smell the roses, because the roses are in bloom, but also you're going to have a chance to see the communities that really built Pittsburgh. So if you want to talk about that bridge closing, we talked about it early today, feel free. Just a couple of other things that I mentioned because of it, how you got to look at the glass half full, and it's very simple. This is going to be a very short time for long-term gain. I mean, massive gain. This is going to be something that will be used, those 100,000 a day cars that will multiply, hopefully, because more people will be moving to Pittsburgh in generations to come. But it's off the table. This is 22 million pounds of bridge that's going to be slid into place. And do you understand, because of the Dutch company who innovated this and came here, do you realize that this, if it were 5 years ago and we did not have the ability to build the bridge that was going to replace the bridge already in place, they would have to knock down the old bridge, meaning the one that's there now that is going to be demolished now so they can slide the new one in, and then they would have had to start from the ground up. And it would have taken forever. And we would have had traffic jams like you have never seen in your life. And I think one of the things that we're going to use as far as the barometer, what were the blueprint, if you will, from this project, you're going to have a lot of these bridges like the Fern Hollow Bridge that should have been replaced. But bridges that a lot of times they put off, they put a Band-Aid on it here or there because obviously the funds are not there. But also major traffic jams that will be a part of that travel morning or afternoon commute for a year plus, if not longer. And when you do that, you basically cripple a society. So good for PennDOT, great for this wonderful company from Dutch. There's that Dutch company who came up with this innovation, and it's going to truly change the course of how we do things when it comes to bridges and roads and highways. And we are the city of bridges. I mean, all you need to do is to go down to Pittsburgh and look over the mighty Allegheny, how many bridges you have side by side by side. And the other thing I brought up today that I think why it's not going to be as bad as people are thinking, but we'll have everything you need, obviously your Monday morning commute every day, 7 days a week until this thing is done. But what a lot of people don't realize, many people are working still from home on a hybrid schedule. 2 into work, 3 at home, 3 at work, 2 at home. But a lot of people, because of what happened during the pandemic, got all the equipment, everything they needed, and they were able to work from home. And they're still there and maybe been commuting back into work. But now the boss, the hierarchy says, look, for the next month, we don't want you to have to add an extra half hour to your trip. We want you to be able to do your job. Just go to your home office, do the job, and then we'll reconvene here in August. That's another thing that's going to happen here. And because of the ability of technology, it's not going to be as bad. And with speaking technology, with a GPS system in your car, there's so many things. With artificial intelligence, you just simply say, hey, I need a route from point A to point B. You don't have to go out like we used to back in the day on a Sunday, just kind of, taking an hour or two to kind of map out your strategy, where you were going to go. It's going to be so much easier. And, of course, KDK and Odyssey is going to be the window to the world for you. So it's It really is, when you think about it, it's absolutely tremendous to think that we can do something like that. And as I like to call it, it's a modern marvel. And do you realize there's probably going to be a documentary on this, or it's definitely going to be a tool that is going to be used to educate people. And I can never say enough about the building trades, the carpenters, the electricians, the pile drivers, the heavy equipment operators, iron workers, all of these people who have done so much from one generation to the next. And the thing about PennDOT, they've got good paying jobs because these people work hard. That paycheck goes into the local grocery store, goes into the local bank. It also pays taxes so we can continue to do these things to revitalize the city of Bridges. But PennDOT also buys a ton of stuff from the local hardware store, local steel, local concrete, tools that they need, everything. And not to mention these hard men and women who work so very hard. They're tough as nails, and they eat a lot of good food at lunchtime. So they're spending money in the community, too. So no matter how you look at this, it is paving the way moving forward. And look, if there's anybody out there who works in construction, who has done any of this, whether you're still doing it or you're retired, can somebody explain to me how this is even possible, what we're doing here? To me, this is such a fascinating story, and maybe eventually we'll get some people from PennDOT on my evening show during the week and just let them explain. Because honestly, I travel out that way, part of Pittsburgh, for a number of reasons. Obviously, we have a Coons Market store out there, and I try to go out and do some social media stuff from time to time. I have a lot of friends that kind of live in the Swissville, Rankin area, so out there, and obviously Kennywood and all the wonderful parts of the city that I love, including places like Swissvale and East Pittsburgh, which is such a charming community and such history. Places like Braddock, where this city really cut its teeth. This part of Pittsburgh is everything. Churchill, that Westinghouse campus, which was around until 1975. So there's a lot of history there. But I was coming back, and you always hit, even if you don't have a bridge being shut down, when you're going out to, that part of Pittsburgh, the traffic usually where the old, Westinghouse, Union Switch and Signal, and a few other of those factories and plants that, kind of dot the shoreline of the Ohio River. Just before the thing makes the bend, you look up to your left, there's the Cathedral of Learning. You're always in a traffic jam there, right? You just always are. Because people are getting off exits and they're trying to get through the tunnels. And, Squirrel Hill Tunnels was one of the early ones, so it's a little bit more narrow than others, right? It's my favorite tunnel, by the way. Liberty Tubes are great. Fort Pitt's fantastic. But there's nothing like Squirrel Hill, Shady Side, Greenfield. That Squirrel Hill Tunnel is a real recipe. And it makes me just think of the glory days in the city of Pittsburgh. And there's some beautiful neighborhoods out there, too. But on the way back, you always kind of get right there at that Ardmore Boulevard, that exit where Channel 4 is. You always kind of get stalled out there a little bit. So I'm driving one day, and I slow down. This was a long time ago, and I went, what is that? Is that like an extension? Are they going to do something else? Are they building another off-ramp? And then I realized sometimes it takes me a little longer, but not when it comes to this stuff, because I love anything that's being built. I don't care what it is, large or small. If there's boots in the ground and there's a bulldozer or a backhoe, I'm all in. And then I realized, I went, my goodness gracious, they're building this bridge, and they're going to slide it in. Do you realize how amazing this is? It's absolutely phenomenal. And we get a chance to witness it. Look, there's another company from the Netherlands, a Dutch company, Royal Dutch Shell. What I saw that great company do down in Beaver County from the ground up, and all the carpenters, electricians, I can't even imagine. And the investment. But I know the exact same thing with PennDOT and what they've done. This is one of the largest and maybe first projects of this size in our country, just like the one with Royal Dutch Shell. That was the largest construction project in the world. So if you see all of this stuff, and I want to talk about the big boy, Union Pacific, before the hour is up. We touched on it a little bit earlier, but I want to make a point about why it's also a good sign, as we're going to actually go back in time and to see that legendary big boy Union Pacific steam engine going to be in Leechdale this afternoon around 6:30, and it's been going through Altoona and Philly, and it's been all over the place that we call the country. This is the Transcontinental Railroad. There's talk, them buying Norfolk Southern, which will be huge. Don't you understand? There's something going on with natural gas. There's something going on with Nippon and U.S. Steel. Pittsburgh is going to rewrite the industrial age in the great country that we call the United States. And that's why you need strong roads and bridges. So think about it. Anyway, we're going to get to Rush in East McKeesport when we come back. Anybody else? 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack on a Saturday afternoon at KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Even though Belgium was the first team to score on Spain in the tournament, it was Mikel Merino who came off the bench for Spain and 2 minutes later scored the game winner for La Roja to end the match 2-1. All the soccer fans who were hoping for a Spain versus France semifinal got their wish. The matchup is set to take place in Arlington, Texas on Tuesday, with a place in the final up for grabs. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late-night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. G-O-E-N. That's alexgoen.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I just saw on Trib Live video, Westmoreland County, that Union Pacific big boy. Folks, just as far as the eye could see, just watching and just in awe of this piece of machinery. So a lot of history, but that just goes to show me that people do care. They want to plug into our past, and it's time for us to take the ball and run into the future with it. All right, here's Rush in East McKeesport on KDK with your Pratt Pack. Hey, Rush.
Hey, Rob. Long-time listener. Haven't been able to get through to you in a while. You are the most optimistic man I've ever met in my life. I haven't met you, but I've ever.
I hope that's a good thing. I hope
that's great.
I hope it's a good thing, Rush. I'm trying, maybe.
Oh, Robbie, no. I agree with you, but hear me out here.
Okay.
Actually, Big Boy, that locomotive was supposed to come through Wilmer. I live in East McKeesport. Wilmerding's right down over the hill. It was supposed to come through Wilmerding, I think, yesterday or whatever. But we had a storm. I don't know what went on there. Now, on the bridge situation. First of all, do you know how many bridges Pittsburgh has?
Should I check artificial intelligence, or are you going to tell me?
No. I Googled it one time. Obviously, it must include all of Allegheny County.
How many?
426 bridges.
Oh, jeez.
Pittsburgh has 426 bridges. Now, you would think with that many bridges, like I say, I can't believe it. When I Googled it, in fact, I play that on my daily numbers. I play the numbers a lot. I play 426 and hear 427 come up. Chevy's best engine, I think, it just hit yesterday. That's neither here nor there. But so now we have to get a Dutch company do you know how much steel is I'm retired from U.S. Steel.
Yes, sir.
How much of the steel is American steel in this bridge?
You know what? I know it's 22 million tons, and that's everything. I do not know that answer.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Well, my girlfriend just told me that a lot of it's not American steel.
But here's the thing. But Rush, let me just say this, and I love East Pittsburgh. I mean, that's Westinghouse. I mean, that Westinghouse bridge, to me, is such a thing of beauty. A lot of folks would want to go to a beach. I'd be very happy just going to East Pittsburgh and going to a diner and talking to people like you, because I care about this stuff, but it's time to ignite the future. But don't you think with Nippon and U.S. Steel, if it does go where I think it's going to go, and I think it's going to help places like East Pittsburgh and Clairton and the Mon Valley, and I think it's going to help the Ohio Valley, Beaver Valley, I think it's going to help us all. But I think moving forward, if this isn't the majority of the steel that we would hope to be from America, maybe once they get up and running and get Edgar Thompson firing on all cylinders, maybe we'll keep more of these steel projects by keeping steel being made in America on the job. Don't you think that's a possibility?
Oh, my, yeah. Nippon merging with U.S. Steel, that's the greatest thing that ever happened. Because Clairton, people don't realize, Clairton makes the Coke. Then they send the Coke down to ET, and that's where they make the iron ore, and they have an electric furnace there that turns it into steel. And then they send the slabs up to Dravosburg, up where I retired from, the Irvin Works. Clairton makes like 11 different types of Coke. We ship Coke off to numerous different countries. People don't know that about Clairton.
Well, that's what saved U.S. Steel, because of Mr. Surma. That's one of the things that he did when he came from Marathon Oil. They started, because all these other places, Wheeling Pitt, Weirton Steel, they all got rid of their coke oven. So he had the coke to be able to supply to make the steel, and then he started selling it overseas. So he was brilliant about that, for sure.
Yes, and what saved U.S. Steel was Edgar Thompson. They went to what they call a continuous caster. So they eliminated all of the other, the pouring the steel into the molds. And I started there when they were still doing that. I was one of the last Mohicans to see that. Pour it into the molds, take it into the mold yard, strip the mold off, and then you got the ingot in there, and you had to reheat the ingot. They eliminated a whole bunch of processes when they come up with this continuous caster, they call it.
Well, listen, I remember, and I was there covering the story with then State Representative John Pippy. He was a state senator then. I was there with Mr. Surma and company. They put billions into that Clairton Coke Works. I mean, here, and let me just say this, and this is to all the powers to be. Once Nippon gets firing on all cylinders and they get up and running, please let them get their permits. Don't be slapping them with penalties because of pollution and stuff like that. They're going to put so much money, and they're going to make it brand spanking new. Just help them. Don't be a hindrance. We need to start helping industry. We need to start supporting them. Look, when you have a company like hey, listen, Rush, when you have a company like Union Pacific, I mean, they're like 23 states. They're massive. They've got this big boy coming in. Yeah, we're celebrating 250. But I believe there's a method to it because they want to buy Norfolk Southern. You better run to the bargaining table when that happens, because the only reason Union Pacific is coming here, because a lot of stuff that we're going to be making here is going to be going to the West Coast. Listen, I'm not the brightest bulb in the box, but I at least know what the thought process is. And the thought process is, yeah, we want to give you something, but the business is always the bottom line. And if they can make a better bottom line and they can grow, so be it. More power to them.
Right. Hey, my daughter was with me 2 weeks ago. She's visiting. My ex-wife lives in Ligonier. Raised our kids in Ligonier and stuff like that. But 4 years at Pitt, masters at Duquesne, my daughter. But we went. She never saw the Westinghouse Bridge from underneath it. My dad worked on it. The Westinghouse Bridge, when you see them solid, that's a solid concrete bridge. The huge arches underneath it, there were like 4 or 5 guys that fell into the cement. They just poured over them.
That's
my dad worked on that bridge, but it's the largest cement span bridge in the world. They don't do them anymore because look at the expense. Now it's just going to be a suspension type bridge, or however they're going to do this thing. But
well, let me ask you something.
My sister, you're pretty sharp, Rob.
Okay.
My sister-in-law was from Rochester. She's probably about your age.
What's her name?
McCanna.
I know Joel.
McCanna.
I know McCann's, but I don't know McCanna. I know McKenna and McCann's, but I don't know.
No, it was McCanna. McCanna.
Yeah, I knew a Joel McCanna. Yep.
There still are McCannas in Rochester, but she and my brother have been out in Phoenix for 50 years now. But yeah, so you you do a good job. I love your show, and you are. Man, you are
Rush,
very optimistic.
Listen. I have to be. I got something.
I know. Hey, Rob, we all should be. But let me tell you something now. You're going to have this thing. This is going to be rough. This shutdown of the Parkway, because you're going to have road rage. You're going to have people that aren't used to driving. Through before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You had to get on Penn Avenue to Forbes and into Pittsburgh, no big deal. I've done it numerous times to get to the VA hospital. But you didn't have the traffic you do now, and this is going to be interesting.
I know. Well, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing we suggested on the program today. Rob and I. Rob Taylor knows this city like the back of his hand. We got talking about the T, park and ride. We got talking about PRT. And people need to be thinking about that, and they may actually find it to be pleasurable to let somebody else do the driving, and really minimal compared to what the price of gasoline is now. And if somebody can work from home, if somebody can let their employees work from home for a month, we have to pitch in. But this road rage thing, it frightens me. It really does, because it's out it's out of control. It is.
Well, here's another thing, if I may, real quick, Rob.
Yeah, quickly.
Now, they're giving that one route from Monroeville to take the Turnpike to Cranberry, down 79.
No.
That's a little bit out of hand there. Here's what some of the employers that have a lot of employees from the East Hills working in Pittsburgh, they should kick in and get them a room. A lot of them could have a room down there in Pittsburgh and stay for the week or whatever, and not even have to drive. Just come home on the weekends. It's only going to be a month. 3-4 weeks?
Yeah, that would be okay, but I still think the best, if they can work remotely, let them work remotely. Rush, I got to get to a break. I appreciate the call. Anybody else thinking about this and how it's going to affect their lives or some thoughts? Look, I got to look at the glass half full. I have to. I just really have to. And you're going to have KDKA Radio morning, noon, and night during this entire time, keeping you up to the minute, everything you need to know. So you're going to want to make sure you have that Odyssey app if you don't already. AUDACY. It is a free app. 866-391-1020. I do want to get to something about Mr. Fetterman. Please don't let me forget, because I want to bring this up before we get to the top of the hour. Stay with us.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here she comes! Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, one detour that thousands of motorists are expected to take due to the Commercial Street Bridge closure on the Parkway East is by getting onto the Turnpike in Monroeville, and then you could head west to the Harmer exit, spend a short time on Freeport Road, and then get on Route 28 and head towards downtown. Now, as for officials in Wilkinsburg, they're hoping that more motorists will exit the inbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg exit, and then you can head down Penn Avenue through Wilkinsburg's main corridor. Wilkinsburg Community Development Corporation is touting the experience Skip the Tunnel, urging drivers to check out some of the businesses in Wilkinsburg. Well, another issue when it comes to the closure are the first response times for EMS, fire, and police. Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to those areas around the closure to make sure that the first responders can get around quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So, yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain is the tournament's top seed. A beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession, led by a creative playmaker who unlocks defenses at will. La Roja's depth across every position makes them the team to beat.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around. High in the low 80s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight, down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Sunshine Monday, up to 86. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, I got to get this off my chest because I wanted to talk about it earlier today, but we had this bridge story. It kind of took on a life of its own. A lot of folks wanted to talk about that. So, the midterms coming up, and obviously people trying to figure out what's going to happen in Iran I think we're actually making some inroads. We haven't talked about the war in Iran at all today because it's been all local since we hit the airwaves. Seems like yesterday, but it was at 5 a.m. this morning. And I started thinking about one politician in particular. And me being a Democrat, I have said, where is the hope? Where is someone or a group of individuals who understand that sometimes you have to go across the aisle, sometimes you have to open your ears and listen to what the other party has to say? Well, John Fetterman has figured it out. Look, I knew him when he was that mayor of Braddock, did a lot of good things, but obviously lieutenant governor, now senator, don't talk to him at all anymore, okay? And I just admire him from afar because he overcame a lot as far as his health. He ran and he won. He shocked the world. He really did. And I think him and Mr. McCormick really work well, kind of like, Bob Casey and Pat Toomey early on. I think they were incredible. But now we have the new modern version of the yin and the yang, right? Well, there has been talk because, and I'm saying just talk, because of speculation in which he has kind of gone over to the other side a little bit, went to Mar-a-Lago before the president went in for his second term, tried to get to know certain members of that party so they could work together, has stood for Israel, which I absolutely applaud him for that. That the Democrats, meaning the party, may not be happy with him because of this partnership, this friendship, this kumbaya moment, right? And there's been talk about maybe primarying him, and there's been names like Connor Lamb mentioned and others. But then I saw something on social media, and I saw it again and again and again, and I said, you know what, I'm going to ask my audience this. Should he switch parties? I'm just saying, should he switch parties? And I'm thinking, no, because I don't want to lose him as a Democrat. And then I saw something today that intrigued my mind. And what do you think? Should he jump ship? And I'm going to tell you why that doesn't work more times than not in a minute. But I saw something earlier today, social media, in which George Clooney was talking about the president. And he simply said that this whole mega thing will fade away when he goes away. He thinks that he's the only voice that mega really knows, and that those who will follow will take their own path. So, twofold question. Will mega disappear? And will John Fetterman become a Republican? And let me tell you why I don't want him to do that. I think this guy could stay as a senator because the voting strength is there, the name recognition is there, and I think even some Republicans quietly are saying, we love this guy, okay? But if he would switch parties, let me give you a good example. So back in the heyday of your Pat Pack in the 80s, I was covering a lot of politics, especially in Beaver County. Got to know the county commissioners, was on the courthouse beat. Every young reporter has to do it, right? You're over there for those commissioner meetings and, just the controller press conference, the treasurer, all of them, right? The district attorney. You're basically entrenched in everything that is those row offices and politicians. And we had a guy who matriculated to Congress by the name of Gene Atkinson, who was brilliant. From Aliquippa, one of the most incredible politicians I've ever been around. And I've been around tons of them. Tons of them. Well, the Reagan administration, because they knew he had that power, because he was a very strong Democrat, because of Beaver County, and the steel mills were still booming, and we had a population that was off the charts. And Reagan had the star power for Hollywood. He had the agricultural vote. He even had some of the Southern vote, but the one vote that he didn't have was the industrial vote, the steel vote, the union, the rank and file. So somehow, some way, they convinced Gene Atkinson to switch parties. My friend, who did more for me, getting me some of the biggest interviews, always was there for me. I considered him a lifelong friend, and the last time I saw him, we embraced in Aliquippa, and we were both shedding tears because we had a long friendship together. But he could have stayed a Democrat, could have been reelected to Congress. He could have been there as long as Mitch McConnell has been in the Senate. I'm telling you, he had that kind of staying power. But he jumped ship because there were some things promised to him from the Reagan administration, like maybe helping keep that steel mill in Aliquippa open, because that was his life's blood. Even though he was Washington, he was Beaver County, he lived on Franklin Avenue, Aliquippa was his home. And you see, I grew up and covered politicians when it wasn't a social media page, it wasn't a soundbite on the radio or a piece of video on the nightly news, or that little column or two in the local paper or the big papers at the time, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Pittsburgh Press. But it was about your home. It was about taking care of your neighbors, okay? It was about that county commissioner spending their entire lunch hour in their office taking calls from people from not only the county, but the place they called home to get their children summer jobs at the steel mill, at the recreation department. That's what they did. You know, certain family businesses needed some sort of bridge loan or some help or a grant. That's what they did. And Gene was so loyal to Aliquippa because that's where it all began for him. Those were the people that got him elected. And even against his own judgment, he jumped ship. And I remember the cartoons in the paper of him in the Oval Office, you know, now no longer being loyal to the Democrats. And honestly, I never could figure out why he did it. But here was one of the most powerful men in politics. And after that, he was a man with no name, no country, and did not stay in Congress much longer. I think, as tough as it must be for the Honorable Senator John Fetterman at times, because some of the things that they bring to him, absolutely crazy. And if the Democrats would primary him, shame on you. Because he is the bright light. He's the guy that makes us all say, I want to go out and vote. I want somebody with a strong voice. I want someone, when I know a question is going to be asked, they're not going to give the standard or status quo answer. Because you never know what's going on in their mind until they have finalized what's going on in their mind. And I think it was brash. I think it was bold. When he went to Mar-a-Lago, he was already up on the top rung, but now he was up on the roof. I mean, and he was standing in broad daylight with his muscles flexed saying, I'm here. We're going to do it differently. We're going to help the American people. And if you look at him, what he does for the citizens of Pennsylvania, it's not for Republicans. It's not for Democrats. It's for people in general, all walks of life. I saw that with Dave McCormick at the Energy Summit. Same way. But if the Democratic Party does that, that's what could cause you 2028. That's what could cause you from getting back into the White House or even maybe the governor's mansion if Josh Shapiro gets reelected after he has come to an end as far as being governor and he's looking ahead to maybe presidential politics. That cannot happen. I hope it doesn't happen. And look, I'm not the first to think this up. I was reading some really interesting stuff earlier today about some influencers who really believe that it's going to happen. But I can't believe for 1 second that John Fetterman would leave the Democratic Party. And there's nobody in the Republican Party or any party that's going to tell him what to do. One thing I have always said about him, he's a man of the people. His word is his bond. He's kind of a throwback to those politicians that I remember back in the 80s when I would ask a question after, and I said, are you going to go through with that? And they would look at me and say, look, you just saw me shake the person's hand. What do you think? I'm going to go back on my word? We'll figure it out. It may not be a perfect deal for us, but we'll figure it out. But to them, it's everything. And they're the ones that put the sweat equity into whatever for 40-some years. And it's up to me to protect that family interest, but also to give them an alternative. We used to always say government cannot run businesses because they got to run government. So if we do some of the things that we are capable of doing in Western Pennsylvania right now, turning our country around as far as manufacturing, the sky's the limit. But we have to do it. We have to stay the course. 866-391-1020. One more segment for a Saturday with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all-natural pork baby back ribs are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet bicolor corn is 6 for $3. In our deli, Silver Star baked ham is $6.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined Dad and my sister Sarah in the family business after serving 5 years in the Marine Corps. That was a rewarding but tough time, and my sister helped me through it. When I was in boot camp and then deployed in Iraq, I received a letter from Sarah every single week. Every week. She'd make me laugh with her stories about what was going on at home. She even wrote letters to my fellow Marines to encourage them during those tough times. Sarah is funny and full of compassion, and her letters gave me a connection to the outside world that was, well, indescribable. Now, as a chartered financial analyst, I get to work with Sarah and my dad every day. We work closely as a team to develop investment strategies, so when you trust in us, you have all of us working on your behalf. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com. BOTKIN. That's botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen, as you get ready to maneuver around this bridge closure, this is what I want you to know. If you get upset, and I understand, and you start saying to yourself, why? Think about that part of Pittsburgh when it was firing on all cylinders. East Pittsburgh, Westinghouse. Think about all the steel mills, all the houses that were being built, the immigrants that were coming here, becoming citizens, learning the American language, their children filling up those schools. And before it became Woodland Hills, Swissvale, Rankin, all of that stuff. Kennywood basically pops up out of the ground. Great communities like Greenfield. Obviously, all those years of us, seeing that WTAE sign, Ardmore Boulevard, right? All the people, Joe DiNardo, Paul Long, Don Cannon, Bill Hillgrove. I mean, this is all who we are. Wilkinsburg, a city within a city, right? I just want you to know, if people would have thought that way back then, that a lot of us are thinking about right now, and there's some anger, I'm sure, even people listening right now, just take a pause. Take a pause. And think about the people at PennDOT that put all this time, this Dutch company comes here, the money that's being spent, the money that's being invested back into the community. But this modern marvel, do you understand? I think everybody's missing the big picture. If this would have been just a couple of years ago, this would have taken forever. But maybe also it's a sign. You never know what's going on in places like Turtle Creek and all those little wonderful communities and people meeting with mayors and city council and coming in and saying, look, we have a blueprint we want you to look at. We want to do a warehouse, want to put a business. And they're talking about, finally developing the old Westinghouse campus that could have been an Amazon location center, distribution center, but it wasn't meant to be. But now just maybe... You never know what's going on behind the scenes. Somebody might have said, look, we want to come there, but you're going to have to do something about this bridge because we're going to have a lot of 18-wheelers moving in and out. When you really look at everything that's going on right now, Nippon U.S. Steel, the natural gas footprint, and look, a lot of people are watching this big boy Union Pacific engine, that steam engine, roll through their town, and they got the flags out, and they're hooping and hollering. I can't believe the crowds, how large they've been coming through Westmoreland County today. But there's a lot going on. And if Union Pacific ends up buying Norfolk Southern, all of the stuff that I've talked about, being able to ship natural gas from one side of the country to the next, being able to help those energy crisis areas like the West Coast, the Golden Highway, California, Seattle, Washington, being able to get that stuff out there and to have the 18-wheelers, the tankers that are going to be able to roll across this brand new bridge. I mean, you got to put your thinking cap on and you have to sit and think. When Carnegie, Frick, Morgan, Westinghouse were laying brick and hammer to nail, people, they loved progress. See, that's the other thing, too. Nobody wants anything disrupted, right? Nobody wants to see dust or movement or red cones or stop and slow flags and people with hard hats standing in the middle of the street and you can hardly see them because the traffic is bumper to bumper and you're pushed back through 2 and 3 stop signs. You got to understand. If you don't move into the future, you will get left in the past. And one of the problems with Pittsburgh, we completely overlooked so many opportunities for so long. One of the reasons why U.S. Steel did not want to invest that $1.5 billion in the Mon Valley. But now you got a cash flow of epic proportion. Just $15.9 billion alone should make you want to stand up and just shout. I have seen construction, this Royal Dutch Shell project. I can't believe it's in my lifetime. I absolutely love it. And that's why I want everybody to understand there's a reason why these data centers are a big topic as well. Because we're going to have the energy. We have the natural gas. And yeah, people will do their due diligence and they'll leave no stone unturned. But the problem is we have to be more adventurous like our grandparents and great-grandparents. And we got to leave no stone. No matter how heavy it is, we've got to turn it upside down and all around and look what's underneath it. And when you think about natural gas, that's liquid gold. I call it liquid 24-karat gold. No matter what you think, there's a reason why a new bridge is being built this way. And maybe there's a reason they want to get it done quickly. Look, not to say they don't care about your commute. But maybe there's a massive business deal on the line. Who knows? I mean, think about it. Westinghouse campus, okay? Little outlying communities. We haven't even mentioned them all, but most of them, Swissville, Rankin, Turtle Creek, all of them. Think about what could be there and happen there. And now you have this bridge. It's going to be able to maintain that 100,000 cars a day and more. We are on to something in Western Pennsylvania, and I hope that you see it. But this is where it gets back to people like Fetterman and Dave McCormick, Democrat, Republican. When it comes to the Energy Summit, when it comes to what we can do as far as energy in Western Pennsylvania and what's going on, they both have their ear to the grindstone every day. They're out there pushing, listening to what everybody has to say. And I think the best part of that whole thing, they have a great relationship. Imagine if you have 2 U.S. senators, one of the Democratic Party, one of the Republican Party, they actually like being with each other and like doing things together and like discussing things together. And one thing is for sure, he's very close. He is so close to his time being gone. Donald Trump, he knows he has to play the game. He knows there's certain things he has to do to get it done. That's why Nippon U.S. Steel, he knows Pennsylvania's a swing state. He knows those USW workers, those jobs are important, especially those who've been at it for 15, 20 years and would have to completely uproot the family, do everything different, something that they've never even considered. And we all remember when the mills closed years ago, everybody said they could retool and do other things and get educated. How'd that work out? Didn't. So layer upon layer of unemployment, distress. We only created 57,000 jobs last month. Do you understand how many people work for the great brand that's PennDOT? I mean, the Turnpike, it's like 3.5% increase. That's one of the lowest they've had in a year. Are you kidding me? I would pay more tolls to travel everywhere because the Turnpike, pristine. This bridge, pristine. PennDOT out doing all sorts of summer projects. Get on the bandwagon. You know, if it costs you an extra half hour of no sleep or you got to leave an hour early, or maybe, have you ever thought about, as I said earlier today, on the way home, a couple of nights a week, take food home for the family. Drop into one of these little communities that you've only heard of and maybe never visited. You know, you might be pleasantly surprised. I see a lot of these communities, the ones I just mentioned today, are really thinking outside the box. I had a chance a while ago when we were trying to get the Nippon U.S. Steel deal to the finish line. I went to this place called Goodfellows and met all these different mayors. All of them. We sat down, broke bread, talked. It was my birthday. We had a little bit of a celebration. But they're all positive. They all want to do things in the right way. And Clairton and West Mifflin, all of them, they want to do positive things in this region. So now is the time. Everything that's old is new again. How many times have you heard that? Everything that's old is new again. And wouldn't it be just ironic? Because all roads, with all due respect, literally and figuratively, lead back in time to where it all started for Pittsburgh. East Pittsburgh, before Carnegie was doing what he was doing. And now this road is a bridge to the future, connected to our past. So just please, as we're only in the midst of day one, they kind of gave it a nice test drive today because of the weekend. Do it again tomorrow. It's going to be okay. You stay in tune with KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Get the Odyssey app so no matter where you're at, you can go with us and we can take you every road and every step of the way to get you where you need to go. It'll be over before you know it. Before those kids head back to school, a new highway, a new bridge, because that's what we need to be doing now. A new highway and a new bridge to the future. And if you start putting the timeline and connecting all the dots, it's happening right in front of our very eyes. Till tomorrow morning, just a few hours away, it's your Pratt Pack. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you, too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried.
Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Of course, by now you know that the Partial Parkway East closure is in full effect. It closed at 9 o'clock last night. It's going to be closed for the next 25 days until August 3rd. Now, one major concern when it comes to the detour of the closure of the Commercial Street Bridge on the Parkway East is that of first response times for first responders. Mayor Corey O'Connor says there will be extra officers deployed to areas around the closure, ensuring fire, police, and EMS crews can get there quickly.
We obviously have a firehouse in Swisstown Park and working through all of those details so that we do have extra officers out there so that they can get to, if there's an emergency, that they can get there a lot easier than having to go through the whole detour. So yeah, we are deploying them in specific areas, all factions.
And City Council member Barb Warwick's district includes Squirrel Hill and parts of Oakland, and she's anticipating significant traffic disruptions. Warwick joked that her constituents have experience dealing with detours.
I think that at this point, especially in Squirrel Hill, that's sort of my main business district in District 5. With Charles Anderson being closed for so long in Panther Hollow, traffic is kind of what's for breakfast in District 5 these days.
And she's urging neighbors to add extra time to their commutes. Oh, the driver of a car jumped over 2 curbs at Settlers Ridge around 12:30 Friday afternoon before smashing into a Verizon cell phone store. This witness was working at the nearby Giant Eagle Market District when he saw the car veer out of control.
I got there first. I opened the door. She was conscious. She was alert at least, but obviously dazed, like she didn't know where she was.
Police tell KDKA Radio the woman was taken to the hospital for evaluation. They say her car's airbags went off, causing what appears to be just minor injuries. No one in the store was injured. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 1:02. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast for your Saturday afternoon next.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Lose weight. Alex Goen, patented hypnosis.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the weight loss hypnosis hype? I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods. I lost another 10 pounds. I brought my husband. He lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved.
The only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food. So you lose the weight and keep it off. 10 pounds, 30, whatever your goal, only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking, 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon, a couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s, and we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday, a high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Welcome on in to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, happy to be here with Beth Andrews today. Beth, of course, is the founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors. It goes by quickly, as we've seen this past year. Time is always ticking on, and it's up to us, really, to take advantage of all the good moments. We want to start by sharing our phone number with you, 800-725-2988. Once again, 800-725-2988. We're going to talk inflation in just a moment because that's been a hot topic for years, and we know it's a big concern for you as you either head into retirement or you are a retiree currently. But first, Beth, welcome on in.
I had a wonderful time away from the office with family and friends, and I know you did too, and I'm just glad to be back.
Oh my goodness, it is great. You and I were both talking about how we're just better with schedules, and I think a lot of people agree with that, whether it's a work schedule or just a routine that you have during the week. Of course, we know retirees don't have to worry about work schedules, and that's the beautiful thing. But still, good to be back with you, Beth, and we've got a great show for everyone today. Talking inflation, let's start with some prices for you. This could startle some people. It might not surprise others. $16 for a fast food lunch. These are current prices. $19,500 for a family vacation. $65,000 for a new car. Do any of these prices sound crazy, maybe outlandish to you, Beth?
You know, I think I'm supposed to say no, not at all.
You don't have to,
right? But I'm almost 61 years old, and I can remember those prices being way, way lower.
Oh my goodness, no kidding. I think all of us can go through and say what we paid for a gallon of gas, what we paid for this or that at the grocery store. This is interesting, too. What if I told you an investment firm predicted these prices in an advertisement 30 years ago? A 1996 magazine ad for the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association of America, or TIA, as some people are recognizing it with. These prices, they listed as examples of what things could cost in 2026. And no surprise here, when the ad came out, people laughed because the prices seemed ridiculous when you were living in 1996. Is this a reality check for us, Beth?
Yeah, I really think that it is. It shows that while we feel inflation in the short term, its real power is how it compounds over decades. So don't forget, it's not just 3% higher every single year and then another 3% and another 3%. It's 3% on top of all the previous 3%. A new survey revealed that while 63% of consumers see inflation as their number one risk, financial advisors are more concerned about retirees outliving their savings. And this is truly what we prepare for our clients. The truth is they're both linked. Inflation is a slow erosion of your buying power, which makes outliving your money a much bigger risk over those long time periods, 20 or 30 years in retirement.
What's one strategy? We'll just start with that. I'm sure you've got many that retirees can use to help protect the long-term buying power that they so desperately need in retirement.
Yeah, a key step is to invest your savings wisely, even in retirement. Many people get too conservative. Some are way too aggressive, but having that plan with a good approach, a balanced portfolio, a split between stocks and bonds, so growth assets and income strategies depending on your risk tolerance, and finding that balance and documenting it in a financial plan.
It's all about finding, a good balance. How does Social Security fit into a plan to help combat inflation? Hopefully people have more than just Social Security to live on in retirement, but for some, that's a reality.
Yes, absolutely. So Social Security is a huge part of an eligible retiree's financial plan. So you're eligible for your full benefit at your full retirement age, which is 67 for most people today. But for every year you wait after that, up to age 70, your monthly benefit goes up by 8%. It's hard to get that growth in any other investment. This could mean guaranteed inflation-adjusted boost to your income, and this is for the rest of your life, and potentially, if you're married, for the rest of your spouse's life. Don't forget that while your benefit goes up with that inflation factor every year, another important consideration in choosing your Social Security is how this will affect your spouse. Because if one person passes, the other person gets the higher benefit, whether it's the person that passes or the person that lives. And it's also Social Security in today's tax laws is less heavily taxed than, say, income from your tax-deferred IRA. You got to build these things into your financial plan. You got to look at all the building blocks, and Social Security is definitely one of them, and see how it affects all of the other building blocks in your financial plan. If you do not have that written financial plan that is dynamic, it changes with you, it's updated based on changes in your savings, the market, your situation, make sure that you call us at 800-725-2988. We make it very easy to meet with one of our advisors and have that initial consultation at no charge to you. Or you can click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com. Don't wait, don't procrastinate. Call us at 800-725-2988.
Talking today with Beth Andrews, founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp. Happy to be alongside Beth once again, and happy to have you here with us for our show today. If you're just joining us, we're talking about ways to preserve your retirement from the long-term effects of inflation. It's such a real concern for so many individuals, especially retirees. Beth, what's another way retirees can strengthen their finances?
Well, one of the things that I see missing in a lot of people's initial financial plan when they first come to meet with us is not having enough money in cash. It may sound a little counterintuitive in the context of talking about inflation, because the interest rate on your bank account probably doesn't keep up with inflation, but it's really a defensive strategy. Having about 1 and sometimes even 2 years of living expenses in a savings account or CDs means you won't be forced to sell investments during a market downturn to cover your bills. So this safety zone allows your portfolio time to recover, and it protects you from permanent market losses.
With all the different risks, so many that we've highlighted here today so far on the show, what's one of the most important takeaways for our listeners? I think a lot of times people, they hear all of this that we talk about, they just kind of want to know a starting point. What do I take away from this above anything else?
Yeah, you want to have a blueprint to look at your financial plan so that you can see where you're at, and you make sure that your actions remain consistent with your goals. So if you've got that overall financial plan written down, you can actually view it on one sheet, or for those people that really want to have books and books of backup, we've got that as well. But the main part of it, the retirement income plan, can be viewed on one dynamic sheet that is continuously updated as you take your actions. You can see the effects on your money. So don't just focus on the grocery bill today. Think about what that bill is going to look in 10 or 20 years. It's going to be much, much bigger. A good plan will balance income, spending, and risk management to ensure you have enough protected lifetime income to cover you and the ones you love for the rest of your lifetime.
Boy, thinking about that grocery bill down the road, it's kind of daunting, actually, as we've seen it go up just in the last few years. And this inflation alone has become such a highlight of the top of our minds, I guess I should say. Being strategic seems to be the common thread throughout all of this that we've talked about today. And when we talk about things to do in the here and the now, what's some take action items?
Well, things that you can consider doing right now are reaching out and contacting a financial advisor. You know, we at Net Worth Advisors, we've been around for over 28 years. We've been on the radio for, I think it's been almost 10 years. How many times have you listened to the Net Worth Retirement Hour and thought, I really need to reach out to them and get that written plan. I need to get started. I need to have a blueprint so that I know that I'm taking all of the most efficient steps to protect myself, my family, my spouse in retirement so that I don't make mistakes. How many years have you been listening to us? Now is the time to take action. I know you've been thinking about it. If you're listening, you've probably been thinking about it. So now is the time to take that first step. Reach out, talk with one of our financial advisors. We have a new dinner event venue that we're using now. It's really kind of cool.
Okay.
Yes, and it's coming up in the next couple of weeks. And if you missed that one, don't worry. We're going to do another one the next month and the next month after that. You can meet one of our advisors by simply going and listening to a seminar and having a nice dinner. Or if you prefer a classroom setting, we do those types of events as well. You can reach out and just talk on the phone with one of our advisors for a 15-minute time slot. Like I said, we make it very, very easy. There's no reason to wait. There's no reason to procrastinate. You can set that up, or you can just request one of our books by calling 800-725-2988. You can also click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com. Now, on our website, there's tons of information. You can peruse through there. You can watch our videos. You can watch our TV segments. You can listen to past versions of our radio segments. Or you can download the book on the website, networthadvisorsllc.com. The point is, don't wait. If you've been thinking about it for a while, it probably means that it's time for you to reach out and get started just by having an initial conversation with one of our advisors. I am the lead advisor in our firm. I work with all of our advisors to make sure that they have all of my 28 years of experience and the level of dedication that I'm putting into getting my CPA. I'm teaching all of our advisors these things. All of our advisors are well experienced and they all have their CFP, so you can feel confident talking with them. That number again is 800-725-2988.
Much more coming up with Beth Andrews here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Don't go away. Once again, that number 800-725-2988. And we're back right after this.
Are you nervous about your retirement? Will you have enough retirement income? Talk to Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for your complimentary financial review. Call 800-725-2988 or go online to networthadvisorsllc.com.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids asked you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To request an appointment with Beth and the Net Worth Advisors team, call 800-725-2988 now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, joined now by Matt D'Amico, an advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. Always good to have Matt along. Usually Matt and I are talking about our mailbag segment, but today we're going to get into the topic of legacy planning. Before we do that, let me share our phone number with you, 800-725-2988. Once again, 800-725-2988. Matt, how are you today?
Amy, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing well. Glad to have you join us for this part of the show. I know Aiden's going to chime in a little bit on this topic as well. But a lot of people think that legacy planning is just for those who maybe own big homes, maybe even bigger bank accounts. It's really, though, about preparing for life's curveballs and protecting your loved ones along the way. No matter how big your bank account is. Let's start with the basics, Matt. Why is estate planning so important for everyone, regardless of their financial situation?
You know, Amy, that's a great question. And I think the last part of that is really important as well, as, regardless of anyone's financial situation. I think a lot of times, people can view estate planning as, oh, it's only for wealthy people, right? That doesn't include me, or, I can't benefit from that. But on the contrary, the truth really behind estate planning is it's not just about the money, not just about the assets, not just about the dollars that you have, but more importantly, it's about making things easier for your loved ones, right? Whenever you and or your spouse is no longer here, you want to make sure that your children, grandchildren can have a very simple and not be so confused about, dealing with the estate of you and or your spouse as well. And so typically when we view estate planning, Amy, there's always these three really big questions that have to be addressed, right? Number one is who's in charge? Who's going to take over if you're incapacitated, unable to, act in certain situations, right? Who's kind of calling the shots? Mm-hmm. Who gets what, right? So all these assets you have cars, houses, maybe some jewelry, maybe some monetary assets like your 401k or IRA. And so the big question is who does that money go to? Who do those assets go to? And then lastly is how is it carried out? Meaning, what are some tax implications that need to be considered? What are the estate documents that have to be set in place to make sure that it is, carried out efficiently? And so one of the big things we always see is if we don't have the plan, right? If we don't take the time to answer those three questions, the court decides, right? The court can kind of outline who gets what, who's calling the shots, and how it gets carried out. Amy, which we all know can be very expensive. It can take a lot of time to really unwind those decisions. But more importantly is that those decisions may not align with what you had in plan, right? What you wanted to have happen with this. And so most importantly, like I said, really can help reduce a lot of the stress that your loved ones are going through, especially when right now is probably more of a difficult time than ever.
We've all heard those stories, Matt, of families really being torn apart when settling an estate. What are some of the most common problems you see, maybe your team here at Net Worth Advisors, when a plan is either outdated or it just simply does not exist?
Yeah, Amy, I think it's always the cost of inaction, right? The cost of not doing something. And we all know it's always really, really high. And so the cost for this specifically is going to be a lot of headaches to deal with, probably some higher expenses potentially, right? Like we talked about before with the court deciding how things are played out. That involves, time, that involves money to allow the court to do all those things. But more importantly is, some of the biggest problems are money not going to who you want it to, right? One of the biggest things I've probably heard in my almost a decade of being an advisor is some of the horror stories of, something happens to you and your spouse where you're no longer together. But the big thing is you always forget to update the beneficiaries. And this is a really, really, really big mistake. And that simply takes maybe 2 or 3 minutes to update, but can avoid a lot of headaches and a lot of issues down the road. And so that's typically one of the biggest things that I see is not having that will, not having these documents in place, and not making sure that your beneficiaries are aligned to your goals.
Let's talk taxes, Matt. Those are they always come into every conversation here on our show, but we do hear pretty bad stories about the death tax. How do tax strategies fit into this conversation?
Well, Amy, I think for everybody listening, if they've heard us before, they've probably heard me say something along the lines of, taxes should really be the centerfold of every financial plan, because every transaction involves some sort of tax. And I think estate planning is really no different. Right, like you mentioned already, the death tax. What happens when you don't have the plan for what happens to your assets and what happens to what you want to really have happen. Now, there's always the conversation of inheritance tax. There's the conversation of federal income taxes, and there's that conversation of probate tax. Now, some of those we have more control over, and some we don't. And so, a good plan that can really align your goals with these accounts looks for ways to manage those taxes, like the inheritance tax when it comes to, setting up those documents in place, or more importantly, when it comes to the federal income taxes for who the money is being left to, right? So a lot of times whenever you inherit money from mom and dad, a lot of times you're in your highest earning years for your own job, right? And so you have your own income to pay tax on, plus you have mom and dad's assets now to pay tax on. And so a lot of times, Amy, the math behind this says, well, you've worked hard to leave money to your kids and grandkids, but the math says, well, based off the new rules, a larger percent of this money is now going to the government and less actually gets passed down to who you want it to. And so the tax conversation is a really, really interesting way to kind of cut off the government and mitigate how much the government actually gets to ensure more gets passed down to you and your family.
Talking today with Matt D'Amico, an advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. I'm Amy Sharp. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour, where we get together each and every week and try to sort through some of the big topics relating to retirement. Right now, we're diving into the topic of legacy planning. We're going to get Matt's thoughts on this, as well as Aiden, who is another advisor with the team here. They're collaborating a bit today on this topic. It's a big one, and it can seem so complex, which is why many people just kind of have that paralysis analysis. They don't do anything. Matt, how do you help clients simplify it and just get started? I think that's sometimes, obviously it's the first step, but it is what really holds people back a lot of times.
I think you're absolutely right. I think it's really easy to look many years down the road and thinking, gosh, estate planning, retirement, that's, many, many years down the road, I can put on the back burner for right now, or maybe it's not as pressing now as maybe it will be at some point, right? And so I think the biggest thing that we try to advocate for is just say, hey, it starts with a conversation, right? Let's sit down. Let's make sure, one, that you're in the right position for yourself when it comes to your plan. Make sure things are aligned well. But more importantly, make sure everybody's on the same page, right? Now is maybe not the right time for you to, start implementing some of these or, adding some of these documents to your plan. But having that conversation at least gives you the light of where to head, right? Like we always say, that light at the end of the tunnel.
Sure.
As we plan and as we can have these conversations, that light gets a little bit bigger, and a little bit bigger, right? And so as we're working towards these goals of not just retirement, but as, estate planning, which is one of the big things we're talking about, I think having the conversation just makes that plan a lot more easy to follow and a lot more secure that you're on the right path.
You're so right. And we do have to look big picture down the road a little bit, see that light and have the guidance alongside us. It certainly gives us the confidence we need. For someone who already has a plan, which is great, what is maybe the value of getting a second opinion? Maybe you just don't feel like your plan is covering everything, including the legacy piece, and you're not feeling prepared for what's coming down the road. Where do you start with a second opinion? Is that something your team does here as well? And what does that look like?
Yeah, Amy, that's a really smart question. And I think the big thing to consider there is, like you said, having a plan is a great start, right? It's a great first step. But it doesn't automatically mean that it's the right plan for you or that it's still the best fit for you today, right? What was good maybe 15 or 20 years ago may not be the same plan today. And so a second opinion isn't about maybe starting over or ripping up the good work that's already been done. Rather, it's about, validation and making sure that you can understand the ins and outs of the plan. And so sometimes, everything checks out, right? Everything is good to go. You're on the right path. Amy, I just had a conversation with a gentleman a couple weeks ago where I said, gosh, I wouldn't change anything, right? So what you're doing is really, really good. However, one of the biggest things that we've seen are plans that are often built around a single focus, right? It doesn't take into account the all-inclusive nature, right? Maybe it's just focused on the investments, but they're not fully coordinated with taxes. They don't have a secure income plan. They don't have a plan to address healthcare costs or estate planning like we're talking about. And Amy, I think in retirement, those pieces all start to interact a lot more. And I think people don't typically realize that until they're already at that stage of the game. So I always like to recommend, and I always like to harp on the idea of let's have a conversation, let's have that second opinion, and let's make sure that everything is aligning well.
It's why it's called a comprehensive plan. It doesn't just focus on one thing. And I think a lot of times people, when we're saving and growing our money, that does look so different from what you and your team do in terms of making sure that money lasts and preserving it throughout retirement.
Absolutely. And Amy, as we've talked about a lot of these different areas, whether it be the estate planning, whether it be taxes, whether it be getting that second opinion, like I've mentioned before, one of the biggest things that I always harp on is it all starts with a conversation, right? Whether some of these questions may be very easy to answer, or maybe some of these questions are, gosh, I don't even know where to start. It all starts with a conversation. So our office number is 800-725-2988, or visit us at networthadvisorsllc.com. And one of my team members here, Aiden, he's going to be hopping on here any minute now, and he'll be able to take a lot of a bigger, deeper dive into a lot of this as well. Again, just to kind of remind everybody of what we really emphasize here at Net Worth Advisors, which is that holistic and comprehensive planning.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. Always good to hear from you, and we appreciate you stopping by today here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Once again, the number 800-725-2988. The website is networthadvisorsllc.com, and we're going to be back. We're going to bring in Aiden Haynes here from the team when the Net Worth Financial Hour continues right after this.
Confidence in retirement starts with Net Worth Advisors. Beth Andrews provides financial planning tailored for you. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com to start planning for your retirement future today.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors.
At Net Worth Advisors, we prioritize your retirement needs. Beth Andrews creates detailed financial plans using a wide range of investment options to support your dreams. Secure your retirement now. Call 800-725-2988 or networthadvisorsllc.com for your complimentary financial review.
Welcoming you back into the Net Worth Financial Hour. 800-725-2988 is that number to reach out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors. It's really the best way for them to help you. They can't do that unless you reach out and let them know you're ready to get started working towards the retirement, a successful retirement that we all hope for. And you need that comprehensive plan to really have a good foundation, feel confident along the way. They call it their Net Worth Retirement GPS here at Net Worth Advisors. And pretty much every topic that we talk about here on our show weaves back to that GPS. We know that that GPS leads in different directions for every single person that they work with, but they're going to set you up on the path that you want and one that will hopefully be a good lasting foundation for you throughout retirement. 800-725-2988. Aiden Haynes joining me now to pick up where Matt left off on our legacy conversation. You guys are tag teaming it today. I love this. This is fun to have you along and taking us through the rest of our show. How are you, Aiden?
I'm great, Amy. Happy to be here.
Good. Fantastic. Let's do this. We're continuing to talk about legacy planning and ways to avoid those common mistakes that can be costly, both in terms of money and, of course, emotionally. You've seen a lot of plans. And what are some of the most common blunders? Let's talk blunders here for a while that people make when it comes to planning their estate. And I think some of these are going to go back to a little bit about what Matt and I kind of talked about, which was kind of like, just get started for one. I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Taking that first step and really thinking about, things that people don't like to think about. People don't want to think about, their own mortality and having an estate plan in place is certainly important. And I would say the biggest blunder right off the bat is doing nothing at all, or just inaction. Really just not addressing it or thinking about your wishes of what's going to occur after you're no longer here. So really, that's the main thing right there, is just kind of getting started, and really kind of getting things organized, because there are many different, areas to kind of consider when it comes to estate planning. And, I think one other mistake that people make is they think of estate planning as kind of a one-time action, right? It's an ongoing, a recurring thing to really, observe as part of financial planning, such as beneficiary designations. There might be outdated beneficiary designations that otherwise, there should be, additional people that have, should be added since you last updated your will or beneficiaries. Or, the opposite. There might be some people that are no longer, within your wishes, of your estate planning that are still listed as beneficiaries. So it's important to really, update, these things every few years, every 3 to 5 years at the minimum, because some people might have a will that's 20 years old and they think that, still suffices today. Well, a lot, could have changed in the last 2 decades that otherwise, really needs to be kind of observed today. So, really just, the 3 big things are, not really getting started or doing nothing at all. Failing to check your, beneficiary designations regularly, and, failing to really update your will, every few years as things change over time.
Yeah, we certainly do tend to forget when, maybe there's a marriage or a grandchild comes along, and it's just so easy to get caught up in life, and it's all good things, but we want to make sure they're taken care of. We all, a lot of times think of legacy planning, Aiden, in terms of what happens when someone is gone. How can proper planning make a difference during a person's lifetime when they're still here?
Absolutely. And that's a great question. And, the legacy and estate plan is created, for after you're gone, but it's obviously created while you're here. And there might be some different areas in some of your affairs that, need to be taken care of while you are alive. You think about what happens if you become incapacitated or can no longer, address your own affairs. It's important to, speak to a qualified legal representative about creating a power of attorney, whether that be financial, medical, or both. Just really kind of taking the opportunity while you're here to, really get things organized in your financial life. Where everything is. I use the analogy when I speak to people at seminars. Some people's, plans before we start to work with them is kind of like a junk drawer of sorts, right? I'm sure everybody has one of those in their kitchen at home. I
shoebox full of statements, right? And
yes.
Hear that one too.
Exactly. So, just really kind of taking time to get things organized, and make sure that whatever you're doing during your life makes things easier for your family when you're no longer here. They'll certainly be grateful for it. I talk to a lot of people that, have a parent pass away, and they talk about how big of a mess everything is and how much time they're spending on the phone and, really just kind of gathering documents and talking to different folks. So, one thing that can certainly be done, during life is, providing those clear instructions for your family if you have a health event, but also it really helps prevent potential conflict too. I hear a lot of horror stories about the conflict that occurs, for inefficient estate plans that are vague and ambiguous, and children might think that they're entitled to certain property that the decedent didn't really intend for them to be a part of, or just for an example. So really just having those clear instructions, providing the clarity for whoever you choose as your executor. But also just making sure that, while you're here, that you have your power of attorney, all up to date, and really just kind of, getting things out of that shoebox and, filed the way that they're supposed to be. So it's organized and efficient. So if you are, someone who really has thought about estate planning, but maybe isn't sure where to start, Net Worth Advisors LLC works with all of our clients in our comprehensive GPS program to make sure that your estate plan, is created and updated to your wishes. If this is something that resonates with you, you can give us a phone call at 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988. Or you can send us an email at schedule@networthadvisorsllc.com. You can send us an email at schedule@networthadvisorsllc.com.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp alongside Aiden Haynes, an advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. We've really had an in-depth conversation today on our show about legacy planning. I'm really glad you brought up before just a moment ago about kind of family dynamics, because we can't avoid that part of this conversation. How can a well-structured plan, one that's, put together with your team and the guidance of the client, how can that prevent the conflict and then maybe the resentment that can tear families apart? I think so often we go into these situations and we say, oh my gosh, we get along, we're fine, there's nothing that would ever tear us apart. It's easy to say that until the moment happens, and it can become a little dicey, I guess.
Absolutely, and it certainly happens a lot more often than you would think. One word comes to mind when creating such a plan, and that is clarity, right? A good plan, whether it be a financial plan or an estate plan, leaves no ambiguity, right? You want to make sure that, if assets are going to be passed according to your wishes, that you use names, right? If you say to my children, to my nieces, to my nephews, to my neighbor, right? That's ambiguous, and it could create conflict as the court, tries to sort out really, what you intended and who, it's fair for these assets to pass to. It also explains the why behind your decisions, right? A good, well-written will, would really leave no question to why you are leaving assets to who you are leaving to. It gives your family a better understanding. It also appoints the right people for the job, whether it be a trustee in the case that you were to, have a trust that's, settling after your death, or an executor, right? Having someone in mind that you trust to get the job done, who knows where everything is and, is really able to be efficient with the estate settlement process. But also, besides, of course, the assets that you're passing on to your family, it's a final gift to them, which is a clear set of instructions, letting them know, hey, I worked real hard for what I've achieved in life, and this is how I wish for them to be, my assets to be dispersed when I'm no longer here. So really just having a clear, efficient estate plan will really do your family a lot of favors, when the time comes to settle your estate.
According to a recent survey, and we'll probably have to end on this, we're getting close to the end of this segment, but there is a small percentage of, a very small percentage of Americans that actually have an estate plan in place. I guess in your experience, Aidan, why do you believe so many people do put this off? It's so important. Why do we wait?
Yeah, there's a few reasons, as I mentioned earlier in the segment. I mean, it's certainly an area that people don't like to think about, right? They don't like to think about the end of their life, so that, it leads to a lot of inaction and, just kind of hesitation. But some people might think it's too expensive. But, people should think about the cost of inaction and procrastination, which can make it much worse as it pertains to, taxes that will exist after you're no longer here. Some people think they don't have enough assets to matter, but, there are a lot of other considerations as well. Your personal property, right? How is that going to be dispersed? What if you have pets? Who's going to take care of your pets? There's a lot of other areas that really need to be considered just to make sure that things are, going along as you planned, when you're no longer here. But really, estate planning forces people to confront their own mortality. It's, of course, an uncomfortable situation, but, and a lot of other times people are just overwhelmed. They don't know where to start, right? They think about these things. They listen to shows like this one, or maybe read some articles online, but they don't really know where to take that first step. So qualified financial professional in conjunction, with legal professionals can certainly help you get started. And at Net Worth Advisors, that's something we focus on with all of our clients. Estate planning, it's one of the main tenets of what we do here. So if you're in a situation where you know you need to set up an estate plan, but you really just don't know where to start or what action to take, please give Net Worth Advisors, LLC a call at 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
It's such an important topic. We could go on for, several shows about this, but I think, yes, it all goes back to picking up the phone, don't hesitating to begin the conversation. Yes, it's not the most fun topic, but it is critical to making sure that you have that comfort inside, knowing that your family, your loved ones are taken care of. And maybe it's even a charity. All of that has to be put in and put down on paper and into a document that will last. So Aidan, thank you so much. And we will continue our show, but we're going to step aside from this topic. The Net Worth Financial Hour will continue. Once again, that number 800-725-2988. 800-725-2988. And we're back right after this.
Are you nearing retirement? At Net Worth Advisors, we provide comprehensive financial planning to secure your future. Let Beth Andrews help you build a tailored retirement plan with diverse investment and insurance options. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids asked you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Have you ever done something and thought, well, that was a giant waste of money? You might have that same thought in retirement if you don't plan for taxes. Call the team at Net Worth Advisors, LLC to learn how to be more tax efficient. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
Welcome back to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, joined now by Aiden Haynes, an advisor with the team here at Net Worth Advisors. We like to spend this part of our show going through kind of an old school term, mailbag. I don't know if that's called, that's appropriate anymore, Aiden, but I think, we could call anything, a text, a email, whatever. These questions have come from conversations that have taken place in some capacity here with the team at Net Worth Advisors, and we spend some time sharing those on our show because we really feel there's value, even though we can't share every detail. We can't say names, we can't things like that. It really gives Aiden, anybody who's doing this segment, an opportunity to show how the team here at Net Worth Advisors would work with you to kind of walk through these questions. And we know that a lot of our listeners, you all out there, may be experiencing the same type of thing. So Aiden, welcome. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing, Amy?
Doing great. Happy to have you along for this segment of the show. It's always great to get different perspective, and I think this will be fun. We've always got great questions from our listeners and also just people that have walked into the doors here at Net Worth Advisors. So here is the first question for you, Aiden. This one says, I'm still quite a few years away from retirement, but I have no idea what my savings target should be. How much might I need to save so I can have a comfortable retirement? And then there's one right there. We're not giving all the details. We don't know what comfortable means to them, right? It's hard to
Absolutely.
answer.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's really, the answer is different for everybody. How much might you need to save to have a comfortable retirement? I guess, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. First, one needs to describe what is a comfortable retirement. What do you expect to do in retirement? Are you going to travel the world, or is it going to be a lot more, relaxed? What do you really expect to kind of, live like in retirement? And, there are, advisors like ourselves that can certainly, kind of help lay the framework for, okay, we have some, assumptions as to what, certain things that are, going to always be there no matter what period of life you're in, like taxes or what healthcare might cost at that certain point. Just kind of having and making sure that those items are taken care of course. But I know the question specifically is, several years away from retirement, what should the savings target be? I would say in general, it's best to save as much as you are comfortable with, whether that be through a company plan or a retirement account that you control, or, in a savings account, really, any kind of vehicle or method that you would have to save as much as you're comfortable with. Obviously, you want to focus on the present too, and you don't want to, spread yourself too thin. But at the end of the day, there are, speaking with an advisor, they would be able to use some of their tools and calculations and, kind of using some assumptions, right? Because no one knows what the future holds, with the market or, costs of goods or anything like that. But kind of having an idea of the retirement lifestyle that you plan to live and kind of sharing that, with an advisor, they can certainly kind of give you kind of a projection as to what it might look like if you saved one way compared to another way. But in general, I would say saving as much as you're comfortable with is certainly a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, certainly a lot more Saturdays in retirement to spend that money, aren't there? For
Yes, there are.
for sure. Okay, next question for you, Aiden. This one says, are rental properties a good source of income for my retirement?
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great question. I work with many, folks that have rental properties, and at the end of the day, it certainly can be a good source of income. I mean, there's other considerations with this as well. I mean, one thing that any person who leases property knows is that it's anything but passive, right? There's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of time that goes into it. So really, as long as you're willing to kind of accept what kind of, a commitment and energy that you have to kind of put into, being a landlord or a property manager, I would say that it certainly could be a viable, retirement income source. There are other ways to kind of participate, in that type of area as well, without actually, owning the physical building or home, apartment, whatever it might be. But there are certainly many strategies, and these are ones that we work with, with clients all the time that both have the real estate that they obtain rental income from, but also just want to kind of participate in that area, maybe not physically, but kind of still have participation in that type of income in retirement, and certainly strategies that we can help take on. So really, if you are someone who maybe owns property or is trying to figure out how this fits into your retirement, income picture, please give us a call here at Net Worth Advisors at 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988. Or visit our website at networthadvisorsllc.com.
I'm here today with Aiden Haynes, advisor here with the team at Net Worth Advisors. I'm Amy Sharp. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. 800-725-2988. Once again, is that number to reach out. Here's another question for you, Aiden. This one says, I think I have a pretty good handle on our financial plan for retirement, but I'm worried that I'm missing something. Do you have some sort of retirement to-do list or a checklist to help me make sure that I'm not forgetting to do anything? I love a checklist, Aiden. Please tell me you've got a checklist or something, because I think this is what a lot of people do. They just need to see, and then they can like cross it off. Like, yep, did that. Also did that. I'm good on that.
I love a checklist, Amy. I use them for,
I had a feeling you did too. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. Both in my, professional life and my personal life. Great way to keep track of information. Great way to make sure you're not forgetting something. And this is a good question too. And kind of is something that many of, the families that I sit with allude to. They're within a few months of retirement and they're thinking, man, what am I forgetting? What haven't I addressed yet? Am I, buttoned up in all of these different areas that really need focus? So as far as a checklist goes, I mean, there are, a million different ways that you could really make a checklist, as pertains to certain areas like, okay, are my expenses all accounted for? Have I figured out my health care, or Medicare situation? What are some, more maintenance items that need done? Do I have my will all up to date, or my beneficiaries in place? These are just a few examples of things that, one that is approaching retirement is going to want to focus on.
Next question for you. This one says, if I'm retiring in the next 5 years or so, is it more important to max out contributions to my retirement accounts, or should I focus more on building up my emergency fund? I like this question because I think a lot of times people get really nervous about, do I have enough in that emergency fund? And, that of course is changing as inflation changes.
Absolutely. This is a great question. And of course, The emergency fund is very important, and many financial professionals will tell you that having an emergency fund in place is critical. Really, oftentimes before you consider many other things. It would depend on the situation, of course, as it seems to be the theme here with many of these questions. There's really no black or white answer to any particular question, but just some things to think about are that one, what emergency fund exists already. What do you live on each month? What does your emergency fund typically look like, or what would look like an adequate emergency fund? As I stated, previously in the segment to one of our different questions, it's important to, otherwise kind of have accounted for, what your retirement lifestyle is going
At
to be.
Habitat
in
for
the first
Humanity,
place.
we believe home is where you find peace.
The proceeding was paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said,
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. A memorial service has wrapped up for the Mexican citizen fatally shot by immigration officers in Houston this week. ICE claims he rammed an officer's vehicle during an attempted arrest and was shot in self-defense. But a lawyer for two witnesses is disputing the account. At the service, Congressman Al Green, whose district includes parts of Houston.
I believe that there's an attempt to cover up what has happened, and we must stand up to prevent a cover-up.
Florida Czar Tom Homan now reacting to what this means for the officers involved.
Let the investigation play out. If the officers acted outside policy or illegally, they'll be held accountable.
The killing sparking outrage through Houston.
ABC's Jacqueline Lee strongly considering running for president based on being detained by Israeli settlers this week in the West Bank. Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat.
These hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Khanna says if you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised. Cleanup underway after rescues in Missouri from rapidly rising floodwaters. ABC News forecaster Samara Theodore.
In Iron County, over 200 canoers and staff members rescued at a campsite in Taumsauk Mountain State Park. These family members reacting as they waited on loved ones still stranded at the campground.
There's 5 of them camping and in a tent. They tried to stay on top of their car while it was flooding, and they lost the truck, so they had to go to a tree.
National Guard helicopters helping to rescue and bring campers to reunification sites.
The crew is again draining the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial to clean up the green algae and apparently peeling blue sealant. You're listening to ABC News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S.
are in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The bipartisan housing bill has become law today with strong support from members of both major parties, but without President Trump's signature or veto. It aims to lower the cost of housing and spur more home construction. President Trump made threats on social media of further missile attacks against Iran after the funeral of the supreme leader, Khamenei, saw open calls for Trump's assassination. Iran insists that the Strait of Hormuz remain under its control and that it be allowed to charge tolls on ships moving through it. Meta responding to critics following the debut of its new AI feature and pulling it. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
The technology called Muse Image, with a video version also in development, had a feature that would have allowed users to generate new content using photos, videos, and other material from public Instagram profiles as sort of visual references. And for millions of users, participation would have been automatic. Anyone over 18 with a public Instagram account was included by default unless they took steps to opt out themselves.
An Orange County, California dog trainer has been sentenced to nearly 12 years in prison after the deaths of 11 dogs in the care of Tony Sitt and his girlfriend. At the hearing, Judge Kim Menninger mentioning the pet owners.
Were they always expecting the dogs to be inside of a van? I would certainly think not, and certainly not a van that had no air conditioning or water or any ability for these animals to be treated like animals.
Chuck Severson, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clouded this afternoon, couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s, and we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday, a high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Oh, wait, can you hear me now? Here we are. This is my first show, guys. I'm very nervous. What did you say? I am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I went to Obama Academy. I went to I graduated from Temple. Yes. Yeah, it was really good. Oh, I studied journalism. Yes. Thank you.
Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant military families have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower. Saturday, August 22nd at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an E6 or below active duty, reserve, or veteran military service member, call 412-506-8610 to join them.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we highlight school athletics and summer sports. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30.
Like it always is.
Yeah. Spanish in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio,
I don't know. I don't know. We're going to give it a try now. Hold on.
1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome now. Oh, baby, I'm sorry about that. I understand several people have been calling, including Larry Richard, my man, to say that my microphone wasn't on there and lost there for a minute. We have a new producer, Michaela. Are you okay in there, Michaela? You just relax. We'll get through this fine. It's okay. Hey, there's don't be embarrassed about making mistakes on your first day. This is Michaela's first show. I love it. And we're gonna move her along. Don't you worry. 866-391-1020. I'm sorry about that because I introduced Michaela and nobody heard me. Michaela went to Peabody High School and then went to Temple big time. So I welcome her today as the first time she's producing. This is great. All right. Lots to talk about. Don't forget on a Saturday, 2 to 5, it's open forum. Whatever you want to talk about. Today, Donald Trump accused of rigging the elections in the Midwest and all that type stuff. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. He fired the federal elections commissioners, fired them. He says he has 1,000 missiles locked and loaded for Iran. Uh-huh. Closer to home, though, let's check this out. So we've been going on for weeks and months and a year or maybe more about the Parkway East closing. It closed last night at 9 o'clock. Yeah. We did it. We did our all 4 hours yesterday on it, and our coverage has been great. So the weekend is kind of a good rehearsal type thing. It's kind of fine, you know. I mean, Saturday today, I left the house and got on the Parkway East at Oakland to come down to the Fort Pitt Tunnel and go, but I was going the other way to the Parkway West. As God is my judge, as we Catholics say. That was the fastest I ever got to KDK radio here in Green Tree, ever. It was like, and that was right at noon, a little bit before noon, and it was very few cars. And I kept looking over to the Parkway East outbound, very few cars. Very, very few. So, A, is it just Saturday light traffic? B, maybe people decided to stay away for a day. And I think that the weekend is like a nice little dress rehearsal, but it's not going to be reflective of what the pain could be. And yesterday I mentioned, St. Paul's Cathedral and a lot of these churches, Calvary Episcopal off Fifth Avenue, because Oakland's going to be the epicenter of the detours, because it's going to be Forbes going west, Fifth coming east. And Oakland's going to be wild, so much so that we're going to be live for the Big K Morning Show Monday from Soldiers and Sailors. Tamira Rush and I are going to be there, and we have some special guests for you, keeping an eye on how the first rush hour is going to go, which is going to be completely different than I think today and tomorrow. However, it's interesting. You never know how much traffic would be going through the detours and through the neighborhoods. We'll have to wait and see. But today was smooth, very smooth. Now I said in that first segment, but you didn't hear me. I said I've heard from some folks who texted me saying that the waterfront was really busy and sort of trafficy, because that's that local detour. If you're going east, you can get off at Squirrel Hill exit, go Beechwood Boulevard, over down Browns Hill Road, over the Homestead Grays Bridge, make a left on 8th Avenue, going toward, Kennywood, that kind of thing, up to the Rankin Bridge and past the waterfront. But they claimed that was trafficy as all get out today. But that was really the only one I heard of. Were you out there driving around? I'd love to hear what you saw. I couldn't cover everything, but I haven't heard many complaints or anything. I think this is running smoothly. But it's Saturday. Don't forget it's Saturday. And then tomorrow, after looking at this today, tomorrow I hope people are not intimidated and they don't go to church like they want to every Sunday. And if they're, if they have to get to Oakland to church or Monroeville or whatever it is, I would say do it. Don't be worried about it. Just go do it. I think it would be, you'd be in good shape. I do. Let me see. I'm getting some texts here. Some texts about traffic. Let me just see here. Just got home, took Parkway the whole way. Oh, wow. Yeah, my friend Lynette, who lives in Squirrel Hill, just said, listening, and I just got home from the north side, took the Parkway the whole way, no cars, just me, it's a breeze. And that's what it was today. That's what it was today. How about that? How about that? How about them apples? I think people were wondering, and I think maybe, after all the hoopla, maybe people are just sort of laying back. I think maybe. Let's laying back. So let me know what you think. But come Monday morning, when people get to work, it's going to be a whole new deal. And then, but I am. This is going to be fascinating to see. I'm hearing from more and more people who say that because of the Parkway East, they're getting the luxury of working from home. Not everybody can work from home. Not everybody. And I hate to think that, restaurants and stuff downtown that are already hurting, that kind of thing, aren't going to get the business. But I think a lot more people will be working from home. We'll see what happens there. I don't know. We'll see what happens, All right, open forum today. You understand? Open forum today. Democrats are, and we get into politics. Yeah, we do on a Saturday. Democrats are mad today. Woo, baby. So Donald Trump fired the federal election commissioners. It's the Federal Election Assistance Commission. This was called a brazen attempt to control the elections. You think he's going to try to do that? Mm-hmm. So he's accused of trying to rig the upcoming U.S. midterms. He fired the last 3 members of this independent federal commission. And a lot of people are talking about this. Is this another indication of, are we going to have election interference? Is this going to be such a battle that we just all have to dig in and be courageous and do what we need to do? So he more or less paralyzed the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. And that wipes out the only federal agency devoted solely to election administration months before the U.S. midterm elections, which is right around the corner in November. Including Democrats who've been very, very vocal today. They vowed to fight back. I'm sure this is probably going to go into legal status for sure. They're vowing to fight back to increase the federal government's involvement in elections. Trump he's continuing to push the Save America Act. It's a kind of a right-wing makeover of elections, and it's not going anywhere because the Senate's not taking it up. It passed the House, and don't forget that. Anyway, the NAACP today, quote, Donald Trump knows that in November, voters will reject everything he stands for. The economy is devastating. He's starting endless wars, resulting in Americans dying, and his paramilitary ICE force is terrorizing our communities. Trump is terrified of the sacred power we all hold as voters, and that's why he wants to rig this election. Chuck Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate, said the move followed Trump's own suggestion that Republicans should, quote unquote, take over the voting, and called the dismissals a brazen attempt to grab control of elections before a single ballot is cast. Yep. Wow. This is going to be a fight. Quote unquote, firing every remaining member of the and it's bipartisan. There was one Republican who resigned. Firing every remaining member of the Bipartisan Election Assistance Commission months before the midterms is a brazen attempt to seize control of our elections, before a single vote is cast, Schumer wrote. Quote unquote, he is gutting the independent agency that certifies voting systems and helps election officials run secure elections. He added, Senate Democrats will fight this power grab at every turn. The American people, not Donald Trump, will decide the 2026 election. Mark Warner, who's a Democratic senator in Virginia, I like him. I like him a lot. He said, quote, every American should be concerned. Should concern every American this action today, and that demands an immediate explanation. This commission was created under Help America Vote Act, and that was in the after the 2000 election was disputed. Do you remember that election? Hanging chads and everything else. Do you remember that? Oh boy, oh boy. Anyway, this is going to be something else, and the Secretary of the State in Nevada, who's a Democrat, Mr. Aguilar, said the EAC, Election Commission, plays a critical role in supporting state and local election officials, and it will again fall on secretaries of state and other election administrators to fill the gap. From cutting funding for cybersecurity to launching baseless investigations, this pattern of behavior from the Trump administration makes it harder for our election officials to do their work and does nothing to make elections more secure. The states have the power, as you know, and that's been the ruling of the courts over and over and over. And they have the power. So where's this going to go? I think this is going to go right back into the courts. However, it's well known that Schumer and prominent Democrats and states have been hiring scores of lawyers, tons of lawyers, gazillions of lawyers to fight back at every attempt at something like this. They worry that given the polls, given the public sentiment about this very unpopular president, that Republicans are going to try something. Those aren't my words. Those are their words. And so they're hiring tons of lawyers. So this is, here we go. Now it's starting for the midterms. Here we go. 866-391-1020. Open forum on Saturday afternoon. Michael Bartley and my brand new producer, Michaela. It's her first show right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Calls for an independent investigation into the shooting death by immigration police of a Mexican citizen in Houston. ICE claims he rammed an officer's vehicle during an attempted arrest, was shot in self-defense, but a lawyer for 2 witnesses disputes it. At today's memorial service, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia.
It is all of us together
Because quite frankly, what happened to Miss Salgado could happen to any one of us.
Strongly considering running for president based on being detained by Israeli settlers this week in the West Bank. Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat.
If you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised.
A bipartisan bill to make housing more affordable has become law today without President Trump's signature. Cleanup underway after 300 flood rescues in Missouri yesterday, say emergency officials. This is ABC News.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, Look. Lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around. High in the low 80s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight, down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Sunshine Monday, up to 86. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Talk about goosebump time. Wow. You know, in that commercial break, I glanced up at the television. It was bases loaded, the Buccos. Valdez was up. I think he's a rookie, I think. That young man hit a grand slam. The Pirates were down 6-3, and now they're up 7-6 against the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah. And that's a division game. The Brewers are in first place. This could be... And today's a doubleheader because of the rain out last night. So, yeah. Boy, that was exciting to see. My. All right, here we go. Open forum, 866-391-1020. Always on Saturday afternoon. We talk about whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about Parkway East? You want to talk about Donald Trump? You want to talk about the war? You want to talk about that? You know what Iran's supreme leader said today? He said today that avenging his slain predecessor and father was the demand of the nation and must certainly take place. And it was reported this week that they've made it clear that they want to kill Trump. And they have the signs in Iran, kill Trump. Yeah, this thing is going to get heavy. It's going to get heavier and heavier. Today, Donald Trump, in reaction to that, said that because the collapse of the ceasefire and reported death threats against him, that he has 1,000 missiles locked and loaded and pointed at Iran. I'll give you more specifics on that as we go along. All right, Nancy and Sewickley. Nancy, you're on KDKA. Nancy, you there?
Prices. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about fuel prices. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Okay. We hear a lot of people talking about gasoline, but very few people have talked about heating oil. For those of us who live in more rural areas, I called recently to get some heating oil because most people who purchase heating oil usually buy it in the summer when the prices are there at the lowest. Right now, heating oil is going for about $4.65 a gallon. The person I purchased the heating oil from said that it went up to over $5 a gallon. Now, with heating oil companies, they don't deliver like 10 or 20 gallons to you. You have to buy at least 100, 200 gallons. So for someone who wants to put in like 100 gallons of heating oil, which won't even take you through the winter, that's $500 you have to come up with.
That's sure, minimum, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, that's 500.
Right. So for a lot of people who are on fixed incomes, unless these prices of fuel comes down, there's going to be a lot of hardship in this country because people are not going to be able to heat their homes. And a lot of times, even with the Dollar Energy Fund, I don't think it covers heating oil. Heating oil is something that, you have to come up with the money yourself.
Nancy, can I ask you while I have you, and I'm going to just be honest with you, totally honest with you. I'm a neophyte, inexperienced on heating oil. I've never once had a house where heating oil was delivered. I've always just had, forced air. Is that what you call it? I don't know, gas.
Right.
Right. Like people's gas. Okay, and you pay the bill. When you buy 100 gallons of heating oil, And if you have to buy it now at $5, you said it was $4.65 before, but that seems high too, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the person I buy it from said it was up to over $5 a gallon, and they weren't even purchasing it as a supplier. She said it's down to about $4.65 a gallon now, but they didn't know how it's going to fluctuate.
Is it your understanding that the increase in price is the same as directly related to Iran, this war?
Oh, it has to be. It has to be. It has to be related to gasoline prices, too, because heating oil, I mean, I think at one time last year it was even down to like $3.29 a gallon or something like that, where you can go and, get your tanks filled. But most people who are rural, who depend on heating oil, like I said, that's going to be a real hardship because you're going to have to buy at least a couple hundred gallons of heating oil, and that's not even going to get you through the winter. And you have to come up with that money up front. They don't go like with natural gas where they bill you every month and you can just, you can put it over a period of time. This is upfront money.
How much does 100 gallons of heating oil last you in the winter? About, if you know.
Well, I think it was probably down in 3-something. It was 3-something. But it's pretty much gone up considerably because I kind of figured I have actually 3 tanks. And I figured for my tanks, I'm exceptional because I have 3 tanks of 3 oil tanks. It's going to probably cost me to fill mine up because I take them down all the way to the bottom almost in the spring. Probably about $5,000 to get my place ready for the winter.
Oh wow! I know, but you still need. Isn't heating oil do your hot water tank too?
No, I have electric for that. This
okay, and you have electric stove and all that.
Yes, it's just to heat the house.
It's just to heat the house. So in a winter time, if these prices stay like this, you could pay $5,000 to heat your house.
Possibly, depending on how big your house is and how energy efficient it is and everything like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a double house. So I have a little bit bigger, but still, for someone who's on Social Security or
I get it.
Income, and they have to heat their house, that's going to be really, really tough. And I haven't heard anybody talking about this. They talk about gas prices for your car and everything.
Yeah.
But this is the time now that people are stocking up on heating oil. Most people, like I said, who have heating oil buy it in the summer. And I don't know whether or not to buy it now at $4.65 a gallon or wait. It might go up to $5.50 a gallon or $6 a gallon.
And listen, here's the thing with all this is that it's a different story every day.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a different, and he says something different every day. And I know getting involved in the Middle East is a complicated deal, but this is not going to end anytime soon. And, a ceasefire's on, a ceasefire's off. A memorandum of understanding is signed, and then it doesn't mean the paper that it's written on, it's not worth that. So that the problem with this, who the hell knows when you could do a decent job buying heating oil because we don't know anything. It changes by the hour.
Yes, I know. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether or not to just bite the bullet and pay the $4.65 or wait a month and hope it goes down, or I might be looking at it's $5.50 a gallon next month. I don't know.
Are the people you buy the heating oil from nice enough that they might share some insight?
They don't even know.
Wow.
They don't even know. You ask them, and I've dealt with them for years and years and years and years, and they don't even know. They're at the mercy of the oil companies, too.
Wow,
They're
it's
just
incredible.
a middleman that just... Yep. So I hope more people talk about that because
me too. I think it's important. Because if it's the same thing tied to this gas prices, because who knows what that's going to be? They were coming down and now I guess they're going back up. Crazy.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
All right, Nancy. We'll do our best.
Michael, have a good day.
You bet. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Thanks so much. All right. 866-391-1020. I'll be right back.
It's the little things. The information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
Mommy, how come my cat's in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hello? Hello? Hi, Michael? Is this Michael? I'm calling Michael. This is Rush from East McKeesport. I'm trying to get a hold of Michael on KDKA. I think our wires got crossed. Are you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike.
All right, go ahead. And you, Anthony, you call back, okay? Go ahead, Rush.
No, this is Rush.
I know, but I'm telling Anthony to call back. Now we're having phone issues. Go ahead, bro.
I was talking to Anthony. Me and Anthony were talking, and then you interrupted.
That's hilarious. Oh my God, you kill me. You kill me. We're having kind of a stumbly bumbly day here, technology wise, but it's okay. Hey,
I welcomed the girl to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, hey, let me tell you something. You know how many years I've been doing broadcasting? These things don't ruffle my feathers. I just keep going. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
For that poor young lady to be breaking in with.
God love her.
With you, I mean, God bless her.
God love her. She's she's nice and she's very bright too. She's going to be great. She's going to be great. Wait, did you venture out today? Did you venture out?
Me?
Yeah.
I never venture out.
Wait.
But yes, I did. I did venture out.
All right.
To play my numbers. And by the way, I called Rob Pratt this morning.
Yeah.
About this. Yeah, he is the most optimistic person I've ever heard in my life. And he's poo-pooing all this. Oh, everything's going to be what we do before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And first of all, you didn't have near the traffic coming in from the East Hills from the to get to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. But he's a great guy. I love Rob.
I love Rob. Yeah.
Well, I love you the best.
Oh, that's so nice.
Okay. Rob's second team. We had a good call.
He's an all-star. He's a legend. Oh,
I know he is. We had a great conversation.
Yeah, he's fun. But,
well, let me hit you with this because I did venture out today, since you mentioned it, to play my numbers, and I play a lot of them. I like to support my senior citizens, which I'm 74. I haven't been doing too good lately, but do you know how many bridges? First about this bridge. When he said it's a Dutch company, and then I've heard it's not even American steel. Now I'm retired from U.S. Steel. I don't have a problem with any of this, but do you know how many bridges we have in Pittsburgh?
Oh.
Okay, forget it. I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Googled it. 426.
That
now,
sounds.
Obviously, that's counting all of Allegheny County.
Yeah.
Because that's one of my numbers. The only reason I bring this up.
Oh, is that when you play 426 straight in bucks?
Yeah, and 427 hit that Chevy's best big block engine.
427 hit. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
But at any rate, okay, dropping all that, but yeah, we have 426 bridges. But so you would think just for the upkeep, and we do have bridge companies right down there in Dravosburg. I ended up retiring from the Urban Works. There's a big, I forget what it's called, a big bridge and company. They used to come into the mill, in fact, to do our train rails on the cranes and stuff. But that's neither here nor there. But there is going to be Michael. This is going to be chaotic.
I think so too. And I'm just getting.
I'm not trying to throw a damper on a half empty. I am a half empty in the jar kind of water thing. But when I heard they were trying to tell people in Monroeville, get on the turnpike, go to Cranberry, and then come down 79. I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me.
I know, but you know what? A friend of mine today texted me. She's taking her family to the beach. She didn't want any issues. She lives in Mount Lebanon, and she didn't want any issues. She drove up 79 to Cranberry to get on the turnpike and avoid the whole thing, and she's glad she did it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, from Monroeville here or anywhere around here to get on the pike to go to Cranberry, get on 79. But that's neither here nor there. Your best shot from here is to Grin and Barrett, get on to Wilkinsburg, down Penn Avenue, the Forbes on the way into Pittsburgh. So hopefully some of them employers, they should get like some hotel rooms for a group of people that might want to share in a hotel room.
I agree. And I think they're let people work from home for this, and they better not, they better be patient.
You're going to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to, I'm all in favor of that. Anybody that can work from home, work from home.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Listen,
now,
Rush.
Yesterday when I talked to you.
Yeah, Rush, I want you to hang on, okay, because we screwed up the phones. You got to wait now because I got to go to my break, okay? So just stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. And Anthony in Oakland, I'm sorry we lost you. Give us a call back, 866-391-1020, and you'll be next. All right, news coming up.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
Celebrate the month of July with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129 and get your air ducts cleaned for $5.99 per unit. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings today.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Doug Severson, a bipartisan bill to make housing more affordable has become law today without President Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Come law on its own.
If he had vetoed it, we would have been able to override that veto.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters, California Democrat, says one of the aims of the law is to reduce homelessness.
We're not only going to create opportunities for affordable housing, we're going to make sure that public housing has the resources and begin to fix up these houses.
Trump said he didn't sign the bill because Congress hasn't passed an unrelated elections bill that doesn't have enough votes in the Senate to pass. Calls for an independent investigation in the case of the Mexican citizen fatally shot by immigration officers in Houston this week. ICE claims he rammed an officer's vehicle during an attempted arrest and was shot in self-defense. But a lawyer for two witnesses disputes that. ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Florida Czar Tom Homan now reacting to what this means for the officers involved.
Let the investigation play out. If the officers acted outside policy or illegally, they'll be held accountable.
Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia says she spoke with the acting ICE director, who she says told her no body or dash cameras captured the shooting.
Well, what would you do if you're just being followed by someone? And the cars were unmarked. They did not have a siren. They did not have lights or noise.
The killing sparking outrage through Houston.
Strongly considering running for president based on being detained by Israeli settlers this week in the West Bank, who he calls armed hoodlums, Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat.
If you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised.
The Israeli military saying that it responded to a report of civilians blocking a road and soldiers showed up and cleared them away. You're listening to ABC News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money.
Companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A crew is again draining the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial to clean up the green algae and apparently peeling blue sealant. The Trump administration has subpoenaed several New York Times journalists after their report on security concerns involving the new Air Force One, says the paper. The new jet given to the president as a gift by Qatar just went into service last week. The subpoenas seek to force the reporters to testify before a federal grand jury in Manhattan on Wednesday, according to the paper. Spanish military troops have been helping evacuate people of Los Gallardos as hundreds of firefighters backed by helicopters and airplanes struggle to contain one of Spain's deadliest wildfires that erupted earlier this week and killed at least 12 people. Cleanup underway after 300 flood rescues in Missouri yesterday, say emergency officials. Storms have led to more than 2,500 flights delayed around the country, according to FlightAware. ABC's Clara McMichael with a tip on how to deal with airline weather delays.
If there are more storms in the offing the next day, we know that these delays can tend to stack up as the day goes on. So one of those first flights out will hopefully help you avoid that mess entirely. If after all this you still are dealing with a messy travel situation, that's where you want to check out your credit card. You could get some protections there if you booked with that credit card. Just make sure you save your receipts so you can hopefully get those reimbursements down the line.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon, couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s, and we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday, a high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah. Here we go, baby. All right, Rush, you're back. Now, listen, hang on a second. I want to say something here.
Okay.
I'm hearing I'm getting a bunch of texts because I said I thought things were pretty clear today. And again, I'm getting a couple of other texts saying that the waterfront was indeed a quote unquote nightmare. And I'm hearing that Forbes Avenue, pretty much through Squirrel Hill, is pretty crazy too. So I just wanted to update everyone on that, given the fact that today's the first real day, and tomorrow I think tomorrow's Sunday, as we say in the Berg, and I think tomorrow's going to be fine. But Monday morning is going to be something else. I know. You better stay home.
Monday will be the kickstart.
You better.
I'll say, real quick. I couldn't believe because we had storms coming through here, of course, and I have a scanner that I put on, and the Allegheny River is 80 degrees. To me, that sounds kind of warm.
Me too.
Free-flowing river like that.
Me too.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it should be 90 or whatever, but I think I could swim in 80 degrees, especially now.
You know, the Allegheny River was the river that we never went water skiing in the Mon. It was so filthy, but back in the day.
My brother did.
But we went water skiing in the Allegheny, and that water seemed to be warm out near, Highland Park and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, my brother did a lot of water. I'm 70. He's 84. His wife was from Rochester, and her dad had a boat.
Yeah.
And my brother, I went water skiing one time with them, and I went out on what they call the whip. In other words, the boat's making a left turn. You get out into the flat water, and I fell. Man, I was banging around. It jarred my eye teeth.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're going like twice as speed.
I know. Sometimes that stings. It stings sometimes.
Yeah, but so much for that. But now yesterday, jumping to another topic, yesterday the last thing you said to me, well, Rush, that the Islamic regime over there in Iran, you said it had to be taken down. Well, Michael, do you know who's in charge now?
Oh yeah, listen. This is why I say it. Listen.
No.
Go ahead.
Who in charge now is his son.
His son, I know.
Whom we killed his father.
Yeah.
We killed his wife, and we killed his daughter. That's the guy that's in charge now.
Yeah, you know what the son...
43 million people, according to my sources. I don't do any Western news. Ever since... I'm a big Tucker Carlson fan. Ever since Fox fired him, I haven't watched any Western news. So the guys I watch, actually a lot of them have been fired from Fox. Judge Napolitano, Lieutenant Colonel Douglas McGregor, Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter was the head inspector going into Iraq looking for weapons of mass destruction, and he said there aren't any. And then we know the rest of that story. But so you have...
Listen, there were verifiable inspections. Verifiable inspections under the Obama agreement.
Yeah. And then with the Ukrainian thing, I mean, that came under Obama, too. That was 2014. Victoria Nuland went over there, and we overthrew, I think his name was Yanukovych or something, overthrew that regime. Now you end up with this Zelensky guy who came in. He's a comedian.
Yeah, I know. But I think I like him. I like him.
But none of that, well, I don't. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter who we like or who we don't like. We have a lot of problems here, Mike.
There's no
Chicago, Detroit, Philly.
There's no question about it. And this is why the America First people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, why they're leaving Trump. They're kicking him to the curb. They don't want us involved in, like Trump said he was not going to be in forever wars, he's going to get us out of, and now we're in a forever war.
I voted for him. It's the Epstein class. Now, you had mentioned earlier, I heard you.
Did you vote for Trump all 3 times?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I did.
You don't have to be sorry. It's America. This is America.
I thought he was going to make a change the first time. The second time, and I just heard him say the other day, he still says that I was elected 3 times. The second time it was a rigged election. I heard him say that.
Jeez.
I can't listen to the guy.
I'm so sick of that. It's unbelievable. Oh my God, yeah. Rush, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mike.
All right, be careful.
Hey, thanks for listening.
No worries. Rush in East McKeesport. I love him. So let me just qualify that. He mentioned it is the son who's running the place. And after that funeral, that son, he's Khomeini too, I guess, right? Yeah. He said that avenging the slain predecessor and his father was the demand of the nation. Okay? And he said, quote, this is a direct quote here. You ready? We pledge to avenge the blood of the martyred leader and all the martyrs of these 2 wars from the criminal and disgraced killers. Meaning Trump and us. Yeah. Today, Trump said he has 1,000 missiles locked and loaded and aimed at Iran. In a post on his social media platform, President Trump said the U.S. military is ready, willing, and able for a 1-year period of time, subject to extension, to completely decimate and destroy all areas of Iran. That's the first time I remember he referenced time. Let me give that to you again. On his social media post today, Trump says he has the 1,000 missiles locked and loaded. And, quote, we are ready, willing, and able for a 1-year period of time, subject to extension, to completely decimate and destroy all areas of Iran. Does that mean Trump is saying we're in this for at least a year? To me, it is. Listen, you got, and a lot of times, the MAGA people don't take him at his word and think he's just kidding and stuff. All I can do is take this guy at his word. His words are always different the next day. What do you want me to do? He's the president. If he lies, he lies. If today's lie covered up yesterday's lie and tomorrow's lie covers up today's lie, what do you want me to do? What do you want us to do as Americans? It's sort of like, and when I ask the MAGA people, do you think he's the president for all Americans? And they say, oh, sure. No. And then you look at the red states that have had natural disasters and the blue states and his frequency of sending federal aid to the red states but not the blue states. Doesn't he know that there are MAGA people living in blue states? Doesn't he know that blue states are Americans? No. I guess he's not their president. Yeah, I guess he's only president for the MAGA people. I don't necessarily believe that, but a lot of people do now. Look it up. He withholds federal aid to blue states. Look it up. Oh, yeah, and he's the president for all of America. Please. But yeah, he's locked and loaded, and he makes reference to staying in there for a year, a 1-year period of time subject to extension. That's the first time he's said anything like that. So, hey, we're into this thing. No wonder Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Marjorie Taylor Greene can't stand him anymore. Nope. 866-391-1020. I see a lot of you want to talk. I'll get to your calls coming up.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Stop smoking. Alex Goen patented hypnosis.
It's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Stop Smoking seminars? And they said it could work for you. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. My friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Why so effective? The only stop smoking method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Alex Goen breaks your connection to cigarettes, coffee, stress driving, even other smokers. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Cigarettes no longer own you. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. I just noticed my phone lines are all jammed up right now. Just be patient and stay right there and hold. I just wanted to mention, too, a huge thing going on today. The world's largest steam engine, the Big Boy locomotive, is heading through western Pennsylvania. And people, it's the crowds to see this train is incredible. There were watch parties, New Florence, Derry, 11 to 3, Jeanette, noon to 5, Greensburg, 1:30 to 3:30. And Pittsburgh, Point State Park, has a watch party 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. as it rolls through. And Leedsdale, I think, and then it's on its way to Ohio, okay? I think that's the way it goes. All right? On its way to Ohio. All right, here we go. Back to the phones. Mario in New York. Mario, are you in New York City or New York where?
No, I'm in the city.
Okay.
Which, by the way, that leads me to my first point. I'm a little upset with you.
Why?
When you were here a few weeks ago, you didn't reach out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll tell you what. I had a blast in New York City, man. We went to see Maya, and oh man, that was that. Oh, Mary, Maya Rudolph was the star. We had great dinners. I love New York. Where do you live? Where you live in the Village? Where?
I live on the Upper East Side.
Oh, the Upper East Side. That's right. I remember talking to you before. Yeah. Oh, the Upper East Side. That's big time. That's the most wealthy zip code in the world.
Yeah, we do okay. Well, you know what, though? It's too wealthy. We can't get rid of the Legionnaires' disease that's going on.
Oh, really?
It's crazy.
Wow.
There's, 31 buildings are infected with Legionnaires.
Ooh, that's bad.
Mixing onto the people.
Wow,
yeah,
that's bad.
Up here.
Oh, bad. What'd you want to say about Trumpy?
Well, I here in New York, okay, you see the left, they're losing their base, Michael. You see these socialists are getting elected. Same thing's happening to Trump, though. You just talked about
it is,
and we're closer now than ever, Michael, to more than two parties in this country. I don't know where this goes.
I don't either, but I'm going to tell you something, Mario. I think something has to give for the people who are moderates and centrists like me and you, and because I don't think we can't handle the extremists on the left and the extremists on the right. They're just as bad as each other, But I got to tell you something now. Just since you brought it up, I take it you're no fan of Mamdani, but I don't know why he's kind of impressing me a little bit. Like he's moved to the center a little bit.
You know what? He's not that much different than Sarah Murato and her arc.
Yeah.
Where, they talk this big game before they get into office, and then they start to mellow out. They realize that they can't be quite as theological as they maybe thought. They have to be more practical and run the city or the county in her case.
Yeah, because otherwise, because I've always said that the Democratic Socialists and, I guess we have to give them time. And Chris Christie says they have nothing, they haven't achieved anything. I guess we have to give them, we'll see what this guy can do. But for the most part, they've had trouble managing cities. They've not done a good job.
Right. No, you're right. Now, listen, when you were in New York, you went to Chaz's restaurant, right?
Wait, who? Wait, what? Say again? Oh, we're at the Chaz's, yeah. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Man,
I liked it.
That's a great place. Pre-theater.
It's on 40. Is it on 46th Street? I think 46th Street. I think it was.
The best.
It's right 46th and maybe 5th or something. But I thought it was excellent. I really did. And I went there because we were trying to figure out we didn't do Broadway that night. We were trying to figure out what to do, and I'm like, oh wow, I read some stuff about it. I think I saw something on television about his restaurant, and he's he goes there a lot and he's really into it, and I like him because he comes to Pittsburgh. He was at he likes coming to Pittsburgh. He does shows here, and he's a hardcore Italian guy. I like him.
Yeah, that's normally the wife and I pre-theater spot. We go in there, and he's in there quite a bit. He'll come over, shake your hand, ask you how everything's going on.
I didn't see him that night. But I thought the service was great. I thought the food was phenomenal.
Yeah, no, very good. And I got a couple other places. I'm not going to blow up the spot on the air, but you reach out next time, and we'll go and we'll have a smashing time.
Oh, well, I would love it. I'd love to meet you. This would be fabulous, man. This would be fantastic.
I'm just going to tell you, you make that big KDKA money next week. Pirates are in town at Yankee Stadium, so get on up here.
Whoa. Man, are you going?
Yeah, we'll go. We didn't get our tickets yet, but we'll check the weather out.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
We'll go to at least a couple games.
It'll be fun. Hey, the Buccos won. The Buccos won on a Grand Slam here today. It's a doubleheader here at PNC Park. Yeah, it's really something. Mario, thanks for the call. Have a great night, my friend.
You too, Michael. You too.
You're better off in New York because the Parkway East is closed here, and everyone's getting all bent out of shape.
I'm an East Hills guy too.
I know you are. What neighborhood you grew up in?
Well, I grew up in North Versailles.
Oh, I know North Versailles,
yeah. So,
everyone else in the country, everyone else in the world saw that and read that on a map, they'd say, "Oh, North Versailles," but not here. It's North Versailles.
No.
Oh,
you can spot a Pittsburgher, baby.
Exactly. Mario, thanks for the call. Have fun in New York. We appreciate it.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Call me anytime. All right. We're going to do news. Back to the phones. 866-391-1020.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Strongly supported by both major parties, a bipartisan bill to make housing more affordable has become law today without President Trump's signature.
If he had vetoed it, we would have been able to override that veto.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters, California Democrat, says they'll be investing in public housing and creating of new opportunities for affordable housing. Calls for an independent investigation in the case of the Mexican citizen fatally shot by immigration officers in Houston this week. ICE claims he rammed an officer's vehicle, but a lawyer for two witnesses disputes that. Strongly considering running for president based on being detained by armed Israeli settlers this week in the West Bank, Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat, accusing Israel of genocide and apartheid.
We need a new moral direction in our party.
The Israeli military saying it responded to a report of civilians blocking a road, and soldiers showed up and cleared them away. This is ABC News.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around. High in the low 80s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight, down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Sunshine Monday, up to 86. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. To the phones we go. Anthony in Oakland, I'm going to you first because we had a technical issue. We lost your call before, but go ahead, Anthony.
You know, Mayor Mondami and his communist minions on the Democratic Socialists, as they call themselves, which is really nothing. They're just commies. His ridiculous, nonsensical action of putting up this new immigrant map, but eliminating Little Italy, the Irish portion of New York, and the Jewish portion of New York. But he put in Uganda. See, when people embrace Jew haters like Mondami, and let's be very clear, Summer Lee and folks of that ilk who run around here talking about their rights for Palestinians, if they went to Palestine today, they'd be killed, make me sick. You can get angry at what Israel does and Benjamin Netanyahu. Yahoo has been a whack job for 35 years. Yes, I would love for him to retire.
Yeah, and he's also corrupt, and I can't stand him.
Yes, well, he has a lot.
And you know, half of the Israelis can't stand him.
But that's still no excuse to castigate all Jews, and that's what they're doing. Well, you sat there. You said you're starting to agree with it.
No. I didn't say no. I didn't say I was starting to agree with Mamdani. I said he's starting to impress me as someone who's appealing. And that I can see New Yorkers kind of liking him, and I only base that on don't get me wrong. I watched him. I was in New York and I was at the hotel, and I watched his speech when the Knicks won the NBA, which is not some big political thing, but I had never heard him speak before, and I was like, he's pretty smooth. That's all I'm saying.
I've heard him speak before when he was castigating the United States of America, when he was castigating Jews, when he's talking about increasing taxes on the wealthy to give Robin Hood style nonsense. See, this is what these Democratic Socialist mindset is. They're very good at raising taxes and spending other people's money. They're very good at that. Now, this writ moratorium or writ freeze, what government, see, like we have here, I heard you even say something about Sarah Inamorata. She has not changed any of her radical, crazy leftist tunes. When she's sitting around here concocting an 18-week paid time off that employers are going to pay for, is outrageous. That's 4 months. 4 months paid time off. I mean, here we go again. And she raised taxes too.
I know she did.
What people have to understand, if you want and that goes for the whole Commonwealth, if we want to stay relevant with the Floridas and the Texas and the Kentucky, we have to lower our taxes and bring companies here and bring workers here. But we're not doing. They're leaving the Rust Belt in droves because of these crazy Democrat socialist types who are intermingling. I mean, this is outrageous. See, and they smear real Democrats like myself, John Kennedy Democrats. We get smeared as not being tough enough.
Oh, listen. Establishment Democrats, John Kennedy Democrats, of which I'm one as well as a ward chairman. They crucified me. Let me give you another example too. Let me just get this out and because on Mom Donnie. In my experience, the Democratic Socialists, not all. I don't want to pigeonhole, but a lot of them. But I don't want to stereotype them either. But a lot of them. They can't stand people. They can't. Well, first of all, they can't stand heterosexual white males, and I'm saying it. I don't care. I'm just saying it. And they want to make sure they beat them, get them out of office, all this type of stuff. Black males too. Okay, and heterosexuals. Okay. Yes, heterosexual males. But I don't think they stop at that. I'm a gay white male, and they kicked my ass. But here's the other thing. Listen. They just can't stand anybody who hangs onto the past or is maybe older. Doesn't matter your sexual orientation. But I tell you what, they a lot of them, not all. Again, I know I'm being careful here, Anthony, but this is my view. They cannot stand people. I'm convinced they hated me because I go to a Catholic church.
Of course.
And I listen. I talk about. I never miss church on Sunday, and I'm never not going to, and I'm not going to sacrifice that for nobody. Well, and they can't stand people of faith. Now hold on. The other example, I'm bringing this up for a purpose. The other example was Mom Donnie 3 or 4 times. I think it was St. Patrick's Day. It was when the Knicks won or something. He has a very nice, gentle, welcoming relationship with that Cardinal on 5th Avenue at St. Patrick's. I'm telling you. And the media's all over it. I think is being forced to come to the center on some things.
Well, he's not coming to the center, Michael. When he just excluded the Italian heritage, Italians in New York and Irish in New York.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He eliminated Little Italy, and they took down the Columbus statue. See, people, you can't rewrite history. Columbus plays a part, and to the Italians, he's an icon. So you sell it. You're selling them all because you're trying to revisit history. That's why Trump is doing what he's doing. Because of the lunatic fringe during 2020 when they took down Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson. Not only that, they tried to change a school that was named after Obama. They hate him too now. Because of his stance on immigration.
A lot of them despise Joe Biden. Yeah. And tried to sabotage him at every turn. I'm telling you.
Well, but
I saw it.
So they're trapped, didn't he?
I saw it, and And we'll see what happens for the midterms. I don't trust that wing of the party, just like I don't trust the MAGA people. I think Republicans sit there, and like I know a lot of moderate Republicans. When I see Chris Christie and Mitt Romney and all the rest of them going on about what the hell are they saying and doing, they can't get it either. Anthony, thanks for the call.
Thanks.
You bet. Anthony's intense on that. I know it. I know it. Believe me, I do. And yeah, it's I don't know how this is going to play out. I really don't. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't think either party. I don't think either party has unity like it did in the years past. Like they do. And I know a lot of union members and a lot of moderate people who left the Democratic Party to vote for Trump, and I know a lot of and if you look at the numbers in 2016, the Democratic Socialists refused to vote for Hillary Clinton because she beat Bernie Sanders. So the Democratic Socialists, and I'll say this until the day I'm pushing up the daisies at Calvary Cemetery, they invented Donald Trump. They did. And they do sabotage centrist Democratic candidates. Can't stand them. And I've seen it with my own eyes. Locally, Corey O'Connor, the mayor of Pittsburgh, gets the Democratic endorsement, which is heavily influenced now by the socialists. He gets the endorsement by a very narrow number. The socialists spend every waking moment trying to tear him down. Yes, they do. Every waking moment. It's a different time. I don't know how this has happened, but and then look, it's the MAGA people too. They despise Mitt Romney. They despise Chris Christie. They despise centrists. They do. I'm speaking generally. I get it. Don't get all bent out of shape. But my oh my. It's something else. It really is. It's just a different time. No question about it. David in San Francisco, you're going to be coming up next here, and yeah. Has anybody gone to see Big Boy? Where is Big Boy now? That big giant train. If you saw it, let me know what you saw, because it looks really, really cool. I wish I could get down there and check it out today as it rolls through, because there are a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, checking it out. It's the largest steam locomotive in the world. Yep, Union Pacific Big Boy 4014. Yep, and it's on the United States and the east coast of the United States right now for the first time in history. It's on its way through. It's passing through Westmoreland, Allegheny County today, on its way toward Ohio. It's sort of they're calling it a once in a lifetime experience, and people are so excited about it, just to see it roll through. And I guess it's gigantic. It's this huge steam locomotive. Yep. Like the old days. Smoke coming out of the top, the whole thing. Yep. Yeah, I guess it's really a very, very cool thing. And I wonder if you saw it. Did you see it in Westmoreland County? It went to Altoona and then west. It's really cool. So, all right. 866-391-1020. Back to the phones shortly.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different, and I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here he comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. I mentioned Big Boy, and James and Irwin just called to say he saw. James, did you see Big Boy go by?
Oh, I sure did, Michael.
Did the Big Boy stop where you were? The Big Boy stopped at Derry, right?
Well, the Big Boy stopped at Latrobe. There was a little bit of other freight traffic, and they may have stopped for maintenance, but he was in Latrobe for a while, and maybe they're about an hour behind the published schedule. But I chose to try to find a little more remote location, and it didn't work out too well. I think I came to the side of the tracks there, and there were maybe a dozen people there. By the time I left, there was probably 250 to 300 people lining the track.
Wow, you're kidding. Well, but where was that? Where was that?
Well, so I'm in rural Westmoreland County. If you know where the Westmoreland Mall is.
Yes, I do.
So that's Donahue Road that runs kind of northeast from the mall, and that's where I went. And, on these rural roads, we're kind of not used to this, but it's taken me about 15 minutes to get back over here to Route 30 because of the traffic. People
I
just
bet.
lined the roads, parked their cars, and walked into the railroad tracks to see this go by.
Wow. Wait a minute. And then when you got there to sort of behind the mall there, whatever it was, you went back to that road off 30, how long was it before Big Boy came through?
Well, I got there probably around 11:30, maybe noon, so it was just before 3 o'clock when it passed.
Okay, because it is, I think, behind, as you say, because of some freight traffic. Did it? James, did it go slowly?
I think it was going slow because it had to pass another train that was stopped where it came past me, but I think the average speed of the tour is showing something like 27 to 30 miles an hour. So that was probably right. And I picked the particular location I did because it's coming up a pretty good grade. They call it Kearney Hill, and I wanted to see it working. And it did not disappoint.
Well, tell me about it. Like, what did you see? What were people doing? What was it? Because I'm getting goosebumps as you're telling me. Because this is the largest steam locomotive in the world, and it's never been through here before. And there are huge crowds along this route.
That is correct, and it. I've been taking. First of all, I'm a rail buff all my life, and I've been taking train pictures for a long time, and I pretty much gave up on the idea of it being a perfect picture. I was so almost more intrigued by the number of people that had interest. It looked like a block party.
Wow.
There were I mean, every age group you can imagine, children, older folks, grandmothers, they got their chairs out. They brought food. There were people having a picnic. It was pretty incredible from that standpoint. I remember when the Freedom Train came through in 1976. So it was kind of like the same atmosphere.
Why do you think there's this much interest in Big Boy?
Well, I think in Western Pennsylvania especially, we have such a high concentration of people that, had family or knew somebody that worked on the railroad. I mean, trains were big in our lives here for a century. And it's just so high density of people who are related or like railroads in this region. I think that's the main reason. But this is a lot of hype. And it's also, I think, part of public relations because, Union Pacific actually wants to take over or merge with Norfolk Southern. So I think this was, almost a dual purpose. It was a great reason to celebrate the 250th year of the country. They're using a train to do it, and they're also promoting their corporate interest in a merger pending.
And James, don't forget, you alluded to this, but don't forget, you touched on this. This is absolutely accurate. For guys who grew up in Western Pennsylvania like you and I did, don't forget, Pittsburgh, this region is heavy industry. For those 100 years, coal, iron ore, steel, glass, everything we've manufactured went in and out of here on a rail.
That's correct. That's correct. And I mean, at one time, even into the 60s, if I remember my dad at one point, my mother and father ordered a picnic table through some kind of mail order system. And when it arrived, we got a notice that we needed to pick it up at the Irwin train station.
Wow.
And, I might have been 4 or 5 years old when that happened, but at one time, the railroad was equivalent to what our Amazon does today.
Yeah, and as a Pittsburgh kid, the passenger trains, they dropped off in World War II. They dropped off on Grant Street, but across the river at Station Square, that was the P&LE, right? Yeah, that was the P&LE, and that was huge too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of growing up, in my neighborhood, a lot of the fathers worked on the railroads. Okay, James, before you leave me, how big did it look? It looks like so imposing. You said it didn't disappoint. Describe it.
No, the locomotive, it's immense size. I mean, it from the tip to the tender, and there were actually 2 auxiliary tenders behind it. it would be the equivalent of seeing two of the regular diesels that you see today.
Wow.
Just by itself. And there were 5 other locomotives behind it, and they were all decked out in a special paint job. It was really something to see. And you needed to stay about 25 feet back from the tracks. And I would say I was close to compliance. I'm not going to say it was perfect. But from that distance, you could still feel the heat of the boiler as the locomotive went by.
Yeah.
And I've been around trains and stuff all my life, and I will tell you that for people that were seeking out a steam locomotive, they would not have been disappointed. It was quite an experience, and all that anticipation, and it rolled by, and now it's over.
Yeah. Well, I think they're still waiting in Pittsburgh. I'm trying to do the math on 27 miles an hour, but I don't know. But there are big crowds along the route, no question. Were people clapping and cheering?
Oh yeah, they were. There was definitely, as the train rolled by, there were people that were clapping and cheering. There were, I guess, what you might call attendants or workers on the train waving. It was a very festive experience from the standpoint of everybody was smiling.
That's
and the
wonderful.
People on the train were waving and smiling, and even the Norfolk Southern inspection vehicle that went by probably an hour before them, they were honking and blowing and waving. It was pretty interesting. A lot of perspective that I didn't expect.
That is so wonderful. James, you're such a trooper to fill us in on all of this. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
And you do the same, Michael. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Stoney, you're next. Don't you hang up, because Stoney watched Big Boy roll through too. And you other callers, stay right there. I want to get some reaction on this. This Big Boy train is a huge thing. I mean, this is huge. How many people lined these tracks, and they're celebrating? I'll be right back after news.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I heard about this couple that hit their 50th anniversary, and they're sitting on the front porch, and the wife says to the husband, "Honey, I'm proud of you." He said, "What?" He said, I'm proud of you. "What?" "I'm proud of you." He said, "I'm tired of you too."
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free, visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. An affordable housing bill passed by Congress with little opposition by veto-proof majorities has become law today without President Trump's signature. Congresswoman Maxine Waters, California Democrat, says the law aims to reduce homelessness by investing in public housing and creating new opportunities for affordable housing.
In Los Angeles, over 70,000 people are on the street every night. In this country, over 700,000. And so now in this bill, we're going to make it possible for people to have affordable housing.
The president said he didn't sign the bill because Congress hasn't passed an unrelated elections bill, the Save America Act, that doesn't have enough votes in the Senate to pass. Calls for an independent investigation in the case of the Mexican citizen fatally shot by immigration officers in Houston this week. ICE claims he rammed an officer's vehicle during an attempted arrest and was shot in self-defense, but a lawyer for two witnesses disputes that. At a memorial service today, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia in Houston.
We will continue to fight for a complete, independent, top-to-bottom investigation to find out exactly what happened.
Strongly considering running for president based on being detained by armed Israeli settlers this week in the West Bank, who he calls armed hoodlums. Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat, accusing Israel of genocide and apartheid.
We need a new moral direction in our party.
Adding,
I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding, having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans.
The Israeli military issuing a statement saying it responded to a report of civilians blocking a road and soldiers showed up and cleared them away. You're listening to ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A big air and ground attack is underway by firefighters on the fast-moving Summit Fire in Los Angeles County as evacuation orders and warnings were issued yesterday.
We've been able to use retardant aircraft during the day, and we used night-flying helicopters from the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and Los Angeles County Fire Department overnight.
U.S. Forest Service spokesperson John Miller says hot, dry conditions are not helping. A big about face by Meta, responding to critics following the debut of its new AI feature. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Just 3 days after unveiling new AI tools that could have turned public Instagram posts into AI-generated images and videos, Meta is now pulling the feature entirely after a wave of criticism from users, privacy advocates, and even the entertainment industry. Meta saying in part, we've heard the feedback that this feature missed the mark, so it's no longer available.
More UFO files are released by the Pentagon with dozens of images, documents, and videos, but no explanations, says ABC's Olivia Rubin in Washington.
In another instance, a service member reporting an object he said, quote, had flight characteristics unlike anything I'd seen in my 28 years of service. And while the videos definitely appear strange, there's no information here on what those objects actually are, and certainly no proof of alien life contained in these documents. The Pentagon says more files are coming.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clouded this afternoon, couple of showers and even a thunderstorm around. We'll top out in the low 80s, and we'll clear out tonight down to 65, partly sunny tomorrow, high 86, mostly sunny Monday. A high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
The full effects of the Parkway East closure will arrive Monday morning as thousands of drivers detour around the project to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. And even if the work stays on schedule, motorists in the city's eastern neighborhoods will have to adapt for over 3 weeks. The phrase, pack your patience, is likely to be repeated so often it may become a cliche. Drivers will be challenged to stay calm, especially in the first few days of the shutdown. PennDOT is advising motorists to use a tool at 511PA to evaluate which detours to take and to do it before they get behind the wheel. Others will deal with the closure by taking a vacation or working from home. But if you're driving, remember, KDKA Radio will provide continual traffic updates in the morning and afternoon for the duration. This can be called a short-term pain for long-term gain scenario. PennDOT is replacing another of the state's deteriorating bridges. Remember the collapse of the Fernhallow Bridge? We don't want to repeat, so 25 days of detours and delays doesn't seem so awful.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. I'm here till 5 o'clock, open forum, absolutely. By the way, I'm hearing that the Parkway East closure, things are heating up. They're heating up. Oh, boy, I heard the Browns Hill Road off Beechwood in the waterfront area is crazy. Trafficy, not moving. That's what I heard. It's just Saturday, but hopefully it loosens up. That's what I'm hearing anyway. But in any event, I'm going to bring in Stoney here because I started, and Pat, get back on there, and David, don't worry, guys are getting in here. But I'm fascinated by the big boy. Everyone watching the largest steam locomotive in the world coming through western Pennsylvania. Stoney, thanks for calling. Where were you when you saw this?
Right in front of the cab. It's 133 feet long, 25,000 gallons of water in the holding cabs, and it's oil. Heats the water and produces the steam to make it run. And those wheels are like 7 to 8 feet tall.
Wow. But wait, where were you watching? Westmoreland County too?
I was up in Latrobe. I just left Latrobe.
Oh, you were in Latrobe.
Right by the cab where the engineer starts the train and stops it. Yep.
Stoney, what time was that? What time did it leave there?
It left there about an hour ago. It held up for about a half hour, 45 minutes. People had drones in the air taking pictures of it. It's 133 feet long.
Wow. So it's as big and imposing as it looks on video. I wish I could get the hell out of here to run down and see it, but it's as big as it looks.
It's stopping at Leedsdale.
Yeah, Leedsdale. It's stopping at Leedsdale, but it's coming through the Pittsburgh area and all that. Greensburg on the way, that kind of thing. How many people were in Latrobe? Was it a big crowd?
I'd say maybe about 1,500 people.
1,500?
I'd say, yeah. It was both sides of the tracks were packed. I went to the family day event on Wednesday up in Altoona.
Oh, did you really?
It was huge.
Because I know it came through Altoona. I knew it was coming through Altoona. Wow, Stoney, did
that was an employee event.
What was the crowd like? Were they cheering and all this type stuff?
They were actually clapping a lot whenever it was leaving. But the cameras, the pictures, people had those cameras on their stands and everything. They were just taking pictures like crazy. And the little kids, their eyes were so big.
Oh.
Yeah, they were amazed.
Wow.
It was like being in a candy store, honestly. And
Honest to
Yeah.
God.
It was unbelievable.
Honest to God. Wow.
Yep. My son works kind of for the railroad there, so he was letting me know what was going on a little bit.
When Big Boy stopped in Latrobe, were how close were people allowed to go up to it?
We were about 15 to 20 feet away, but when it came to an actual stop, they had the safety ENS guy did a phenomenal job of crowd control and keeping people back. They also had the local police and NS police. The safety was the number one priority by that locomotive. You got to imagine, Michael, you got 1.2 million pounds of steel on 8 inches height of track, 2 inches wide. Is that amazing?
And Stoney, but they would be. What I understand is they were worried. They said stay 25 feet because of the steam. It's so hot. Obviously, there could be an issue there.
Yeah, they blow off that steam, and it comes off the top of the engine, and it comes off the side underneath where the engineer runs off the steam too, off the bottom. But it wasn't too bad. The noise of the whistle, could be bearing sometimes. But you had a lot of people had earplugs in.
Oh, did they?
It was just amazing.
Wow.
The crowd control was really great. They did a nice job with crowd control.
They're doing a good job the whole way. I'm hearing from people all along the route, but it's like, the Point State Park. It's almost like a tailgate thing. I'm understanding. So is Greensburg. So is Jeanette, Dairy, all that, and the way it was in Altoona, all that types thing. Stoney, why do you think people are so interested in this?
Because it's a once in a while. You know how people are. They want to see things that come out that they've never seen before. It's a once in a lifetime thing, and something that old that's refurbished. It's like looking at a 69 Corvette convertible.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what it is, and you're only going to see it once, and you'll remember it the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
For the rest of your life. I am so jealous of you and all my other callers. Wow, because like a 69 Corvette. Yeah, you know what? It's one of a kind, and wow, I bet the kids, where you saw those kids, they must have been going crazy.
Yeah, well, the guy that runs the steam engine, he's actually from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and he brought his own crew, and they incorporated with Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern. They all worked together as a team, did very well, collaborated, and was very organized. You couldn't ask for anything better. A group of guys that bonded together to run this engine the whole way, through the state. It took a lot of inspection of track, bridges, because, everything's old around here, and, you have all that weight on that track. You got to watch what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Oh, absolutely. What are you kidding? I don't know. But Western Pennsylvania, we have a fascination with trains because of the way we grew up. We're just seeing them at every turn,
Well, we do. And it all started with, my HO, Lionel set, and my son loved it. And he just got interested in trains and became an employee of NS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Boy, oh boy. Stoney.
And he got a passion and he loves it.
Stoney, you're a trooper for calling me and letting me know that. What a really cool thing. Thanks so much for the update, my friend.
Well, I hope you get to see it.
I know.
It leaves the yard Sunday.
Yep, there it is. Yep. And wait, it's Leedsdale tomorrow leaves.
No, Leedsdale, it'll be in there. It's traveling to Leedsdale now.
Not Leedsdale, no. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Stoney, thanks a million. You're a really good guy, I'll tell you right now. All right, back to the phones when I get back.
If that'll help, it's 29,000. Being 7.5, but a bit 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Need to order food for your workplace?
Yep.
That's a rhetorical question. Who are you?
Oh, I'm May, an admin who loves EasyCater.
Well, may I continue? I'm the voice of EasyCater. And don't you have work?
Actually, EasyCater saves me so much time ordering food for the office, I thought I'd take a minute to spread the word.
Well, this is a 30-second spot, and we're halfway through, so...
Right. EasyCater gives you a huge variety of restaurants to feed your workplace. Any group size, any budget, anytime, anywhere. How's that?
You trying to take my gig?
Start an order at easycater.com.
What's going on here?
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. All right, thanks for being so patient, callers, my political callers, because we had to get those big boy callers in there. Oh, man, that train is going to be, this sounds so cool, and they're so excited. There are thousands of people lining the tracks to see Big Boy, the largest steam locomotive in the world, coming through Western Pennsylvania. And I knew it from Altoona, and then went in there, New Florence, Penborough, Derry, Jeanette, Greensburg, Pittsburgh, Leedsdale. Boom. Unbelievable. Okay, back to the phones. David in San Francisco. David, you're on KDKA.
Oh, hey, yeah, Michael. Yeah, I can do a segue from trains to energy, and that's what I had called about originally. I'm from St. Louis, and the first real bridge across the Mississippi River down in St. Louis was the Eads Bridge. I think Eads was an officer in the Union Army during the Civil War, and I think it might have been 1876. They finally built a bridge across it, and I don't think your big boy engine is as old as that, but the proof that that bridge was secure. And they had two levels of it. They had a railroad track in the lower level, and then the upper track was for carriages. And they decided that they were going to take something like 10 different railroad engines and run them across the bridge at the same time and prove that it was secure. Well, the engineer in the first engine panicked and decided he wasn't going to do it. So the other engines behind him didn't know his reasoning of it, and they just put on the gas and pushed him across the river. And I think he had his wheels spinning backwards, and apparently it was a hell of a squeal as they got across the river. And it's more than a mile across that river, so must have been quite a display to see this horrible screeching going across the Mississippi River, but the bridge held up.
Wow!
And so that's a good story about engines. I was interested in energy issues, and when you were, of course, talking about Iran at the same time, and America has been locked into these oil wars forever. I mean, Jimmy Carter is now 50 years ago that the Carter administration came in and he put solar panels on the roof. And right away, when he was out, Ronald Reagan ripped them off the roof and decided that we were going to go ahead with oil wars forever. And so the idea of alternative energy has been stifled time and time again. Of course, Biden also did a great deal to put solar and wind opportunities into the mix, and we can thank Mitch McConnell for stifling that, trapping us with the oil and gas wars. And so I would expect that the people of Iran don't want to be lusted after for their remaining oil. If you look at the Oil and Gas Journal, they talked about Saudi Arabia running out of oil. They were less than 30% over 15 years ago. And there was a point about 10 years ago where they were seen as frauding their numbers for their reserves. So they may be, taking their last gasp out of the ground, and that's why they have to conquer more lands. And when we can simply have windmills, we can have solar panels, we can do, water wheels for that matter. You're on the river, so, what's the matter with dealing with water wheels as well? And the idea that one of the opportunities that we've got right here, Jews, Christians, and Muslims all believe in the same God. They all believe in Moses. And Moses had this trick that could be used at a time like this, and it was called Jubilee. And that was when you recognized that the money has become so fake, or that the use of the money has become so fake, that you cancel all debts. And so all of a sudden, all of the nations of the world that are trapped by bad economics, when you deal with, people's credit cards are piling, credit card debts are piling up, and they're going to have to go into some sort of servitude in order to, face the reality of getting supper or energy. We've got to just cancel the debts. And that gets into whether or not Elon Musk is actually dealing with real economics, whether Donald Trump and his MAGA boys are dealing with fake money when they try to trick America into doing cryptocurrencies and sabotaging the U.S. dollar. we have the opportunity of being better religious people than they are. And we can come up with our forms of Jubilee. You could have Pittsburgh money. You could have Beaver County money. You could have, East Palestine money. You come up with pictures of local heroes. And there's no way that London or Paris or New York are going to deal with a local currency that reflects a local hero. You come up with a version of a money that cannot be subverted from a distance. And so that was the opportunity I was going to raise. You come up with enough solar panels in the town of East Palestine. You come up with all sorts of solar panels or water wheels along the Ohio River. Think of poor Kentucky. They're peasants over there with Mitch McConnell. He's been selling them out for years. They refused to come up with an infrastructure bill for America. They refused to develop, if you kept up over 10 years ago, the National Weather Service said that the new Tornado Alley is going to be up the Ohio River Valley and the Mississippi River Valley.
David, thanks for the call. I appreciate that. And you know what else is interesting? I read last night that the new climate office at the White House that was established years ago on climate change issues is being run by a climate change denier. I guess I'm not surprised by that. Wow. David, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to break for news at the bottom of the hour. I was just looking at some of that video of Big Boy going through some of the neighborhoods. It's really cool. Very, very cool. Bishop, you're going to be next. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need: sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Talks in Oman today with officials of that country and Iranian reps are winding down. No signs of an immediate breakthrough. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee tells Fox News that Israeli intelligence tipped off the U.S. to a very specific plot to assassinate President Trump. His comment contradicted Trump, who told the New York Post that Israel came up with nothing when asked about the plot, first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Saying he was detained by armed Israeli settlers in the West Bank Thursday, blocking a road, Congressman Ro Khanna, California Democrat. He says it makes him seriously consider running for president, accusing Israel of genocide and apartheid.
We need a new moral direction in our party.
Israeli military saying it responded to a report of civilians blocking a road, and soldiers showed up and cleared them away. An American humanitarian worker has been infected with Ebola in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is ABC News.
For the Net Worth Financial Hour, Saturdays at 1, to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Lose weight, destroy cravings, late day binges, stress eating, no hunger, no willpower. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm around. High in the low 80s. Will turn out mostly clear tonight, down to 65. Partly sunny tomorrow, high 86. Sunshine Monday, up to 86. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Breaking news from the Capitol. The lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Wow. Bipartisan vote? Well, you know, Trump had refused to sign the housing bill because he was crying and stomping and having a fit because they won't consider in the Senate, they won't even consider his Save America Act. So that Save America Act's not going to go through. So he said he won't sign it. So lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, and they're celebrating tonight the landmark bipartisan housing bill. Became law tonight, overnight. It'll become law overnight, despite Trump refusing to sign it. It aims to address the country's housing shortage by increasing the supply of houses and homes and overall home ownership. The legislation loosens regulations to encourage housing construction and limits Wall Street investors from buying homes that could go to families instead. It passed the House 358 to 32. It passed the Senate 85 to 5. That's something, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's veto proof. Yes, indeed. There it is. Okay. All right, Bishop and Denora. Bishop, hello, Bishop.
Long time, my brother. Hey, listen, Brother Bartley, I wish that train would come through the Mon Valley. That would be nice.
I know it's, and it's not. It's going down through Pittsburgh and then up the sort of 65 to Leetsdale.
Yeah, that's really shameful.
And then it's going to Ohio tomorrow.
The ones that coming through Pittsburgh, or is it already through Pittsburgh?
I don't think it's already through, but they're it might be close. I haven't heard just yet. I don't see on the tracker here, but it's at Point State Park. They're having the kind of a thing from 2 to 5:30. So it could be close. I'm not sure, but they think it could be at Leetsdale at 6:15. So maybe it's close to Pittsburgh. It could be, rolling through.
I wish I could see Fat Daddy or Big Daddy.
Big boy. It's a really cool thing. Look at some of the video online. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm a train enthusiast myself. Anyway, this stuff here. See, and I support Israel in certain things. If they've been attacked, you have to respond. However, I don't believe the humanitarians should be cut off and all this kind of other stuff. But they got this stuff with, hey, listen, Iran is going to try to assassinate Trump. I mean, see, that tries to spark senses of wanting the United States to go back in the war, so forth and so on. Now, listen, there is not a president per se around at some country or whatever. You don't think that China would like to see Trump assassinated? They probably would. You think North Korea probably would like to see Trump assassinated? They probably would. Russia, there's others. Same way with other there's Putin. There's countries who like to see him get assassinated. Same way with China. You just have to do hey, listen, he needs to stop the rhetoric. Because according to him, he's been 2 assassination attempts have been done on his life here in the United States. Is he burning down Butler? No. Is he burning down Washington, D.C.? Well, I don't even consider that an assassination. What about Florida at near his golf course? I mean, we need to stop and tone it down and cut the nonsense. Yeah, any leader that has had his father killed will probably have ill feelings towards the person who is responsible that killed him. That's just natural. All right? Obviously, he's not going to go to Iran and visit Iran no time soon. Anyway, we need to worry about this economy. Listen, Brother Barley, I have seen more people hurting out here in this economy. There's either being homeless, is struggling to buy groceries. You have the so-called middle class. People are having to hold off or not take vacations this summer because of gas prices and everything else that has come along with it. So we have some real serious problems. Now, let me just pivot for a second, Brother Bartley, with Maine. I will say this. I think Maine, if they get the right person, will still be able to defeat Susan Collins. I think that is.
I do too. Given Trump's popularity percentage. Oh, absolutely. He's very unpopular.
Well, in my opinion, knowing the state,
and they're going to tie her right to him.
But I think that they, at all costs, want to get Susan Collins out of there. In my opinion, the whole state, majority of them want to get her out of there. So I
wouldn't say the majority, Bishop. I wouldn't say that. Susan Collins is formidable, and she has a lot of supporters.
But she's formidable. Here's my thing, though.
But you know what they're throwing at her now? They're throwing the Roe v. Wade thing, the abortion. They spent $2.5 million. And I bring that up to 2.5. Listen, for a state like Maine with smaller market television stations, Providence, Bangor, that's a lot of money to throw against her.
Yeah, and they should, but I do believe, I think I think they want her gone at all costs. I think Alaska's in play. I really do. I think the Democrats are going to get. I feel very confident about North Carolina. I believe Cooper's going to win that race, and I believe Ossoff is going to win his down in Georgia. So I think they're on the path. I think they're on a good path as far as the House is concerned.
I think we're going to win Texas and Ohio. I do.
I think Sheldon Brown, who I like a lot, has a very good shot, in my opinion.
Where? Sometimes I have trouble hearing you. You sound muffled. Who do you think's going to win?
In Ohio, I think Brown is going to win.
Oh, me too. Oh, I do too. Oh, I absolutely do.
I do. Now, what do you think about our youth? They're still acting up in downtown or in Pittsburgh. What solution do you have? I still say you got to charge the parents.
Me too. When I had the former U.S. attorney on the other day, they said they did that once. They $1,000 fine for the parents, and I think they got to get that in there. I have no problem with that. None. You there? Oh, all right, Bishop. I think Bishop hung up on me. Bishop, you mentioned about the big boy. We just had Sharon call, who said that Big Boy was about to roll through Homestead. So there you go. So, and someone said that there was such major traffic in Homestead, and I was attributing it to it being a detour for the Parkway East closing, but, there probably are a gazillion people there to see this largest steam locomotive in the world roll through. The crowds today for Big Boy have been unbelievably incredible. Huge crowds. The guy that James who called to tell me what happened in Latrobe said there were 1,600 people there just in that one spot to check it out. Yeah. Unbelievable. Oh, yeah. People are super interested in this. And what's interesting about all that? Somebody made the point, and I agree. Western Pennsylvania, we're enthralled, we're enamored, and we love the history of trains in Pittsburgh. At night when it's, cool enough or whatever, too warm enough to open the windows, and you live in the city or other places, you could live along on the river and the valleys, whatever it is. You know what the greatest sound is when you're in bed, you're just getting ready to fall asleep? The trains. And I hear boat whistles too. I sit right above the Mon, but I hear boat whistles, but I hear trains too. I hear the trains from the south side, those south side tracks, right above the river. And I think that's where Big Boy's going to go. I think from Homestead there. I think that's the track that goes. I think, unless it goes through Hazelwood. I don't know. Don't quote me. But when you think of the steel industry, the coal industry, aluminum industry, glass industry, our heavy industry, and all those years of transportation, transporting all those, and the raw materials as well, via railroad. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Very, very cool. And we just grew up with trains. We're familiar with trains. And, to think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime deal for this Big Boy to see this gigantic, and lumber would come through Pittsburgh too, via train, and passenger trains too. It was huge. When the GIs went to World War II, they had to go downtown to the train station, and that's what took them out. Yeah, and we just love that. We really, really do. So I'm not at all surprised that this Big Boy, 4014. Yep, I'm not at all surprised whatsoever that there are huge crowds for that train there today. And all around all around Western Pennsylvania. Came down from Altoona all the way through. Yep. Yeah, Union Pacific, big boy, 4014. Yep. It's on the East Coast of the United States for the first time in history. Pretty cool. Very, very cool. Wait, we have a caller with a big boy update. All right, you're on KDKA. Go ahead. Who is this?
Yeah, this is Steve. I'm calling from Homestead. The traffic is from the Eaton Park all the way up to the beginning entrance in Munhall there.
Wow, is that for traffic or is that for big boy?
Oh, that's for big boy, but the traffic, the car traffic is that. And the Homestead Police and the West Homestead Fire Department, they got a big flag draped over right behind the Siemens Center that's behind, just adjacent to Lowe's hardware store.
Wow, that's fantastic. Oh, man, I'll tell you. Yeah, I heard that there's a bottleneck at the waterfront, but wait, Big Boy didn't roll through Homestead yet, right?
No. It's up. Actually, it's in Pitcairn. My friend is in Turtle Creek, and he said, Steve, it didn't even get near me yet.
Okay, so I might have time. If I run down to Pittsburgh right now, I might have time. It's going like,
oh, you got time.
Yeah, because you know what? It goes pretty slowly. It doesn't rush through. No.
Yeah. Plus, there's a train in front of it. They said they were waiting for it to clear.
Wow. Okay, great. Hey, listen, Steve, thanks a million. I appreciate the update.
Okay, Michael, you have a good day.
You bet.
Hello.
JT, are you? JT's not there. We're going to take our break and be right back.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here it comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss unique recipes you make on the grill. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'll tell you what, this big boy story is fantastic. These crowds are amazing. I'm going to get some updates here. Hold on. It's just getting ready to come through Homestead is what I understand. And then chugging along, the largest steam locomotive in the world. It's never been here before, once in a lifetime. Huge crowds along the railroad tracks. JT, where are you, JT?
Hey, Michael. Listen, first of all, I'm being for real. I had wanted to meet you on or before the 4th of July.
Oh.
And the reason, yeah, for real, I will someday meet you. You're a brother from another mother, as they say.
That's so nice.
I for real mean it. Yeah. I am a retired Marine. I'm always a Marine, and as such, what I wanted, I'm not going to talk about it at this call, but I actually I have discovered I have an injury. Spinal cord injury, actually, and I found an organization which has been for me a blessing because it has because it's paid for by the government. It's something that interestingly has been just the last 2 years. But the reason I was going to talk to you in that context was about the company. It's provided for free of charge.
Okay.
So I am a Pittsburgher, born and raised.
Yeah, and JT, I'm really apologetic about this, but this is my last segment, and I only have about 5 minutes. I got to fit some calls in. Go ahead. We can do it. Yeah. We'll do it at another time, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The two things are that the trains. I miss them. I really miss them.
Me too.
Right now down
Me
in
too.
Florida. Yep. Big time. And the boats. I have a neighbor who was a captain down the river.
Wow. Wow.
And I'm one of 7, and born and raised. And anywho,
hey, you're Pittsburgh through and through. JT, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let me sneak in these calls. Thanks, Jane. You're on KDK. Go ahead, Jane.
Hi, Michael. I just passed coming down the Walmart Hill, going toward Turtle Creek. There's an overpass over the railroad, and there's hundreds of people lined up waiting to see Big Boy. It was about 8 minutes ago, so I don't think it's reached there yet.
So it didn't go Turtle Creek yet. So they're going to wait a little bit longer for Homestead because I think they were expecting it's behind because I think they said it goes 27 miles an hour. But wait, Jane,
Turtle Creek was first,
but Turtle Creek there was a big crowd.
Yeah, big crowd.
Wow, that is so cool. Oh man, that's so
big
cool.
Crowd, all parked up the hill, standing on it's a new bridge over there, so standing. Coming and going. They want to see it coming. They want to see it going. You see it. They said
that some of these spots from Altoona, Latrobe, Greensburg, all the way down, as it approaches Pittsburgh, and then up to Leetsdale, there are 2,000 people at a clip in some of these spots. It's incredible.
Right.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jane, thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate you.
All right. Jay, you're my last caller, I think. Jay, go ahead. I only have about a minute.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm coming through Regent Square. I work for Port Authority.
Yeah, Jay. Is it trafficy? Is it trafficy?
Yes, it's a parking lot.
Oh, I wondered.
And I just want to say real quick, I know gas prices are high, but we're going to have to dig in our pockets because we can't be sitting in the traffic.
No, I know. This kind of gas prices. Wait, Jay.